Well, hey there, Internet. So we are rocking a 2 of Vengevine. I'm trying something else a little bit. Trying something else out. I actually do think this is going to work. 34 seconds till the modern prelim. There is 18 of us. So the Fauna Shaman's back. I was thinking about Visionary. I was thinking about other things, and I just decided that I think that the Trample package is what's going to get it done. And the deck does have room for a little bit of something else. And I was bouncing back and forth about Strangleroot Geist again and such, and I think I just want to play the Vengevine build. So we're back on Fauna Shaman. I'm playing a Singleton Neonate just as a Ranger Captain of Eos target to dump the Vengevine into the graveyard. So we'll see if this works. This opener is not all that great. Yes, it's a 2-lander. Yes, it has a goose, but this would really need to see... And, like, we need to be careful with thinking of Dryad Arbor as a true land because it could also get killed. I think I'm going to look for a more solid 6. This is that perhaps more solid 6 if I dump either the Ranger or the Shaman. Oh, I should dump a Shaman because I already have a Winota in this hand. So let's keep and put back a Shaman. So the way our colors look, all that we would need to get is a Temple Garden here. Of course we draw the bird late. Ranger Captain of Eos could buy us a turn with the silence. Just depends on what type of Tron they're playing. I suspected they might be Eldrazi Tron when they went for the Warping Whale, so maybe I shouldn't have sacrificed Ranger. But if they had completed Tron, we would feel so bad. Now we're going to have to find our way to another Winota. We can get in for 1 free damage since Neonate has Menace. I can crack the Canopy after we go get Dryad. Obviously we want to do all that after they might play a subsequent Thought Not Seer. We're very happy if they do nothing. Looks like they want to shoot down my shaman. Is she safer on the table or in my hand? She's technically safer on the table. Obviously, there's a 2 of Dismember in most of their lists. However, she's probably safer on the table. Just because they have 3 more Thought Not Seer is the reason why I decided to play her. We can't have known that the exact next card was a Winota. We could Skyclave the Thought Not Seer out of the way. Hey, what's up, Jade? Yeah, how are you doing today? Draw a card. That's lethal. How's it going, Nick? Eldrazi, huh? Eldrazi Tron. Spellskite stops Dismember, but it's a non-bow with the Collector Oath. Linvala stops Ballista, but it's not the greatest thing. None of these other cards really have many implications here, so we need to kind of figure out what we're doing. I'd like to try the Vengevine package, but I almost feel like they're almost too small for this matchup to matter, so we might be cutting the Vengevine package. How do we feel about the Trample package? So that's these 3. So we've got a Vengevine package I'm playing now, and we've also got a Trample package. I don't cut the Blade Historian ever. Linvala I'm not sure about. I'm also not sure about the Spellskite. It just stops the 2 of Dismember. It is important to stop the 2 of Dismember, but I feel like the Giver of Runes will have that checked. Could cut like the Gilded Goose. 4 cuts still to make. Okay, Skoos. We have a lot of different answers to the Ballista, although, like, no offense to Masked Vandal, I'd rather answer Ballista with Revoker, Oath, or even Linvala, because Masked Vandal's just going to take it off the table after it's already kind of done the deed. And Skyclave also can answer some of the same stuff that Vandal does, and also the creatures, so let's actually not run Vandal. Certainly a card for us to consider in this matchup. But let's not play it. I might not want the Vengevine package. I think they're too shrimpy. For this matchup anyway. You got your first vaccine? I was a little tired after the vaccine myself. We have room for 1 more card. So we're not going to run the Vengevine package. I'm more interested in the Trample package. The Wild Bonder package. So we have room for 1 more card. We could play Goose. We could play Vandal. We could play Spellskite. Let's play the Vandal. I like Masked Vandal a lot in the in this build. This hand's not all that special. If they come out of the gates very quickly, this is bad, and they kept a 7. That's terrifying. I mean, what am I hoping for? I did cut a goose. I think we just keep it and just hope that their hand isn't ridiculous. I'm assuming their hand's ridiculous since they kept a 7, though. How are you feeling, Jade? Do you feel alright? That's a really, really good sign that they didn't just have Tron. We have a real chance to win now, because our hand's actually really stacked. I've never seen this many just natural, like, pyros and such. Sure. Since they killed the Peasy, I assume that there's a Thought-Knot Seer coming up next turn. I might not want to dump both Winotas. I might want to just dump a Pyro. Because my assumption is they have Thought-Knot Seer, and I want to just be able to cast Winota next turn. And we don't have the Season Pyro to Evolution anymore. Assuming this is Thought-Knot, yeah. It's fine, slight snoreness as you expected. What did they take? They took... They did take a Winota? Interesting. I think we're okay trading for some triggers here. Trading one elemental for 2 Winota triggers seems like a fine trade. Might have been correct to get the Arbor, actually. Do we want to silence them? Could stop them from casting a Karn. And if they don't have the Dismember already... Well, they could Dismember during my turn, though. The sacrificing of Ranger is less effective, of course, against Eldrazi Tron than it is against Green Tron. Change of plans. I'm going to try to moon them. I know they showed me Contortion, but they can't cast Contortion after... unless they have Wastes. Sure, there's Dismember, but if they had it, they would have already used it. You should have done this before. If they were... yeah, they should have done that before, because now they can't... The trample first strike is already going through. Ooh, we whiffed again? Gross. Alright, do we hit here? Hit a Bonder. So they get to eat up my elemental, but we deal 8. Not bad. Do we want to give up the Bonder or the... I mean, like, the Giver could be better than the Wild Bonder, actually. Because I don't have the other piece to the Trample package anymore. I'd have to hit a Kenrith. I might actually give up the Wild Bonder and keep the Giver. Like, it seemed like I was going to get rid of Giver of Runes. Oh, they just have the... Alright. Well, we have Blade Historian, though. I think even if they have Dismember, we got there. Look at us smashing up Eldrazi-tron. Who's the big deck on campus now? Look at us smashing them up. That was sweet. I trimmed the Changeling Anthem. What about Garrick Wildspeaker? There's that new card that came out, Jade. That's definitely. I was reading somebody talking about Garrick actually in the forum. Let's talk about it briefly. In between rounds, I think we might just talk about spoilers, perhaps. Let me find that card. Query and Ranger finally hitting this format. Guy's Will is fascinating. Yep, Recruiter. A lot of cool cards we're seeing. Glimpse of Tomorrow is fascinating. This is like a one-sided Warp World that also hits tokens. This is kind of cool. Shuffle all permanents you own. Reveal it many cards. Yeah. Where is that new card? Here, Karth. So, I mean, it's the artifact lands. Pauper's going to be a mess after Modern. Yeah. Pauper will be really interesting. This is actually like a Pauper set in my mind, isn't it? No, there's some Modern implicating cards. So, it's this ability here. Well, also the first ability, but this ability here. Planeswalker's loyalty abilities you activate costs an additional +1 to activate. It's really, really weird wording, but essentially, Jade, you know what that means. 2 Storm cards. They might just ban those in Pauper pretty quickly. The Squirrel Storm and the other thing. So you get a +2. Yeah, so, but actually even the negative ones are less. Like in other words, like let's just look at a Planeswalker together and think about Karth. Right? So like let's reassess what was that one Planeswalker that I wasn't all that excited about? Grist, for example. Like this becomes a +2. This becomes only a -1, and this is only a -4. Gavin on Twitter mentioned they're going to keep a really close eye. What, on Pauper? Good. The card that's most busted that's entering Pauper actually is this card. I think. I saw somebody playing Abundant Harvest in Legacy, actually. That was funny. Like a Miracles list. I shouldn't say busted. I mean, Pauper has like Brainstorm and Ponder and Preordain. Preordain and Ponder are actually kind of better in a lot of respects in that format. But yeah, Abundant Harvest. You think this one's less scary than Squirrel Storm? Yeah, that makes sense. I assume that we're going to see them ban. Yeah, these are definitely going to hit the affinity decks of that format, right? These. Indestructible. It's cool that they're indestructible. I'm definitely going to brew some decks around this, even though I don't know if it's good enough for Modern. Goblin Bombardment. Maybe do like some sort of weird Zombardment deck. Do like some sort of like Stitcher Supplier, Gravecrawler nonsense. You'll be shocked if either Storm card doesn't get the ban. Think the artifact lands will be fine. Yeah. And there is strong artifact hate. I guess the fact that they're indestructible though makes their deck a lot less worse, a little bit more resilient against things like oh, what is it? It makes their deck more resilient to Gorilla Shaman. So the two packages we're testing here today, sorry, we should talk Modern though, because I know that's what most of you folks are going to be today. So I'm playing a package since we're back on Fauna Shamans as our 2-drop, just to have more consistency. I'm also still playing the Trample package. The Trample package is technically at least a 4-card package in that we're playing Wildbonder, Kenrith, and Loyalist. I'm just going to stick Blade Historian in this pile. So really the finishers that this deck is playing is these 6. And I think that's fine. The tap part's going to slow it down. Well, yeah. Yeah. So I think they're trading speed for resiliency, right? They're trading speed for color fixing. I don't know. We shall see. It's been fun to see the evolution. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we've been working on this about 3 weeks. Singleton Goose. For now. Other than like our packages, we've got a few different bullets that we use in different matchups. We've got a main decked Ooze, a main decked Skyclave, and a main decked Magus. The bread and butter of this deck really is Spyro, arguably also Ranger. Ranger, of course, silencing our opponents so that we can... Like, the silence on Ranger has been really, really, really nice, enabling us to protect our combo from both permission. It helps us protect our combo from removal. You know, the Fatal Pushes and the Path to Exiles of the format. You just silence them the turn before we put this in. Obviously, they'll spend their removal on something in response to the silence, perhaps. So yeah, really the newest cards I'm playing around with today are the Singleton Neonate as a Ranger target. It's also just good to have early drops that we can evolve. Like this evolves into the Magus. This evolves into the Skyclave. It's really just here to give me something tutorable to dump the Vengevines. I think we do have enough discard. This is what we talked about last time. I was considering some number of Vengevine. We were playing a lot more than 2 Vengevine. I think 2 is actually as much... Like, now that I've figured out what my Trample package really is, I thought that the Trample package, in addition to the Blade Historian, was also the Mirror, the Changeling. Mirror Entity. But I've really not liked Entity. Sometimes we barely have enough mana to activate Kenrith for his first ability, right? Because if we're pretty mana intensive. Like, so much of our deck is these 3-drops. You have a bunch of 4-drops. But we were playing a Mirror Entity to grow all our creatures. I'm kind of not high on the card. It's also meta-wise, like, it's vulnerable to a lot of different stuff. Granted, when you peel it out of the deck with Winota, she makes it indestructible. I think we've got some real reasons for what we're doing versus like the typical what you guys might see on MTG Goldfish, which is like Angrass Marauders or Geist Honored Monk. I think we have some very real reasons why we're trying smaller humans. We're trying to piece together this synergy of Double Strike plus essentially unblockable. Kenrith and the Legion Loyalist paint our whole army with Trample, thus turning on the Wildbonder. So I've been really happy with this package. So you can see in this build, Jade, that I've slimmed it down to just those 4 cards currently. At least for this preliminary. It's amazing to just like smash through Eldrazi-tron like that round 1. We just need to win one more match this preliminary. Just one more and we get back. We get QPs. Obviously, I'd rather 3-1. Have you enjoyed playing these? Yeah, the stakes are really high, so like I feel like we're dumping a ton of tickets. I have liked that we get a lot more qualifier points though. So I almost just have enough play points to just pay for the next preliminary. I mean, I don't know. Like these are high stakes, higher rewards than leagues. I don't know. I'm not sure, Jade. Part of me wants to say yes. I wish I could just give you mine. You're too scared. What's your latest? You get really bad ladder anxiety. Yeah, I mean these are high stakes. I guess leagues are you're committing to it. I don't feel so bad about leagues because it's just like, oh, it's 100 play points, whatever. These preliminaries being 300 play points. Yeah, I mean this is the higher stakes side of Moto than I've been on a lot and streamed a lot to play in preliminaries. Our deck is a total meme, but I love it. I mean, I love smashing up Eldrazi Tron as we did. Hopefully we get to do the things. Honestly, you feel like you could at least average 3/2s with a deck you know like Tron. You're just too scared. What was with that one Tron list that was like a hybridized Titan list? That was fascinating. Did you see that list, Jade? Do you know what I'm talking about? You meant to try it but never did. Yeah, it's a fascinating list. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have really any advice to offer you there. I mean, certainly if you don't feel comfortable playing them, then obviously don't. Oh, you know what? It looks like I cut another of our... I don't know if that's correct. We're running a lot more fetches now, which, like, that kind of feels right. This many fetches, there's the potential that we don't have fetchables anymore. Oh, that's not true. I added back in the second plains and the second forest. It makes us a better Magus of the Moon deck is what it does. That's really all it does. Mana bases are so hard. Yeah, I think this is a lot cleaner. You know what, though? I messed up. I forgot to switch the Wooded Bastion back to the other filter. I'll go ahead and do that now. I was playing some Strangleroot Geists earlier today, and then I changed my mind. So I need to be back on Rugged Prairie. That may come up in this. That would be really unfortunate. But lands are so important. I think the deck does want 1 or 2 filters just because we have like this third turn is just like so doubly, like so very like the double red, double white, double green requirements of this deck can really be difficult. Granted, we don't have to worry about it till turn 3 since I'm not playing the Strangleroot Geists. I was needing to worry about it turn 2 to have double color. And yeah, I mean, there's still Vengevine that wants green, but that's turn 4, so it's like no big deal at that point. And then in the sideboard, like these really want me to have... I still have the same number of double white fetches, double white filters, actually. Yeah. I still have the same number of double white filter. Instead of Rugged Prairie in the league, right in the prelim, we have Bastion. So I think we'll be okay because we have as many fetches now as we do. We're playing a 4-4-3-2 right now. Like, I do want to be able to get at least one plains before we put the Magus of the Moon on the table so that we can still cast Winota after the fact. Like, it's really, really important before we Magus that we try our best to have a single green and a single white at least. And there's quite a few matchups where I'm going to want to tutor up the Magus of the Moon. And protect it, of course. I mean, no offense to the other Winota lists, but I do really much prefer what we're going for here. Putting these synergies together, trying to set up Vengevines. Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree with you, Jade. Most important card, MVP in this deck, hands down, is Spyro. I don't really think this deck would be a thing in Modern without Spyro. Like, the joke is, secretly, we're kind of like, we're the deck that gets the most mileage out of Spyro versus maybe a lot of other decks in Modern that play this card. I know that might seem strange, but it's really just because we're doing this, the 1/1s that we're making have those extra modes. That's the one single card that's impressed you the most? Yeah. I'm not saying we're the best Spyro deck. I'm just saying we're a deck that gets to utilize more about the card than you usually get to, right? Because the tokens just have so much more of an impact. Yeah. Also, getting chump blockers has been really important. Everything about it on these lists has been so good. Yeah. And like we're happy to exile it and get some more blockers or more Winota triggers. I think, funny enough, like, I wasn't all that high on Fauna Shaman, but I think I've really changed my mind after playing this deck as much. Like, we've tried a lot of different things in the 2-drop slot. And yeah, like, sometimes this is just food for the evolution. And yes, when that happens, we do wish this was like Voice or Geist or like Elvish Visionary or all the other like 2-drops we tried. Charming Prince, right? We kind of do wish it was something else. At least Charming Prince, we would have gotten some value out of it before we evolution. But like, I think the Fauna Shamans just not only makes the main deck much more consistent to result in a Winota. Like the things that give the deck some semblance of consistency is, the Winotas herself, the evolutions, the shamans, and the Spyros, right? These are what gives the deck its consistency. And there just hasn't been another tutor that I've liked. Like, Fauna Shaman really has, like, yes, we've been on and off the card. Yes, I've swapped it out for, like, Eladamri's Call and such. But the fact that this has synergy for Winota in multiple ways, right? Like, it's going to go find the Winota. It's also going to attack and get a trigger. And that's something that Eladamri's Call doesn't do. Right, like the fact that this card has synergy for both sides, both setting up, like both getting this, and also it has synergy for still being on the table. Obviously, our opponents might have a removal spell, but that's why we've got like our playset of Givers that helps a little bit mitigate. But yeah, I've liked a lot of things about this card. It's not very vulnerable to the lava darts floating around in like your prowess lists, being 2 toughness. So I've actually been really, really pleased with Fauna Shaman, surprisingly, and we're trying to push it to the limit. We're back on trying out the Vengevines again. Oops, Neonate. So this 7 really goes together nicely. The Rangers make it easy to get the Vengevine out of the bin. Like, if we already have a Vengevine or 2 in the graveyard, Ranger like sets us up precisely, right? Because I need to, whenever I cast a spell, if it's the second creature spell I've cast this turn. So, like, Ranger, and then play the thing that I get off Ranger, pretty much guarantees getting this back. So, I think it's kind of a crying shame not to play some number of Venges. But just for consistency's sake and making sure that we have a discard outlet, I think instead of playing the third Vengevine, I do think it's wise to play the first Neonate. Because we could just play 3, maybe even try to squeeze in a 4th Vengevine as we have in the past, but I think the Neonate really gives us it gives us an extra access to an extra discard outlet for the Vengevines, right? Like the Singleton Neonate makes all of these 13 a discard outlet for these 2. You're still here, you just haven't had anything. Yeah, I'm with you, Jade. But yeah, I think and like, okay, well, Bruce Spy, you have these 13 cards that kind of essentially result in some discard for Vengevine. Why don't you play more Vengevines? I don't think I'm going to, because and I slimmed on our deck to fit the 2 Vengevine in and the Singleton Neonate, right? So what I did to squeeze this in here is I slimmed it down to the very much bare essentials, the bare necessities of the Trample synergy. So all we really need is a Blade Historian, Kenrith, Bonder, and Loyalist. Right, I've also slimmed down to the bare necessities of our early game creatures. We're happy with Givers, Birds, a Singleton Goose is fine, and an Arbor. And then, of course, these 3 bullets are the ones that game 1 we seem to just we tutor for over and over again when it's more important to just like shut down something, get rid of something, exile something. These have by and large been the things that we will, in a pinch, if we have to, will Eldritch Evolution for instead of Winota. Obviously, most of the time it's you just go get Winota and just hope. And sometimes you can even wheel into the Magus of the Moon instead of just tutoring for Magus of the Moon. But yeah, that's kind of what the deck looks like. And I just don't think, unless we like tweak the mana or like maybe you cut like the Gilded Goose, I don't know. It's really close. But so this is me like pushing the limits of what I think the deck is trying to do, whilst still keeping the trample package. And the new thing that we're trying this prelim, I didn't try last prelim, is the Vengevine package, which is more than just these 2 Vengevine. Like it's the sum of its parts, right? It's the fact that Ranger can go get Neonate. It's the fact that Fauna Shaman both finds the Vengevines but also can discard them. It's the fact that the Spyros just naturally work well with something like a Vengevine, just discard it naturally. It's an elemental that doesn't cost us mana necessarily. I mean, it might cost us 1 mana here for us to dump it or find it. And I think it's just incidental value. I don't think we're going to be searching out for Vengevines unless, I don't know, we're up against an opponent where they're just maybe against the permissive decks of the format. This is what we go and do against like the blue decks. If we can stick a Fauna Shaman, that is. But if we're just like, yeah, we're not going to be able to resolve Winota, I'm not going to be able to resolve Eldritch Evolution. I like this angle. Obviously, it's similar to, okay, Bruce Spy, well, why don't you just play Voice of Resurgences? We could. But I think this is really interesting. I like that it's going to give us some incidental value as we just do what the deck is naturally doing anyway, which is just slamming Spyros every chance we get. And we certainly want to, even if the cards are reasonable cards, a lot of the time it's just so important for us to make the tokens that even if we have like extra Winotas or even like an important piece like the Blade Historian, I'll probably let it go. Or Kenrith or the Bonder, right? I'll probably let those cards go just to make that elemental. Phoenix says, I tried the list. It did not like you at all. I'm sorry to hear that, Phoenix. Where'd you play it? Did you play it like in a league or something? You're going to have some losses. I mean, it is definitely a meme. You know, like, I mean, I've had quite a few losses with the deck, so I'm sorry to hear that it didn't work out for you, but I'm also not surprised. I mean, this has been a real meme in the works. All right, I ended up going 1-4 with it, and then when it worked, you 30'd someone. Nice. What was it? The trample build? What build? I am curious for my own testing, not for me to say, oh well, obviously version 3.9 that I've been working on today is better. Like no, that's not what I'm asking. What build you're on? You just never drew Eva or Winota the Trample-Vine. Were you playing shamans, or was this before we started doing shaman? You said never. You never drew Evo, or yeah. I mean, if you don't draw this piece, it might even be correct for you to try to mulligan to one of those pieces, right? Sometimes, like if you have an opener that doesn't have Spyro or Evolution or Winota, you might actually consider throwing it back. This is before shaman. I think the shamans. I mean, again, this is not me saying I'm sorry that a version of the deck that you got from us here didn't pan out for you. I'm sorry that it ended up as a 1/4. I think the Fauna Shamans have added a lot of consistency. You can pretty easily keep an opener that has this 16. So I do think that the Shaman has added some consistency. I mean, again, like the Shamans have been everything from, what is it? What's flexible right now? The flex in the deck, I think, is this 8 or so. I'm very happy with what's going on between Bonder and Kenrith and the Loyalist Ranger package. So I think I'm pretty set in stone on this 32. Obviously the mana base is still up for changing, but I think these are like the cards I'm still kind of playing around with that I'm not sure about in the main board. I tried that every time, ended up mulling to 4 or 5 with a 1 or 2 land hand. Don't be sorry, I had a lot of fun. Nick says you can also 1/4 with a lot of really solid established decks. One league isn't a measure. Well, Phoenix, I'm really flattered that you tried the deck and gave it a go. I am sorry that it didn't run so well for you, but yeah, thank you for sharing your testing with me here and us. And no, I wasn't dissing on it, lol. I just had a bad run. Yeah, no, I didn't take it that way. Obviously, I didn't think you were. I mean, it's very easy to diss, right? Because it's a meme, right? Because it's just nonsense. But yeah, I wonder. I mean, like, if you're up for more goes, like, please take some of the tech we're playing around with today. There's some subtle changes to the mana base. I'm trying to make it a better Magus of the Moon list. So you'll see that I have this extra Goose, and I've got more fetches than before. I'm playing 2 Mesa now, 3 Wooded Foothills. I think I'm going to favor Foothills just in general because, like, birds is really important to get more of them on the table after we've mooned. But also we're a Dryad Arbor deck, so I think more green fetches makes sense. But we still want to be able to find basic planes. You only went against one meta deck, and that was Prowess. I will, but I made a brew that I like so far. You're working on. Yeah, I'd be interested to see what are you working on developing, Phoenix? Do you want to share with share with the rest of the class? What are you working on? We're in between rounds if you're wondering what's happening. Oh, we're about to start though. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Let me take a quick peek, Phoenix. Spellbind me. So we're just trying to flicker the Spellbinder. That's fun. I mean, not just. Okay, and we've got Ephemerate, and oh, that's fun. Yeah, just keep, like, blinking there. Yeah, you got the Charming Princess to blink the Spellbinder even more. That's fun. Alright, all you gotta do is put some Winotas in this, and I'm kidding. I'm actually not kidding. No, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. The deck looks great. That's a cool concept. It looks like a lot of fun. I'd probably keep this. I mean, maybe we're just getting bad openers too. I mean, like look at me just like drawing it up. We have redundancy, we have acceleration. This I could turn into a Dryad Arbor instead of, like, if I'm willing to shock us on this Temple Garden, this can become a you smash Prowess and Esper Control hard. Awesome. No. You need Garrix. Always Garrix. Yeah. According to Jade. Trying to find a place to put this. Is there any way to change your icon at the bottom? I don't remember. I think there is. What happened to that, Jade? It used to be that you guys could. What did I do to it? I'm sure I may have messed something up. It's probably on my end. It has its own special web page or command, and you don't remember either of them. What are they, like Panza? Panza? I could just moon them. We will have two basic planes. I'm pretty sure I just moon them. Like, they might have a second bolt, but if they don't, they're in a not so good spot. I'm just going to go ahead and change my interface because some of that stuff I think was distracting at the top. Valakut, do nothing. Seems great to me. If I Winota, I actually don't start getting triggers off of her this turn. I'm actually going to go for Ranger. Is it correct for me to consider Giver, or... If I go Neonate, I could dump a Winota and try to get to something more juicy, or I could just play the Loyalist. I kind of like the utility, though, of, like... I'm going to go with Neonate, because I can dump this second Winota I don't need. Wow, we drew another Winota. I don't know if I want to ditch the Neonate to pitch one of these. Opponent says neat. Aw, whiff. Now that was one of the weaknesses of trying out the I don't think I should. One, two, three, four. Yeah. We'll silence him. You never know. They might have some sort of like main deck kind of an anger effect. I probably not though. I mean, they're playing the 4-color control. Probably ain't gonna be better. Gotta be thorough. There's a Spyro. Whoa, double fauna. Bonder. I count 8 damage even if they block a Winota. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, maybe not. So they have some removal, perhaps. So I'm going to snap bolt my Magus. Yep. They might kill us here. Kind of wish I'd swung my Magus to the Moon. It would have been lethal, right? Maybe I should have just gone for it. Maybe I should have predicted Snapcaster. Yeah, kind of just have to hope they mess up here. Didn't have a way to, because Shaman doesn't have haste. That's where Kenrith is kind of cool. Kenrith is cool with Fauna Shaman. Kenrith would have been a good hit. Because you can give it haste and then you can use it immediately. Go get, you know. Is this a escape shift? This is an Omnath. We might still get this. I mean, like, Neonate's got Menace. We've got quite a few attackers here. They're only at 2. Granted, they're probably gonna gain the 4 life here. Aren't there cutesy things you can do with Onmeth? Like, they could maybe not fetch it now. They wait to fetch it till my turn, and they gain 8 life. Right? So they're shooting my Fauna Shaman. Okay. Ooh, Vengevine. That's a great draw off the top, right? Don't we just throw that in there, into there? I mean, granted, they... I might have wanted to tap the Arbor, because now if I hit Kenrith, I can't give everything trample. That's relevant. But I thought I wanted the extra Dryad Arbor trigger. I'm really sad I didn't just swing my Magus of the Moon earlier. Like, it made sense not to at the time. So it's like hindsight, right? Ooh, do they have a bolt? If they have also a bolt, that would be really bad. Looks like they have a bolt. So if I attack, really these are the only 2 good attackers, right? We do have lethal if I attack everything, right? They're sitting at 9. How do they block? They block Dryad on Vengevine, Omnath. Like, even if they block my 2 highest attackers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I can make the Proud Wild Bonder deal its damage as if it wasn't. Didn't he just kill your Magus anyway, though, says Brave? I'm making sure this math checks out. He did snap bolt my Magus. That's true. So maybe it's irrelevant. But he got to block something else, didn't he? No, you're right. He killed the Magus and then blocked something else. It would have, yeah. You're right. So I think we just swing out, right? Like, what's the worst they're going to do? They block the Vengevine. They block... yeah, if they block my 2 biggest... Now, what if they block Vengevine and they block Spyro? Do we still kill? 1, 2, 3, 4... Ooh, actually we don't kill them if they block. So let's see if they block correctly. It looks like they see it though. Good on them. Yep, they do see it. That is the only block that lets them live, but we're killing the Omnath in the process. Now, granted, they might have, like, you know, scape shift off the top, right? I think they sometimes play shift. They play something to get the other Valakut. It's cool to see the Vengevine make his debut. I have 1 Winota left in the list. If I hit another creature off the top that I can cast in addition to the Shaman, we get the Vengevine back. How are we sideboarding? That's a good thing to think about while we're waiting here. I like Spellskite quite a bit in this matchup. Can redirect everything from Valakut triggers to lightning bolts. We probably want... they actually don't have a ton of permission. They have some. Hey, what's up, Caustic? How's it rolling? How's it going? I mean, we may want both Veil. I like Toski too, perhaps. Gosh, there's a lot of things I like in this matchup. Do we want to take a peek-see at the latest builds of our opponent's deck? Oh wow, lately they're just playing a singleton Scapeshift. Fascinating. Right, and they've got the Bring to Valky going on. Yep. Sideboard, they've got Madcap. That's pretty common. I guess they're killing me. Maybe they have it. Kaya's Guile. So this gets rid of my Vengevine. They have a Valakut Shoot. Ranger, okay. Ranger for Loyalist. Like every point matters here, right? They have to kill They have to kill Loyalist, actually. I don't know. I wonder if they'll see that. They might. Instead of Wild Bonder. This is like really coming down to the we're throwing like the littlest things at one another. What is permission? Oh, counter magic. I guess that's maybe a interesting way to talk about permission. The ability to say yes or no to spells, aka counter magic. You gotta kill Wild Bonder here, right? That's what they're doing. Do we still have lethal? I don't think so, because they're at 4. They can't block the I mean, they could block the Neonate. We kill the Spirit, or we draw a discard. So if we attack all out, like yes, the first strike on the like everything is good. Our attack is good except whatever he blocks on the Dryad. So disappointingly, again, we're 1 point shy. Well, actually, that's not true. Both of these have to consider blocking the Neonate, and everybody else gets through. I guess, oh no, the best block would be block something and then block something else, ignore the Neonate. But the first strike on the Loyalist means that, actually, this can't block. We win. I forget about the creatures you control can't be blocked by creature tokens. We just win. I forget about that extra little spot, that extra little ability on Legion Loyalist all the time. They can't block with the Spirit token. We win. Right? I mean, we don't win because they can still block something with Dryad, but the Spirit can't get in. Gosh, we're just so close to winning. I silence them next turn, right? So they can't Scapeshift or anything. Kaya's Guile, is that normal in these lists? No, it is not. I wonder. Yeah, this is different to see from them. I think I stand by this attack because I blanked their spirit token from blocking. They go to 1, they can't crack this fetch, and we'll silence them so they can't scape shift or anything off the top and win. Or bring to light. The reason I want to just crack this now is if they've just raw drawn like scape shift or whatever, we lose. Obviously, I could wait till they bring to light to crack the ranger, but I think we should do that. There's quite a few different things we turn off in their deck. They have quite a few sorceries. They play 2 Omnaths. They kill the Neonate. Do we want to dump the Shaman? I think we do. PZ's a good draw. Do we want to make the Elemental or no? We want to play the Giver. Oh, actually, I can't play PZ. I'm short a red source. So if I attack, all I'm doing is trading with the Spirit. I might want to do that anyway, just because we're maybe going to lose another creature to a... It's not worth it. We got to wait till next turn. I think we may have lost this one, folks. What a close first game. Like, fascinating game. Actually, their clock is super low, so we may actually win the match on clock. They're at 10 minutes. Yeah, I haven't seen Kai's Guile out of them before, but I like it. I like it. You get to kill my Giver. Yep. That's the thing. I feel like every turn that we... I really just need to let top deck like a Vengevine, right? That also wins here. Another Giver. Like, it made sense earlier in the game to... Yeah, I don't think I should attack. It made sense earlier in our game to what? To fetch for the second planes, but like it's really punishing here. Explore again. I mean, they're gonna hit something. I know that half their deck is lands, right? They usually run like 28 through... Like this build we were looking at here was actually 30 lands. Crazy enough. Path. Unfortunately, there's no basic mountain. We could still get this, folks. There's a Fauna Shaman. There is a dead Fauna Shaman. Here is a Winota off the top. It is a Spyro. I cannot cast it. We are in trouble. This looks like Bring to Light. Nope, it's another Dryad. I mean, that stinks because it's another blocker, and I just need to get that 1 point across. Whew! Thank goodness. Might be too late, though. Wow, that's a lot of land. Alright. Pass it back. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. That's not good for us either. I wonder if they should have just killed one of my creatures, though. They're attacking, so I'm assuming I'm dead if they're attacking. That means they must have drawn what they needed. It's tempting to consider killing off one of the Dryads just because the worst they can do is kill 2 of my Duders, but I get to leave. That leaves the Spyro. I'm assuming they drew Bring to Light or Scape Shift if they're attacking. Ooh, Verdict. That's why they were attacking. Okay. I'm glad I blocked some. This is so I can flashback a Spyro. Gosh, we're dead to so many of their top. This has been a fascinating game 1. I'm very thankful they only have 7 minutes left on their clock. This has been a really fascinating first game. What are my thoughts on Modern Horizons 2? Oh, I think it's going to be great. So there's Lethal. Unless they mess up. I doubt they will. This is game 1, Caustic. So I think we might win this match. We just need to play a defensive game, game 2, and we win. I have 14, almost 15 minutes. So if they can't beat us, and we absolutely make them go through the Scape Shift, make them go through all the triggers, because I'm trying to win to clock at this point. They said, whoops. Don't scoop. Make opponents have to play their deck. Because they might not play it right. Almodo. Do they run much permission? Anybody know? This list isn't, for example. But they have like some gusts post board, but it's not like I can stop them from being counterable. It's like a random veto. What we're afraid of is their Singleton Anger. Timely's pretty good. Gusts are good. The gusts really make my evolutions weak, but I don't know if I can cut them. I do like the Vengevines, but they have Path, so it's like maybe it's not even worth it. So there's the Vengevine package to consider. They do have some relevant blocks to make, but not that many. But now that the Trample package, it's like our human count is teeny tiny now. I don't know if I can actually cut the Trample package much anymore. Pieces of it anymore. Apparition could go, although it does hit Omnath, which is relevant. But what are the things we need? Let's think about that. Ferocidon also stops Omnath better than Apparition does, actually. Let's make them not gain any life whatsoever. That'd be better. This stops Anger. Burrington stops Anger. Favor of the Mighty is hit or miss in this matchup because they do have creatures that are big enough. Toski's interesting, but I kind of don't know if I like Toski against like Escape Shift strategy. Abolisher is interesting to think about because it's going to stop any permission that they cast during our turn, but also stops like a Path on Winota. Kind of like the idea of Abolisher. I've actually been really liking that card because it's also a human for our deck. They do have some number of Snapcaster Mages. We saw, it's not this build. They're not playing this build. They showed us Snapcaster Mage last game. So we may want to still play Skoos. What was weak? Let's trim some number of evolutions. I think maybe no Vengevine package. I think they have too many good answers to it. We showed them Vengevine. They might even bring in some Graveyard Hate, funny enough. So that's a 59. So do we want the Veil of Summer? Do we want Apparition? Do we want Toski? Do we want Favor? Do we want to play some number of Evolution despite it being not great if they have open mana? They don't have a ton of permission, probably. A ton of counter magic, probably. What did he do wrong? He didn't get enough mountains. He got greedy and he grabbed too many Valakutes and lost. Happens to the best of us. I wish I could consider cutting some part of the Trample package. I just don't think I should for this matchup because they do have some relevant blocks to make. Yeah, they messed up. So we almost assuredly win this match now, which is great. Unless I make some mistakes and they go quickly. Like if I kept this hand, that might be the mistake. This hand's a little bit better. I could even put the Kenrith back. I'm kind of tempted to put the Dryad Arbor back though. This is kind of a liability. I may have wanted to take this out in this matchup actually. Have I tried Chord? Yes, we've tried Chord. I've never used Finale in this list. Lawn. Oh, look at that. Just drew a basic forest. Yeah, we've tried virtually every tutor except, I will be perfectly honest with you, I didn't play Finale. Although I think we maybe considered Finale when I was playing the Devoted Druid combo in this list. Another Bolt. Sure. Drew a Fauna. Like, maybe I really should have mulliganed the Kenrith away, though. It's like, do I really want to pay 5 mana for a 5/5 that they just path, right? I may have still, even though the Dryad Arbor's weak in this matchup, I may still have wanted to ditch the Kenrith. I may just ditch the Kenrith to the Fauna Shaman, right? I drew a Spyro. They probably have Aethergust here, right? I also may just want to establish the Glyph Weaver before I go wide. Let's actually attack first. Like, we can't set up the Vengevine, right? I took them out? Yeah. Like, now I'm thinking about the Vengevines because I have an active Fauna Shaman they didn't answer. This doesn't get countered by Aethergust is why I want to play this instead, because I know they have Aethergusts in their sideboard. Maybe they'll even gust my Shaman here. Nope. They don't, seriously, they don't have a ton of permission. I really shouldn't play scared. So we don't have the Winota. Let's attack. True, but are you playing to their clock? Yeah, but I still, if I can win, like for the sake of R not being bored, they're going to bolt this. They're going to path this. Okay. I mean, they're setting up to try to sweep me here, unfortunately. I probably still get a Winota no matter what. I mean, yes, I'm playing to their clock, but I think we should. I mean, that's part of maybe why I cut the Vengevine for more sideboard cards, right? But I think this will bring to light. For Verdict, perhaps. Be nice to be able to get the Dryad Arbor and also get something. I mean, surely they're not going to get Valky. This is go get. They're in the red on their clock now. I mean, yeah, I could have played a more defensive game, like by playing, like, I don't know, Auric Champion. Like, maybe that's the correct thing to do, play a more defensive game. They decide to get Dryad. Shoot the Fauna Shaman. Now here's the real question. Do I go get Magus of the Moon or do I get Winota? Now I'm not so sure. They have 2 cards left. Now I'm not so sure that I just go get Winota. I have double green, double white. I might just go get Magus of the Moon instead of spinning the wheel because I'm not gonna kill them. It's not like we're playing the Engrass Marauders build. I might just want to go get Magus of the Moon, guys. I've changed my mind. Oh, wow. Just Magical Christmas Land. Do I have enough to do both? No, I don't. I do not. Alright. Show me third Lightning Bolt. Show me Anger. I mean, please don't, but that's what they need here. Okay, well, if they had Bolt, they would have bolted before they played the Valakut. I think we got him. Do we play out this bird, or do we... Actually, I don't think we do. Oh, is this Bolt My Magus? What, Dismember? What do you got? Maybe they're thinking because they have Dryad, they can still tap their stuff for whatever they want. That's not how Magus of the Moon works, though. This is a layers thing. We win the match. All right! We're up a game against the new take on Scapeshift. We're up a game against Eldrazi-tron with our nonsense. Look at us doing the things. Look at us doing the things. Now, granted, we probably had to grind that out. Opponent did make an honest mistake. They did grab the wrong lands when they went to Scapeshift. And maybe part of the reason why they messed up, let's give our opponent the benefit of the doubt. They may have messed up their Scapeshift because they were nervous about how low their clock was getting. I believe that. That's going to be my guess. My guess is to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think they were really worried about their clock that first game, and I think that's why they messed up their Scapeshift. So, technically, they should have taken game 1. I think their deck probably still had enough mountains in it. I think they also sacrificed more mountains than they needed to. They probably sacrificed in such a way that's a little bit admittedly lazy, right? Because their deck runs Dryad. So you don't really have to think about that stuff like that. A lot of Scapeshift players that have been veterans of that deck that have played it for so long, they know that it's like, okay, don't fetch out too many of your mountains. You want to make sure they stay in your deck. You know, try to fetch out your breeding pools first, right? And so, you know, that stuff might mean that our opponent doesn't just have a lot of reps with the deck and killing someone when you don't have Dryad. That would be my guess. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to sit here and just like, ooh, my opponent's bad at Magic. No, I don't think that's the case. I think they were nervous about their clock, and I think it's very possible that they're not used to killing when they don't have Dryad, and they have to like actually think about what lands they're fetching and even what lands not to sacrifice, right? We saw them go get 4 Valakuts, which was just so greedy, right? They didn't need that many Valakuts. They needed like 2. Can you pull up the standings? Sure. So we're 2-0. You can also see that below my face that we're 2-0. Round is starting now. So we are 2-0. We did. I'm already on enough wins, right, to be happy. This is how last preliminary we went 2-2. Hey, good luck and have fun. Oh, you want to see who was in it? Ah, gotcha. Ooh, I don't know if we can keep this. This is a Giver of Rune's hand, though, so like I could go turn 1 Giver, see if they kill it, and if they don't, the Birds is a lot more safe. I might consider keeping a hand like this, but it's a little greedy. Like, this hand really needs a second land to get off the ground, and we're only playing 21 lands. But if I lead Temple Garden Giver, there's a reasonable chance that the bird might live. Bird's a little bit more likely to live. I don't know. Maybe they Inquisition it and then they kill the giver anyway. It's a little greedy to keep. I think I'm going to toss it back. Kind of slad. Wow, sad that I did. It looks like I might be looking at a 5. See if they decide to take a mulligan. I mean, this hand too has potential, but it's like we're not on the draw. They mulligan to 6. All right, we'll go ahead and mulligan to 5. All right, so this is relatively safe because it's a 2-lander. I think I'll put the Ranger back into the deck, actually. And a Shaman. They decided to keep at 6, right? Yes. So awesome to take a game against Eldrazi-Tron. And now we're up against some form of Titan. Okay. Now I kind of just wish I kept my first hand, right? I mean, against their deck, we can probably safely go get the Dryad Arbor. We'll see what variant of Titan we're looking at here. I'm assuming it's an amulet. Yeah, Grazer. Grazer suggests some form of amulet, perhaps. Almost assuredly now it's amulet. It was probably already amulet just from Castle Garenbrig. So we're pretty safe to go get Dryad Arbor. Oh, right, no I wasn't, because I had the basic forest. Lol, now I'm just making mistakes. I can ditch Kenrith to go get another bird or goose. But that was actually a move on my part. I mean, like, this is fine when I have, like, evolution hands. To do this is fine. But in this case, no. It wasn't fine to do in this case. Is that what I'm doing? I'm exchanging Kenrith for... I mean, granted, this was a mold of 5, but I don't think I did it great. I mean, like, it's tempting to try to even consider, like, the Vengevine. I don't think so, because I have Winota in hand. We're figuring it out. I think I should have not gone for the Dryad Arbor. I think this should have been Sacred Foundry. Okay, that's good news for us. Maybe I should have just gone and gotten Magus of the Moon, honestly. I think that's what I'm just going to do, guys. Like, yes, we could get Winota on the table, but I'm only attacking with the Shaman. I think that's weak. Why don't we ditch Bonder and go get... Although it is decent against Titan because they do have some relevant blocks, the Bonder. I think I'd rather keep Spyro Winota. I feel like I'm messing up all sorts here, folks, for you guys to see. It's actually a little embarrassing, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll just play better after this game. We all make mistakes, right? Tommy Goff says you're doing okay. Well, thanks, Tommy. I think we can also attack with the Magus just fine here. 2 triggers. Ooh, Blade of Story. Let's just get this done real quick. Ranger. Go get our Trampler. Block my Ranger. Okay. Might as well silence. Might as well. We have lethal. Might as well silence them. That's kind of a slow draw, though, in fairness, from my Titan player. Well, this is good. Vandal's great with the Fauna Shaman build we've been doing. You can go fetch this, and she gives the additional cost, right? Vandal, you need to have a creature from your graveyard. So it's like before we've kind of needed Pyromancer to turn this card on, but Fauna Shaman actually does a good job turning this on. But let's see what we're cutting first. So do we want to cut the Trample package? Do we want to cut the Vengevine package? I think the Vengevine package is too fair for this matchup. Not Loyalist, you're the Trample package. I think this Vengevine package is too fair. We're going to cut Ooze and Apparition way too slow. Magus of the Moon is an all-star. If we can even just protect Magus, it buys us a lot of time against their deck. It'd be very tempting for me to consider playing like maybe even the Spellskite. We want to stop Engineered Explosives. We want to hit the Amulet. We want to turn off... yeah, turning off Engineered Explosives is important in this matchup. I don't really want anything else, do I? We don't really have a ton for this. Alright, so, yeah, I pretty much just want maybe this 4. So do we want the Trample package? I think so. I think they have relevant blocks they can make. Could cut, like, the random Goose. I think Dryad Arbor's fine here. Rangers aren't that great. We could cut some number of Rangers. I'm not going to cut all the Rangers, but we could cut... Because if I'm still running Legion, like, we kind of want some number of Ranger, but... Maybe we just play 2 Ranger. Tommy says, I think Apparition's pretty good. What am I apparitioning? I guess I'm apparitioning, what are we going to apparition? Yeah, maybe we just don't have room for the Vengevine package. But I want to test it, though. Maybe Spellskite's overkill. It's also a bit of a nombo if I'm bringing in Oath to stop Engineered Explosives. This stops Engineered Explosives. Maybe this is overkill. We already have a playset of Givers I probably want to keep. It hits Dryad. Well, it's a really slow answer for Amulet, but it does hit Dryad. That's a good point. Kind of like not playing non-bows. Let's not play a non-bow. I mean, it rarely comes up because they're both silver bullets. Great to take game 1 against Titan like that. Despite me fetching for the... I think I fetched for the wrong land. I do think in retrospect that the Dryad Arbor was really greedy. I was like, oh, but they're Amulet. They can't punish me for that. Oh boy, there's the Bastion that we thought we were cutting. Actually, in this hand, though, it's better that it's Bastion and not the other. Funny enough, in my later build, I'm going back to Rugged Prairie maybe, but maybe I shouldn't. Because like, if this was Rugged Prairie right now, we'd be in trouble. This hand doesn't... accelerate. This hand doesn't, and they kept 7 very quickly. Like, this hand doesn't pull off the Vandal, which is a weakness of the card, right? Like, when we're on the draw, it's hard for me to get it to work. I mean, granted, I can evolution for, I can go, you know, turn 2 Vandal, turn 3 Magus of the Moon, but I don't think that's going to be good enough. I think we should maybe consider a 6. I like this a lot better. Well, I think. So maybe we put the Dryad Arbor back into the deck. So this lets us, like, Revoker, its only purpose here is it's a non-human and it's going to name Engineered Explosives. But, I don't know. This hand's faster. It's got birds, but, like, it does just as little, I think, as the first hand, right? Just very thankful that we're up a game against Amulet that doesn't... Like, it's kind of just a race, and they can certainly just outpace us. Their combo is a lot more robust than ours, right? Ours is just kind of like a little cutesy synergy thing, you know? Looks like Amulet could be the Arboretum, whatever, Reacher. Grazer. Could be Grazer. Can also name Talaria West. Yeah, that might be correct. It might be better to name Talaria West than Engineered Explosives, actually. It's a good point. Oh, no. This is non-land. Never mind. You can't. Revoker says non-land. If this was Pithing Needle or Sorcerer's Spyglass, Tommy, go if we could. Revoker says non-land, so... Yeah, if I bring this in, it's only to name engineered explosives, I think. I mean, like, there might be something else to name that we're just not thinking of. Maybe they play, like, Walking Ballista as a tutor target. I don't think they do that anymore, though. I think they just play... we could look. Oh, wow, Grazer's only, like, a singleton? That's funny. This build's only on a singleton explosives. Huh, okay. Tireless trackers. They don't bring that in against us. Alright, there's the amulet. There's a giver. Karn's the only thing. Right. But, like, the thing is because of the way that engineered explosives works, I may... Uh-oh. Yeah, but I don't know if we can just determine that out of the blue. I mean, is there, like... I'm just trying to see if there's other things to name. Not really. Oh, Elvish Reclaimer is something you could name. But I don't know if there are flagstones built to the deck. We haven't seen... I didn't see flagstones from them, so... My guess would be... Yeah. Maybe we don't just slam the Revoker, but I'd hate to, like, play out a bunch of 1-drops and they're like, okay, engineer explosives on 1. But that would also blow up their amulet, so it's like, maybe that's not a big deal. Yeah. Looks like they're counting to 8 over there, folks. I mean, to 6. Go get the haste and crumbling vestige because it's a wombo. Yeah, I do like vestige. You don't always see it. But it has some cool synergy, for sure. Mm-hmm. Just shotgun down my creatures, or are we just going face? So how many do I have to block with? I guess I just can block with Giver. And then, but like, what am I top decking? Moon? I don't even think there's an out here, folks. Yeah, what's up, Equinox? I don't think we have outs that I'm aware of, guys. We're also less on clock, so let's go ahead and scoop them up. Scoop them up. We do have a not great... That first game was really weird for us to win. Like, we do not have a wonderful Titan matchup. We don't. Because it's very much just a... Well, this is turn 2 Spyro. Probably going to keep this, right? Turn 2 Spyro hand. Maybe it's wrong to keep this because this doesn't result in... this hand doesn't result in a guaranteed Winota, but it's some of the best setup we can have. Opponent mulligans all the way down to 5. This is the same list as yesterday or some new spice? We're back on trying a 2 of Vengevine, so I've got a Vengevine package. I slimmed down the Trample package, Equinox. So what you're looking at now is kind of the next perhaps evolution. The Fauna Shamans have always enabled us, since we're already like a Spyro deck, to consider some number of Vengevines. So I am for this tournament playing a 2 of. So the Vengevine package is the 2 Venge, and the Neonate as a captain target, and then the Trample package that I've been happy with, I actually slimmed it down to just 4 pieces. It's literally just Kenrith, Blade Historian, Bonder, and Loyalist now. Just these 4. It used to be 6 pieces. I've slimmed it down just to this. I think this is all that it actually needs to perform. But I could be wrong about that. Any room for Rallier? Not in the current build. I did look into maybe doing something with Renegade Rallier and Safi. Goblin Bombardment is entering the fray as a modern legal card. So with Bombardment being a thing, you need a sacrifice outlet for the Safi combo to be lethal. You can also just play Altar, but I think Bombardment would have more usefulness. Another Spyro, okay. So what are we dumping? Bonder Ranger? Bonder Giver? They really don't have a ton of removal in their deck. I mean, they have some, so I might want to keep one of these pieces. Giver's the more mana efficient piece to keep. There's an evolution. We're good to go. We're clear for takeoff. But again, maybe I'll just evolve for Magus of the Moon, honestly. They haven't shown us a basic yet, so that seems like we might be clear for... Oh, and we just do a basic plains. Perfect, so I can get basic forest here. I mean, funny enough, I'm probably still evolving my Spyro, right? And not the birds. Yeah. I mean, it's not funny, it's correct, right? And it's not like we're out of gas. We have another Spyro in hand. They're about to just hardcast Titan, though. Then we have to deal with that. Fauna Shaman, though, gets us the guaranteed Winota, so we're actually going to play this instead of the... Funny that we have a board state where instead of just slamming Spyro, I'm more interested in playing the Shaman, right? It's interesting to see that happen. Sure. It's a lot less scary as just a 6/6. Enduring Renewal from Extended is in Modern now. Nice. It's exciting. They had another forest to go get. Alright, so Fauna can dump herself, right? Yeah. How are we swinging? They get to crack back for 8. We can give up the elementals because we have things that can start attacking and not caring. I think we just want to get the ball rolling. So I think we are just going to let these elementals get eaten up. I want to make sure the Giver can protect us from something like a rogue dismember or something on the Magus, right? Are we okay just giving up the elementals? Yeah, I think we're fine to convert those. Okay, Vandal, but it doesn't have a target. Oh no, it does. We can hit the Dryad. That's probably better. That's probably better than the redundant Awesome. And we take the Historian. So we're only going to lose one of our tokens here. I mean, again, if we want to be greedy, we could use Giver to protect. Oh, we're very happy with this block, sure. They're indestructible. So we are 3-0 in this modern preliminary with our meme of a deck. This is Winota Castables, my friends. And yes, I chose the name the name because I'm kind of making fun of my own list. Yeah. It says a real rocket can and a... Yeah, Winota, she's a real rocket can. That's funny. Yeah, we could talk about spoilers in between rounds because we got a lot of time before the next round starts, right? Reasonable amount of time before the next starts. Look at us being 3-0 and stuff. Yeah, I'm excited that Goblin Bombardment is going to be in Modern. I'll probably brew like a Zombardment deck. I'll probably consider doing, you know, something else with it, maybe. What else is going on? Oh, new spoilers I haven't looked at yet. Hang on, let's go down and then go up. So yeah, Seal of Cleansing is in the format finally. Junk Winder is interesting for all you tokens fans out there. This is kind of cool. And it has affinity for tokens, and then whenever tokens enter the battlefield, you get to tap something. A non-land permanent. It's kind of cool. Yeah, Guy's Will. I think we already. So this is where I stopped. This is all the new stuff. So hang on. So Guy's Will. Until end of turn, you may play lands and spells from your graveyard. If a card would be put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, exile instead. This is cool. This is a callback. Let's see. So Soul Snare. Interesting. General Ferris. Oh, it's a human. Is this going to be for our nonsense deck? Hexproof for monocolored. Whenever I cast a multicolored spell, I make a token. Huh. Guys, when we cast our Winotas, it'll make us tokens. Kidding. Probably not. Probably not for our Winota deck. All right, what is this? Ghost Lit Errant. Oh, this is a flash. This is a callback to Channel. I remember Channel from Kamigawa block. All right, so 2. Another creature gains flying. That's not all that great. But Channel discarded. X creatures gain flying. Everybody gets flying. Really like that with Footfalls and Dreadhorde. What? Gaia's Will? This one? Phantasmal Dreadmaw. This is a dinosaur illusion. That's fun. Alright. Flying Demon. And Flying Demon's power is equal to the number of artifacts. Alright. It's kind of a limited card. Ooh, this is a mythic. Maybe this is something. Civilian. I don't know how to pronounce it, guys. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Legendary is a merfolk god. If I control 2 other merfolks, Civilian, god of sea and sky, has indestructible. Well, surely this should like give flying or something if she's the god of sea and sky, right? Where's your flying? Where's her giving things flying? Whenever she attacks, draw a card. Cool. Other merfolk will have ward 1. Interesting. And the last card, Vectis Gloves. Artifact Landwalk. Interesting. And there are some cards for Pauper, but let's look at these spoilers from a modern perspective, right? Imperial Recruiter hitting this format is huge, right? I mean, like, this is going to go straight into, like, immediately I think Red Splash Taxes is the way to go, right? Will this allow people to do Kiki? I have no idea if people will try to do, like, a blue-red control with Kiki. I wonder if you would just play Aether Vial in that list, too, to Vial in the Recruiter. Step Through is kind of cool. It's got Wizard Cycling on it. That's fun. New Storm cards. What was I kind of interested in? This card's cool. This is a throwback. A little nostalgic. I don't know if it's actually good, though. I mean, a 1-mana 3/3 with some interesting abilities is fun, but You can't cast it. You have to madness it out, which is weird. Let's see. Yeah, Yogg. If you guys haven't seen, sorry, Turok, not Yogg. Turok. It's a 2-drop with pro white that has a kicker that is essentially him to Turok, right? When it enters the battlefield, if you pay the kicker cost, you make your opponent discard 2 at random, and whenever they discard, it grows. Fascinating. Other than that, Abundant Harvest is in Pauper now, which is cool. You could even play this in Modern. I bet there might be a few decks that... So it's 1 green, sorcery, choose land or non-land, and you reveal cards until you get that card. Put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom. So, do you need a land, or do you need something that's not a land? Kind of gives you some selection in green that's kind of cool. New Zurin Orb art. It's now in Modern. We were talking about this guy earlier because Jade, you really, really like Planeswalker decks, so it's cool to talk about. Some new modular cards. A random frog with... Oh, yeah, there's a new green command. Verdant command. Target player makes squirrels. Counter a... It's fun that it's target player. I'm sure people in EDH will enjoy that it's target player. You can just give somebody squirrel tokens. Counter a planeswalker, so that'll be sweet to do to, like, if somebody's trying to ultimate a walker early. Exile target card from... I guess they wouldn't do that if they knew you had this card, right? Exile target card from a graveyard, or target player gains 3. Some of the comments were saying that card is like a lot of white modes, but I think green can do some of that stuff, right? Subtlety is like what everybody's kind of chatting up. Well, subtlety and grief is what everybody's kind of chatting about. So this is the blue of this cycle of evoke creatures. So it's got flash, so we can evoke it at instant speed, which is cool. That's different than grief. Oh, grief would be super nuts if it had flash. So when this enters the battlefield, we can choose up to 1 target creature spell or planeswalker spell. So they have to be on the stack. The owner puts it on top or the bottom of their library. But it's also just a 3/3 with flash. Like, all you commenters are losers. This beats Force of Will. I don't know about that, but it is very, very strong because it's also a threat. And that's kind of, the thing about your forces, whether it's Force of Will or Force of Negation. Like, the fact that subtlety can just, like, beat down. I mean, I'm thankful that it's a 3/3 so it gets bolted and such, but, like, this card's pretty nuts. You're chatting up about the new mill spell? With the 3 mana mill spell? That was spoiled pretty early on, wasn't it? This one, Fractured Sanity? Yeah, 3 mana for mill 14, and then it has a cycling for mill 3. And it is each, so you don't have to target them, which is relevant in mill, that you don't have to target them. There's some combo decks in the format run. We'll be running Leyline. Let's talk about Prismatic. Of course, it's a lot of modern players talking about Prismatic. It's really kind of amazing that you just, like, imagine putting this card in a shell with Teferi, right? 3 fairy, so 3 mana Teferi. So you put Prismatic even in a deck without 3 fairy. This card is really good. You want to build around Grist? Yeah, it'd be cool with Tommy Goyf. Play Grist. This card's really good. Like, the fact that it's just 1 white to exile Swift Spear, Death Shadow, Bird. I mean, the list goes on. Aethervial, Amulet, like, the list goes on and on. There's so many things that this card hits. Ooh, I like it in the old border. That's nice. So many things that card hits. And then, okay, if I put 1 more mana into it, now I'm hitting Tarmogoyf. And it's like, it's trading even mana for things like Goyf. Now, once you start exiling things that are 3 or higher, like, it still trades evenly, though, right? Like, they spent 3 mana on a spell. I spend 3 mana on a spell. Granted, it's a sorcery, but still, I think this card's nuts, maybe. Not maybe, it will be. Of course, there's Grief. We've already talked about Grief, but let's just touch on it. This is a throwback to Unmask. Unmask was 3 and a black. You may remove a black card from your hand instead of playing Unmask's mana cost. Look at target player's hand, choose a non-land card from it, then they discard it. So that's the same, right? Except in the late game, Grief is a 3/2 menace. In the same way that other card I was talking about is nuts, right? The Subtlety, I think is what it's called. Yeah, Subtlety. Grief is also pretty nuts. That it's like very potentially fantastic in the right shell or early game. Um, Now, Grief has some more synergy potential than Subtlety does, in that Grief you can like blink with like something like Ephemerate. You could put it in like an Aethervile shell and start to do some really nutty things with it that I don't think you can do with Subtlety as well, because Subtlety is spells on the stack. Unless they somehow put multiple things on the stack, Grief is actually the one that's going to have some implications to being blinked, to being, yeah, viled and then blinked or something. So that's kind of cool. There's a lot of other cards to think about. There's a reprint of Sword of Truth and Justice. There's a new green-white sword. What is it? Hearth and Home, I think. Let's go back to the other spoiler because this is kind of hard for me to navigate. Excuse me. Forgive me. And we're still waiting for our last match, if you're wondering why we're taking a little break here to talk about some cards. Sorry that green's cut off, but who cares about green, right? I guess I could scroll over a little bit. Or I could shrink it. There we go. All right, so let's see. What was the card I was wanting to look at with you folks? We could talk all day about Counterspell finally entering Modern, right? But, yeah, Grist is interesting. A Planeswalker that's not a Planeswalker, unless it's on the board. It's fascinating. Karth is interesting, but maybe more of an EDH. I don't think Dakon is where it's at, but it's interesting in like a Stoneblade deck. We talked about Dakon because his -6 gets back something like a Batterskull that gets answered somehow. I mean, if you're playing Stoneblade right, you rarely should get the Batterskull into the graveyard, huh? But what else is interesting? Oh yeah, here's the new sword I was referring to, Sword of Hearth and Home. This lets you flicker, so like this could be something to get first on a Stoneforge, in theory. Maybe not, but it's interesting, right? So whenever it deals damage to a player, we get to exile one creature that we own, then search our library for a basic land, put both onto the battlefield under our control, and then shuffle. So the fact that I'm more interested in the flicker side of this deck, because usually, you know, equipment, Stoneblade decks, that flickering a creature is can be pretty nice. That extra value you can reuse. Skyclave, you can bounce the Stoneforge and go get another piece of equipment, right? So this is actually really cool. It's the alternate art for it. What the heck is that alphabet card? Which one? You talking about this? You referring to this? This is a reference to an older card. I forget what card it's referencing, though. It's a reference to an older card. Oh, fandom. There we go. Well, we'll see if that pulls up what we actually want. It is a reference. I just don't remember. I'll follow the link just on a different page. But yeah, this is a cool card because, like, even though you can't... Here we go. Here she is. This is what it's referencing. She once summoned the Lord of the Pit, named Vincent for a duel, but ran out of stuff to feed it. She escaped being eaten herself by entering into his service as a chef for 7 years and 7 days. She offered to feed him a new dish every single meal, so as long as he didn't eat her. Vincent agreed, but only the condition if he ever became bored with her dishes, he'd have her for the next meal. Asmore, which is the short version of her full name, right? Female wizard, great cook from Dominaria. She managed to surprise Vincent with every dish she's prepared. By the end, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, if you want to read the full story, here you go. "20 copies of the Underworld Cookbook were made, only 2 were sold." Fascinating. Yeah, so she's got a weird story, and that's her. So we can search our library for the cookbook, put it in a hand, shuffle. So she does things with food, right? Sacrifice 2 foods, target creature deals 6 to itself. Fascinating, right? They eat themselves. And then, of course, this is what she tutors for. But consequently, this also, see, tap, discard a card. This lets us cast her, right? Create a food token. This might be like an interesting discard outlet that Modern could utilize. Discarding things to make food tokens. Like, maybe even Dredge would play this. I have no idea. And it's not legendary either, which is nice. I wonder if this could be a discard outlet for some of those kinds of decks. I don't know. Yeah, play like a cat oven deck. Yeah. People have been talking about Brainstone a little bit, wondering if like some number of Brainstones could actually make miracles work. And then it's like, do you just do Brainstone Luris miracles instead of playing Jace's? I know that seems weird, but it's like, maybe you just do like an Escanta Omen Brainstone Luris. Like maybe that would be the better shell than just playing Jace's and hoping that you A, get to resolve them, protect them, B, that they get to Jace Storm. Yeah, I wonder if that's I mean, like, Luris is just so bonkers, right? You could play Snapcasters also in that build. So, like, Brainstone, I don't know, like, I'm already, like, brewing, like, a miracles list, right, in my head. Brainstone, I keep saying Brainstorm. Brainstone, Luris, Snapcasters, you could play Omens, you could play the new removal spell we've been talking about, the Prismatic Ending, right? Obviously, you're going to play your playset of Terminus if you're jumping through all those hoops to play Brainstone, right? Yeah. Interesting, right? This card's kind of nuts. If you haven't heard about Urza Saga, I don't know where you are in the world. Are they still playing? There's got to be some control decks. We're actually pretty weak against control, so if that's in the final rounds for us, yeah. Round time is 38 minutes. Well, hope you guys are having a nice day. It is Wednesday. Whatever it is you are at in the world, yeah, just hope things are going well. Who's excited? I am. I think there's going to be lots of wonderful things to be doing with Imperial Recruiter. Going to be lots of Aether Vial lists popping up. I mean, I feel like the first decks that are going to be using Imperial Recruiter are going to be some form of taxes, right? I won't be excited till I get my Cavernous Souls for walkers. But Jade, you kind of did, right? Jade, think about it. Wait, Jade, hold on. All you have to do is build with Grist. And play play Cavern of Souls naming Insect. It'll go straight into your Venifer deck. Nice, Tommy Goif. You're excited for some sort of Aether Kiki? Yeah, Aether Vials and Kikis. Yeah, that could work. But Jade, just play Grist. And play Cavern of Souls. And name Insect. Yeah, Insect Tribal. Zabas is interesting. For do you think this will show up as some number of copies in what is that archetype? Come on, Sean. Hardened Scales. Do you guys think that Zabas will go into that deck maybe? It's a modular one with does it fly? It should fly. It doesn't. Funny enough, it doesn't fly. But it's a wasp. But it doesn't fly. But anyways, if a modular triggered ability would do one or more on a creature instead, I don't know if you'd play more than a fun of, actually. Because it only affects modular. What about Quirion Ranger? Yeah, I mean, Quirion Ranger is going to see all sorts of play somewhere, right? In green decks. Yeah. And thus, Modern Elves was a deck. I mean, maybe I would even play Quirion Ranger in this list for the utility, getting to reuse givers, getting to reuse faunas. What else would be useful to untap? Yeah, I think untapping the dorks in this build, untapping giver, untapping fauna shaman. Yeah, I mean, like maybe that's exactly what's going into this list as some number of. But surely it's more so for Modern Elves. But yeah, I could see us playing some number of Quirions even in my weird Winota nonsense that we've been working on, jamming on. Profane Tutor's interesting to talk about, right? It's a suspend demonic tutor. Yeah, as foretold for sure. Works with it. What else is interesting? I do like the idea of them trying to make like a not busted in half unearth, but I feel like like what are we gonna do with this card though, right? Unmarked grave. Search our library for a non-legendary card and put it into the graveyard, then shuffle. I wonder what this is even doing in the format itself. Probably very little, right? Sword of the Meek, says this guy. This with a Hulk and Footsteps, turn 3 kill. Yeah, I mean, I guess it sets up the Gorios, a non-Gorios Vengeance. Like, Unmarked Grave is for Footsteps of the Gorios. You were thinking Protean Hulk Footsteps? Yeah. So the cards that would go with that would be, yeah, Footsteps of the Gorios, because Footsteps can hit any creature card, right? Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Sacrifice it. Protean Hulk. Oh, man, it's been a while since I've seen Protean Hulk. Protean Hulk. It's a classic. Oh, quantity 0. Protean. Protean gets back. You can do things with this. Interesting things with this. Ooh, this has a watermark on it. That's nice. Oh, I think the original did too, though, didn't it? No, it didn't. Yeah. Anyway, so Hulk comes in. We search our library for any number of creatures with a total mana cost or 6 or less. We get to put them onto the battlefield and then shuffle. So there's all sorts of things you can do with Protean, right? There's all sorts of things we can go get. You could get a Primetime and do like a Primetime build. You could go get a 2-card combo. Like Protean Hulk sets up a lot of different things. Hey, let's open a new deck list, maybe. Well, maybe not. But yeah, Protean Hulk, you can set up like Visera, or what is it? Or is it Touch Mage? No, it's Fate time counters. Fate. There's a you can like go get ridiculous enchantments. Like you could go get like what is it? Touch Mage. You're pretty sure there were infinite combos. I'm pretty sure something that I saw people doing with Hulk though was a Hex Drinker, and then you also play. There's a 4-drop creature body double. No, I'm the Protean Hulk decks here. I'll just grab it and we'll take it out of the list, of course. But Hex Mage, something janky. I'm pretty sure this works though. So Vampire Hex Mage, Protean Hulk, and is it Aura Touched? I don't think it is. I think it's that's the 6-drop. But I think enters with what, like fade counters, time counters? Time counter. Lost Auramancers. There we go. So this has Vanishing. When this creature enters the battlefield... Sorry, this creature enters the battlefield with 3 time counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove a time counter from it. When the last is removed, sacrifice it. When Lost Auramancer dies, if it had no time counters on it, you may search your library for an enchantment card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So you just go get a really big, powerful, game-winning enchantment. So you could play this package. You know, there's some stuff you could do. This hand is a not keep, and they showed us Obosh, so we know what they are. It's actually kind of a tough matchup for us. The Dryad Arbor is really vulnerable in this matchup, but I have a Giver. I don't really want to put back lands. I probably have to put back the Spyro since I have no red sources yet in this hand. That would probably be wise. They do play Lava Darts. They have a lot of burn in their deck. They have like the full suite of bolts. They have the full suite of fire bolt. They have lightning bolt. They also have some number of lava dart as well. Yep. So like I said, this can be a tough matchup for us because they have a lot of they just have a lot of burn spells. They also play Stomp. They play Bone Crusher Giant as well, so that could kill this Dryad Arbor. There's so many things in their deck that just kill this Arbor right here, unfortunately. Hey, what's up, Corpsey? We're in the last round of our prelim. I'm already super happy. Like if we can't get this last game, that's totally fine. We did take a mulligan. I don't think they did. Yeah, they kept a 7, so already a little bit disadvantaged. Does this stomp my Dryad Arbor? Looks like it might be. What's our record? We're 3-0. Record's below my face. Isn't it funny that I'm just like calling each card that they're casting, right? I'm like, this is gonna get burned, this is gonna get burned, this is gonna get stomped, right? Just give us some traction, deck. That would be wonderful if the deck would just give us a little traction. Light up the stage. So there's a Flame Slash they can cast until next turn. So I guess we kind of dodged that, but I really, really wanted to land. Really, really badly. This matchup's tough because they do more efficiently than a lot of other decks in the format. This is like us going up against like Jeskai Control of old, just because they have that many early game efficient removal spells for us. Oh wow, second light up the stage. I don't see us winning this. There's a dart. Speaking of darts, it's a cool deck though. Like on the surface, it just looks like a pile of burn spells, but it's not. It's a pile of burn spells with Obosh at the top. They're playing Blast Zones. Oh boy. Alright, we already have white, so let's get green and red. I'm going to take more damage off this Bone Crusher. Maybe I should just grab the Soul Scar Mage instead of the Bone Crusher Giant, because if they do kill this, it's a smaller creature. Yeah. I don't know. I think we're just toast. Is this mono red aggro? It's the Obosh red. Goes by a few different names, but yeah, it's Obosh red. I would, if I was my opponent, I would just dart the Apparition for sure. They also could just flashback a Firebolt, which is awesome that there's a deck in Modern that plays this card. I love it. It sucks for us. This is in the category of this is maybe, oh man, this could even be like a worst case scenario. I've actually not played against this deck in a really, really long time, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter what iteration of this Winota deck we're playing against them. We probably have to hit some sideboard cards or we just lose. Oh, they just have a Firebolt in hand. Yeah. You stepped away. What game is this? This is game 4. We're 3-0 in the prelim, but I think this is the end of our run. Like this matchup is quite difficult for us. They are a pile of burn spells. That's what their deck is. I mean, I think we even have a reasonable matchup when it comes to, like, yeah. This is game 1. Spellskite's great. Like, we have some tools. We do have some tools. None of these are good, really. Glyph Weaver is interesting. Champion's great. Champion has protection from their deck. Favor could work. So they do go bigger than us in the end, like size-wise. Magus comes out because they are a Blood Moon deck. They might even bring in Blood Moon against us mistakenly. Maybe they won't. They saw we had birds. I think the Rangers are weak. We won't cut all of them, but maybe most of them. I think we leave in our Anthem package, right? Our Trample package. Do we want to leave in the Vengevine package? So here's our Trample package. This is the Vengevine package. I think we could still play Skyclave, right? What are my thoughts on the Artifact dual lands? I think they're interesting, Groaning Phoenix. I do think that Dryad Arbor has to go, and we just hope to work off of 20 lands. Yeah, Giver will be important to the opener, but they just often just get to kill it. I can't cut all of these humans. I do need to bring back some. Glyph Weaver is interesting. I'd almost rather play Glyph Weaver than I would the Rangers, right? Could use this to protect. Do they play Colligan's? Not Col. What is that card? I'm trying to think of what sweepers they play. I think they do have some sweepers in their sideboard, actually. Gosh, this is just like absolute worst maybe for us. It's not that popular. Here it is. It's not that popular of a deck, but it pops up. Yeah, so Blood Moons and Blast Zones and whoa, Blister Coil, weird. That's fascinating. It's probably not in this guy's list. Let's see. They played 2 Kozilek's returns. 4 Ferocidon. Yeah, for Heliod. Wow. Wow. But yeah, there's so many burn spells in their list. I mean, I just don't know if we can win this, but we'll try. Kozilek's return times 2. Yes, let's play. Oops. Yes, let's play the Glyph Weaver, and yeah, we'll play a Ranger. I think a Ranger is better than some of these other options. What about Masked Vandal for the Blood Moon? But we're the Blood Moon deck, right? I mean, we're not. We're playing Magus. I don't think we board for it, but I could be wrong. This is a 1-lander. I think we mulligan this. This hand's a little bit more feasible. I can tuck a. I don't think I should tuck a bird, right? They always have the turn 1 burn, so it's like, do we want to I think I might get rid of Fauna Shaman, actually. Just weird when I have a Plains. I think I'd rather keep the Spyro. So we want to protect Giver, right? More importantly than the bird. So why don't we... I'm going to lead bird. Just asking for it, right? I mean, they are also a, gosh, I mean, they play the full suite of Lava Dart. This is so nervous, guys. And it's dead. I can't justify playing that. Well, they can't afford to flash back this dart yet, so maybe I should. I don't know, maybe I was supposed to wait, try to protect it. But now we're just drawing a red source away from the Spyro. We're kind of getting a little bit of traction, it seems, this time around. And burn. I'm telling you, they're just a pile of burn spells, it feels like. Oh, I should have kept the Fauna Shaman, maybe. Like, it makes sense to keep Spyro. Should I just crack this? I don't really think casting Kenrith is where it's at. I might just want to crack this. Oh, they did not hit land. Ooh, we drew Winota? Hang on, we have a game now, maybe. Well, can I afford to play out the Winota? They did already show us a Flame Slash. Can I afford to play out the Winota and then play... If I play Spyro, we don't have her anymore. I think we do. This is maybe wrong. They do have the Soul Scar, so any burns that they play are going to shrink her. So they could just whittle her down this turn and then finish her off the next with another burn spell. Maybe they're just going to stomp her here. They do play the playset of Bone Crush. I do like how many 4-ofs this list has. I mean, like, it's very straightforward. It's just, it's like, is this good enough? Yeah, they're stomping her. Nope. Oh, they have the second Flame Slash. Oh, boy. All right. Well, rip. Rip, 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 rip. Drew another one. I don't think I'm going to play that game again. I think I should just... We're more likely to hit a Giver than Bird, right? So let's just... Oh, there's their third land. No blocks. Stomp my Spyro. Bird, Spyro. Probably would just play out the bird instead of turning it into an elemental. This game's not over yet, folks. Drawing some of our best cards. We took out the Arbor, right? I did. This is a lot of land to just draw. Do we want access to... I want access to green, green, and I'm not white, white, right? Yeah. They might still have their Blood Moons in. I doubt it, but we can fetch for a forest. I mean, they can just go direct. I mean, that's the funny thing is, like, if we can't set up our thing, we're 2 Winotas down. I mean, maybe I should have sequenced it to play Winota again instead of going through the Spyros, but I think I might have been wrong to even try to sequence it the way that I did on the first try. There's only 20 lands in our deck, and yet we're still ending up with quite a few of them here. It's really disappointing. I might not have enough life total really to be playing around and not blocking the mage like I haven't been. It's another stomp. Stomp face. That signifies... I probably shouldn't crack this then. That signifies perhaps a bolt. They also could dart here. Do they have a bolt and a dart? I might just be dead to that. Pyro makes tokens from the grave. He does, but I might just be dead. Firebolt my face. If they have lightning bolt, I'm just dead. Not gonna fetch. Show me Winota. Nope. That's game. I mean, we draw this many lands against pretty much any deck, and we lost anyway. So I really don't have many emotions for it, other than like, all right, well, is it that we lost to Obosh, Mono Red Obosh, or is it that we lost to our own deck? It looks like we lost to our own deck to me. I might just block with Bird. Well, I guess they don't have the bolt or they're slow rolling it. Am I dead? Stomp, dart, good games. It's a tough like I was saying, game one, as we were getting every single thing that I played burned. It's a tough matchup. We're very thankful that it's not a very popular deck, but it does exist. So this was still a very, very good prelim for us. Like 3-1, that's a step up from the last prelim I played. Last prelim was a 2-2. This prelim was a 3-1. That's fantastic. We're gonna have a lot of prize and not know what to do with it. Actually, I think they post the preliminary decks. Somebody came in here the other day with their Slivers deck or something and showed me that they were posted on Wizards' website. So that's not why I was necessarily playing in the prelim, to try to get a posting, but it is cool to get a posted list. Card for card, it was a little bit wrong, though. I think we were playing the wrong filters. I think we're playing the right filters now. Are prelims just 4 games? Yes. Prelims are just 4. So we're done. That's it. So last time we got this threshold, which was 10 QP for Season 2, 150 play points, 1 treasure booster. 3 wins is 20 QPs, 300 play points, and 3 treasure boosters. So this is where it's at. Because the event pays for itself if you at least go 3-1. So, I mean, unless you're really confident in your deck, and I know this is a meme, but I'm pretty confident in the Venge build. We could queue up for a league. What time is it? We could queue up for a league. I'm pretty confident in this this iteration of the deck. I'm pretty confident. Almost would be happy to queue this card for card into a league. What do you guys think? Woot boosters. Yeah, I do think the trample package is where it's at for this deck, actually. Caustic says, let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking I want to. Oh, it's random Caustic. Yeah, so out of this many players, we managed to get a 3-1. Not bad. All right. We'll start a league. I'm not promising we'll finish it, but we'll start one. You're the owl boy I forgot the name of. There's like random things in there. Like we have Transformers in there now. There's Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z characters, all sorts of random stuff. Noctowl. I'm surprised you can see it. The characters are pretty small now. I made them even smaller so that they just don't interrupt the games. And I tend to switch over to this interface when we're in game mode anyway. Hey. Good luck and have fun. So it's awesome to, I mean, like, that's where we want to be if we're going to play that list in a prelim. This is an easy mulligan. We're up against a Yorion deck. This is a pretty easy mulligan. We could keep here. We might tuck the Arbor. Although, against a Yorion deck, I would assume the Skoos isn't all that great, but I don't know. I'd almost rather have the Skoos than the random Arbor. Probably some sort of Utopia Sprawl build. Yep. It's pretty common for Yorion. choose red. Maybe I should have led Giver. Oh wow, they decide not to just toast my bird. They're just doing their thing. They don't even care. I was so sure that my Birds of Paradise was toast. They didn't even care. Didn't even care. There's a Winota. We probably want a Spyro. Right? Omnath, that's pretty good. Alright. These moto sounds, right? I'm gonna turn them down a little bit actually for you guys. These Magic Online sounds. Yep. I mean, should we just moon them? Like, I don't think just going straight for the Winota is good enough. Be basic planes then, if that's our line. We kind of want to preserve the bird, although the Wren and 6 might just shoot it anyway, so it's like maybe I should have kept the Spyro. Anyway. Do have a Helix, so that's a problem. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have done this because they have a Helix. That's true. I think we're just totally dead. I mean, like, they did their thing. Not much I can do. I think I should have maybe just gone for Winota, actually. Mm-hmm. But I mean, we weren't going to kill them in one shot. It's not like I'm an Angrass Marauder build of the deck, so I don't know. I think we're just done here. I'm at 14. Should I even consider blocking and popping? I don't really want to discard the Spyro, actually. Such a nutty card, isn't it fun? It really is. What are we doing here? This seems like it'd be like a really fun deck to play. Bring to light for Valky. They do have a blocker. So I have to send one more something at the Tybalt. Or not. Actually, no, I don't have to, because I'm going to go with the Blade Historian. But aren't we just dead? Oh, I guess I'm not dead if I hit exactly Spyro. Surely we can't turn this around, right? They've got an active Omnath with a Renin 6, right? Like, surely this isn't a thing. Go down to 19. They kill an elemental. Yeah, even that's just good enough, right? Because, like, well, they might just remove the Winota, too. Like an Assassin's Trophy. Maelstrom Pulse. Yeah, I can't imagine we have this. It's hard to, like, survive a Tybalt. Like, he still has the other card off of the Tybalt. Or no, he doesn't. He decided to go with exile my bird and cast my bird, so actually that's done for now. Does he need red? So we unfortunately have to block. Yep, have to block with Winota. Otherwise we die. Go to 2. This another Bring to Light? Is this Bring to Light for another Omnath? Probably, right? They do play like a 2 of Valky, though. This could just be second Valky. Oh, they just go get a Helix. Yeah, that's perfect. We're going to hit a Fauna Shaman. Alright, so 4-color Greed. How do we beat them? Play the Skite. Don't play the Ooze. Toski's interesting. Gaddock Teeg churns off some of the most important parts of their deck. Some. Not all. Ranger can stop Bring to Light. Because they go to cast Bring to Light. We just Captain Silence. So like against the Bring to Light decks, maybe I really should wait on when I silence with this card. Skyclave hits a few important things. Magus is great. The Trample package we may not want to play. Well, I would play the Trample package before I play the Vengevine package. So let's actually move the Vengevine package out first. Vandal can hit Utopia Sprawl. That's not irrelevant. This stops the life gain off of Omnath. They do play a little bit of Permission, but most of what they're going to be doing is removal. Nice. This is from our Modern Qualifier. Not bad. Alright, Favor is okay. The problem is they do go bigger. Forge Tender can stop a few different types of removal. Selfless is going to stop some of their sweepers they can tutor into. Revoker stops Renin 6. There's like a lot of different things we want to try and stop, right? Eldritch is a little bit vulnerable in this matchup just because they do have some permission post board. It's mostly just going to be Aether Gust, though. I may not want to cut all of them. I think it's unwise to try to cut all of the evolutions. Like tutoring with Fauna Shaman is safer, but Yeah, I do. I mean, they don't have a ton of blockers. Like, we could try to slim on this package, but you can't really slim the Historian. Um, we could slim away the Loyalist, since a lot of what I'm going to be searching for is what Captain can find. And we still have the Trample package, technically, between Kenrith Bonder. Loyalist is just for redundancy, to make sure that we always have the paint all of our creatures with Trample that Wild Bonder needs to really be an effective card. It's very much a non-card if we don't get to do that. They don't have an insane amount of... Oh man, I'm also thinking about the Veil of Summer. They don't have a lot of permission though. Like, if that's what I'm worried about, I should be playing the Abolisher. I should be playing the maybe we do take out the Trample package and just try to win on some of our Hate Bears and like protect the oh no, I was gonna run Veil. Let's try that actually. This is just like value Winota though. Like, I don't have like these synergies I'm trying to piece and stitch together. I mean, we still have the double striker, but ooh, this hand looks pretty good. I'd probably keep this. I mean, it's not amazing because it's goose instead of bird, but on the night I'm happy. I mean, like I'm like, even if this league goes terrible for us, like, to win that prelim was really, really nice because it is a big investment. You're investing $30. You're investing 300 play points. So to come out not just even, to come out on top was pretty awesome. If you value the QPs highly, you almost come out okay, looking okay off of just play the Fauna. If we want to play around Aethergust, we just cast Glyph Weaver next turn. I see them Helix my Shaman. Yep. Ooh, Spyro is really tempting though. Just sets us up so nice, right? Right? Ah, we tapped wrong. We can't have known it was going to be bird, though. It could have just as likely have been giver. A little nervous to go this wide against them. I mean, that's what our deck does, though. We go wide. It's this, yep. I'd almost rather sacrifice the Spyro because it's not a non-human for Winota count. Wow, that's what they're doing? That's perfect. All they did was go get Yorion. We've probably got him. Should we still leave back the Giver, though? Probably. I don't have another Winota, access to another Winota in my hand. So sure, it's one less trigger, but definitely going to get Ranger. Now again, we could just silence them since I have another Ranger in my hand. We could get a land drop. I didn't have a land drop this turn. Vandal. Ooh, another Ranger. We probably just got him. Like, we have extra Rangers now. There's no issue with just... Let's go get the Burrington. There's no reason not to just, like, silence them. We've probably got them locked. They've got a lot of sorcery speed kind of stuff, so... Granted, if they have Omnath, or no, their 4-drop guy. Yeah, it is Omnath. They could play it and have a fetch, but... Alright. Yeah, the silence on Ranger Captains is actually quite nice. I don't hate how we boarded. Like, maybe I should board more like this against these kind of decks. Right? We don't necessarily need to go over the top of them with the trample package, and I mean, like, I do like the Vengevine package, maybe, but it might just be too fair, you know. I do still like the idea of this against them, because the Vengevines are resilient. They don't play exile effects; they play mostly just removal. So I do wonder if I like this more than the Eldritch Evolutions. I just really don't want to get tagged on a I really don't want to get tagged on a if I can think of it. It feels just so bad to get hit by Aether Gust. That's what I was thinking of. But, like, granted, Gust can also disrupt us setting up Vengevine too. So it's kind of like, maybe that's moot. But I think it's actually reasonable for us to consider taking the evolutions out entirely against some of the blue decks in the format. And it's not like, thanks to also having access to Shaman, it's not like we don't have access to the Winotas. And it's a slower game too. Let's maybe try that. Like, Eldritch just feels so bad if they do have the counterspell, because we also lose the creature we use to sacrifice. It just feels just awful. Or the same in the case of, like, Remand. This is an easy mulligan. So we could keep here and we tuck the... Well, we don't have to tuck the Vengevine. I have Spyros. Maybe we tuck the Vandal. I might just tuck the Abolisher, actually. Abolisher is going to be really awkward if I need to get red to have the white here. Let's actually just get rid of that. Because this Spyro could set up the Vandal. But maybe they don't have the Utopia Sprawl anyway, so yeah, we could just get rid of this. I mean, us doing nothing until turn 3 Spyro is pretty bad, though. Yeah, they don't have the Utopia Sprawl here. I mean, granted, they're a Yorion deck, so the consistency of them having the Utopia Sprawls is not huge. Drew a Ranger. So maybe I shouldn't have fetched, because we really do need to see third land. No birds, no nothing. Maybe I shouldn't fetch, because I need to keep lands in our deck. That could be really unfortunate, actually. Is this Teferi? Okay. I mean, if we're stupid, we would go get the Dryad Arbor, right? Try to hit the Teferi. Abolisher, you're back. I can't cast you, though. Do we just want to put the Masked Vandal on the table? We're in trouble. I think we're going to lose this, actually. We mulligan. I mean, I felt like our 6 was reasonable, but Now I'm not so sure. Nahiri. Ditch it to Fairy. We're in a lot of trouble. I think we've lost this pretty safely to say. We've lost this. Is this Big Daddy-O? Niv? Could just be Bring. It's just Big Daddy. Big Daddy Niv. What are we going to see? Renin 6, Lightning Helix Trophy. Nice. It's a pretty good haul. Yeah, we just weren't going to get there. Brave says, I don't really understand Niv's ability and how it works. Oh, it's fascinating. Yeah, so he's going to look at the top 10, and then every color pair, they do have some fatal pushes in their sideboard. Every color pair among them you get to take and put into your hand. So, like, they saw Assassin's Trophy, that's a color pair. They saw a Renin 6, that's a color pair. And they saw a Lightning Helix, that's a color pair. But, like, that wasn't really a we lost necessarily to what our opponent was doing. That was we lost to our own. Maybe I should have looked for I mean, like, the two lands that we had were in our opener. It's a reasonable chance we're going to see a third. So it's one of those things where we could sit there and be like, oh, like, Bruce Bay, you should have mulliganed to 5. That 6 was reasonable. It was a 2-lander. It just never came together. Well, yes, so he gets to keep the multicolored cards that are specifically a pair of colors. He gets to keep color pairings. Like, yeah, it's probably best if you just look at their list, and I think you'll start to understand it better. So, like, not this, not this, not this. Yes, yes, yes. Right? Yes, 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 yes. I think Bring to Light, Supreme Verdict also counts, I think. Maybe not, because it's white, white, blue. I don't think it does, actually. But Bring to Light does, because it's green, blue. So that's what's kind of nutty about the Wombo is, like, you can just keep getting Bring to Lights. And it's only each color pairing once, right? So you can't pick 2 Bring to Lights. You can't pick 2, you know, Simic colored pairings, right? You have to. This hand looks great. Say good luck, have fun to our opponent. The old lightning bolt me. Could be straight up burn over there. I don't know. Did I explain that okay, Brave? Brave Mustache? I don't know if I don't know if that makes sense. Does it make sense? It's yes, it's multicolored cards, but they're specifically color pairings. It's the cards with only 2 mana cost. Yeah, and they can't pick the same twice. Keldon's Marauders? Holy Hera. It's a blast from the past we're facing off against. So is this like budget burn we're up against? This looks like budgety burn. Budgety burn. I don't know if I want to play the Dryad Arbor against them. I probably just want to play Ranger off of basic planes. If I could, I would tutor for the Gilded Goose here. I actually only have the Singleton at the moment. I don't think I want to get Neonate. I might get Giver or Birds. Birds might even be correct. Keldon Marauders. Hellspark Elemental. This is a real blast from the past we're up against. Yeah, this is budgety burn. Thanks for explaining. Did we switch to Pauper? Whoa, they're shard volleying me. Okay. Nope, this is modern budget burn we're up against. It's going to be tough for me to set up for this Eldritch if I can't keep a creature on the table. I might actually just want to Spyro because it blocks the Hellspark Elemental that they're going to maybe bring back next turn. Yeah, I think I'm just supposed to Eldritch for Spyro, the Gilded Goose, off of a basic forest. We're kind of in a precarious situation here, folks. And I did use up the food to cast the dude, which may have been also a mistake. Alright, we're evolving. I'm at 8. But against them, like having blockers are more relevant against them than usual. I mean, like I know that this says trample, but we can block it with the Spyro, perhaps. What are we getting rid of? Probably gonna get rid of not birds. We need the birds. So loyalist. I might not be able to keep the giver because I kind of need the colors that the bird is gonna provide, and I need the tokens. Okay, so we find a Fauna Shaman. That's good, maybe. Another Spyro, but I can probably never cast it. This game anyway. This game's gonna be over quick. Like we either find our way to the Winota in the next couple turns, or we're just toast. Dropping down to 7. It's a good sign that they just have another land. That's their 4th land this game because they shard volleyed. Skullcrack me. All right, down to 4. Is that a Rift Bolt? Shard volley me. Down to 1. Need to leave enough blockers back for Hellspark, but I think we're just dead. Drew Magus of the Moon. I think we're just dead. Like I can really only justify attacking with the elementals. I can block here and here on the Hellspark. So we're going to leave back the Spyro, attack for 2. I think we're just dead. They got us. If they don't... I mean, this is a situation where we would have to... We have to fade this turn. This is a situation where I wish I had the lifelink human. That'll do it. I think we can beat them post-board, though. They're a little bit budgety. Them not having Eidolon perhaps is good. I don't know. I don't know what aspects of their burn list are budget, but we're going to find out. So that's good. I'm sad that we don't have the... Well, Auric Champion substituted for the timely reinforcements I used to run. We're going to play Burrington. I'm going to play Favor. And that's about it. I mean, we could play the Glyph Weaver, too, but... So we don't really need to trample over against them. But I'd rather not cut that because that's our human count. Our human count's actually a little bit lower in this build than it has been in the past. Skyclave's way too expensive. Magus of the Moon can go. Skoos can stay. Would have loved to have seen that. Didn't. So maybe we're gonna cut this package because like look at our human count, right, versus non-human. So non-humans, this doesn't count. Human count is 17. If I cut the trample package, it goes kind of below the playable level. So I think the thing that we can swap in and out, honestly, just is the Vengevine package, right? And like we'll against opponents that see it, we'll want to do that anyway, because they might bring in, you know, like a Scavenging Ooze or something. I can't think of anything else we want against Burn, so let's roll it. Submit. Dried Arbor, of course, is a little weak, but I don't like cutting lands unless we're just like, all right, they're playing like Lava Darts. Oh, well, this just has the Auric Champion, and we can filter into the Spyro. This seems great, so just lead on Foothills, and then we can get basic planes. So what do we want? Temple Garden? I think this, yeah, Temple Garden. Firelit Thicket wants to be complemented by either Temple Garden or Sacred Foundry. I think I'm going to go with Temple Garden. Well, maybe not. They're both essentially the same Z's for us. Since we have the Firelit Thicket, it just either shock that's the other colors, and then we'll get a basic plains here. So I guess I'll still get the Temple Garden. True Canopy. Anybody know why there are no no Mana Trader games like being streamed, or what do you mean? This is great in this matchup. Next turn, we'll filter into the Spyro and dump both of these, I think, to make tokens, gain a bunch of life. Ooh, wow, are they were considering, so we know that they have that one spell in their hand. So they had said they were trying to pay costs. Rather keep the Gilded Goose than these other things. I know that Blade Historian can like allow for a pretty quick kill for us. Oh, maybe that's not true. Maybe I am supposed to keep the Blade Historian instead of the Gilded Goose. I know we're dumping Ranger. It's between Gilded Goose and Blade Historian. I might want to keep the Historian. I mean, Gilded Goose represents the food, and gaining us life is probably more important. Yeah, it is. It is. Alright, always yes. Always yield. Swing for one. Looks like it's going to be moot anyway. We have an evolution for the Spyro to go get Winota. Do our thing. Gain a bunch of life as we do it because of how Auric Champion works. Keldon. Deal a damage. I gain a life, though. Yeah, Auric Champion's looking mighty good. Kenrith, the returned king. Alright. Gonna gain a life from that. Gonna gain a life from this. Gain some life from these triggers. We're okay if the Marauders eats up an elemental token, I think. Because look at that. We hit a Spyro, and we'll just make more tokens. Gain more life. Another Winota trigger. Ah, we whiffed, but that's okay. We'll play the Stomping Ground tapped, I think. No blocks? Why not? It's a free block, dude. It's a free block, though. Why not block? Sounds like it's storming outside. Hope to not lose internet. It's there's a thunderstorm. Hellspark. Gain a life. I mean, there's no possible combination of cards. That, oh, I have a backup Winota in my hand, actually. Like, if we really, really wanted to, we could even do this. I think that's excessive, but that is a block that's available to me. But I think it's excessive. An excessive. The excessive block. I'd love to leave open the red for our trample guy, but they don't have any blockers anyway, so it's irrelevant. Let's go get our hasty threat. Shall we? Our little buddy. Hey there, little buddy. Put that on the bottom of the triggered stack. Let's dig out our win, shall we? Always the chance that you could draw into it. But I mean, it's irrelevant. That's a whiff. Happens. Even if they had blockers, we did assemble the Wild Bonder plus everything as trample. So we can just make it so that the damage is dealt directly. They go to -5. Cool. Next game. Run it back. They had a game to give, though. Remember, we lost, so... Yeah, we should try our best to keep a red mana open for Kenrith, if we can. It's hard to have. That was why I ended up cutting the mirror entity. It was just so hard to keep that mana open. If we wanted even more redundancy, I wonder if we would consider the Gruul. There's a Gruul. This hand's kind of a sketchy keep. Triple Winota. Like, this hand would need the bird not to die. Would really need birds not to die. I mean, we're on the draw. I probably should never keep a hand like this, though, right? Against burn. Should probably be digging for sideboard cards. Like, the Auric Champion really was MVP. I don't know. He's had opportunities to kill my birds, and he has decided not to pretty consistently. So that's partly the reason why I considered keeping this Swifty Spear. Well, now it's just all value to kill my bird because he's going to get a prowess trigger. Oh boy. It's tempting to think about getting the Temple Garden. I don't think we can. I think I should get basics at every opportunity. And maybe we'll find a white source later. Opponent did mulligan, didn't they? Yeah, looks like they mulliganed to 6. They did mulligan to 6, so that's good. At least. Oh, with me drawing... No. Every point of life matters. Let's get basic here. Let's get a basic. It's like tempting. You're like, oh, but I drew some more white cards. Right? It's like, I should probably get the Temple Guard. No. We need to draw more mana than this anyways. So they're bolting. Bolt the bird. Always bolt the bird. Rift bolt. Okay. Let's not forget about that. Hit me for 2. Foothills. Excellent. That's the way we want to get our white source on. Any white source will do. And then we'll Spyro, try to set up the Winota, try to do our thing. Maybe block the Swift Spear. Well, we'd block it with the Pyromancer. Oh, another Swift Spear? Okay. Well, at least what they're drawing is stuff I can block. I mean, like, yes, this card's great, but, like, we may not deal very well with direct damage, like this Skewer, and I'm going to be going pretty low here. Gonna be dropping to 10 and then dropping to 5 and then 4 if I fetch. And I probably have to block. It's not looking great for us, folks. Since I have Forest, I think I want to get Foundry. Not looking great for us. They made a jump. Oh, did they? New Noble Hierarch. Alright, so if we don't Spyro, we're just dead. So we will. Maybe that's wrong. I mean, I think I just have to hit more Spyros, right, for us to win. I mean, like, that's the name of this deck, right? Oh wow, they whiff. We win. Wow, we just needed them to whiff and we win, right? And I don't take pain off this Rugged Prairie. Wow, I think we might win. Let's tap for the right colors. Holy crap, holy. I mean, I should hope that we can sometime... Well, I'm speaking too soon. I don't know if this is a win. And they have some sorceries, so if we hit more Rangers, it's unlikely because we already have 2 Rangers in hand. Maybe I'm not supposed to attack with the Spyro, actually. Because if I don't hit something that's able to block on these triggers, we just die, but it's like awkward to not... Like to give these 2 up and to not... Oh man, I don't know. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. There's too many juicy things I could hit off these. I think we're okay to give them up. So yeah, okay, so awkward. If I take the Winota, I don't think I should. I'm going to say no. We also could have brought it out and then put it into the graveyard, but that's the last Winota in my deck. Okay, there we go. So Blade Historian makes it so that these elementals would trade with the Swiss Spears and they no longer can make this block. I mean, they could. It'd be foolish to do so. Modern's going to be a Wild West format. Yeah, it's going to be sweet. They do decide to do the blocking, though. But maybe that's smart, right? Because, like, now I don't have anything that triggers my Winota. That's not true. I can go get my hasty little guy, my little buddy. That card comes up so often. My little buddy. By my little buddy, I mean Legion Loyalist. Like, it comes up a ridiculous amount. Oh, wow, they just hit another land, though. I feel a little bad for them. But not really. Maybe we will kill them here. Guys, it's my little buddy. Alright, hold on. Filter into filter into filter. It's kind of annoying, but we'll do it. Because in the end, I want to leave the Sacred Foundry untouched. I filtered wrongly. Cancel. Thankfully, it lets you undo. Meant to filter that way, and then filter white off of the red. Ranger. We can play the Horizon Canopy out because we could crack it. Legion Loyalist, you're amazing. We love you. We love that you have haste. So much. All right. Hiya. And I will silence them because they do have some sorceries, right? It doesn't really change the clock because we have these double strikers going on. Or I have more silencing I can do. Let's go get our Gilded Goose finally. Should have maybe gotten that earlier. Actually, are they just dead? That's 6. That's... Yeah, actually they're just dead. Here. We should math. Alright, so yes, we died to Greedy. I'll look at this card first. It's Corpsey. Yes, sure, we did die. Ignoble Hierarch. Oh, that's fun. I mean, Jund, rejoice, right? Don't they just slot this in and change their mana base? Isn't that what happens? Jund is very happy. I'm pretty sure they do. Turn 2 Lilianas are back. Well, thanks for staying for the modern preliminary. We're 1-1 in our current league. Hopefully this will get better for us. We are doing a Vengevine build. Also, we've got kind of a different take on Winota. So, well, besides the Vengevines, you don't usually see this either, but we're trying to build around Proud Wild Bonder. Well, okay, technically our build around is Blade Historian, but I'm trying to play humans that are actually hard castable. Kenrith is kind of outside of that package a little bit as far as like what's hard castable in modern, right? 5 mana is kind of right out, but so if we knew that this is effective against them, that'd be one thing. We have no idea if this is, so this is a mulligan. This hand we probably throw back the Apparition because I don't know if it's good against my opponent. I mean, Apparition is just a solid card though, but it's tempting to just keep it since I have Evo and Shaman, but I kind of would rather have redundancy for our combo versus just one of our bullets, one of our silver bullets. We have all our colors because of the prairie, so I might just go like Wooded Foothills basic basic forest. We have all our colors basically, right? We have red, red, white, white because of this combination. We have green, green because of this combination. Seems great. I do think that the filter land or two that we play really does help our red, red, white, white, green, green mana requirements. Says push my goose. Sure. It's a push you don't have for my Fauna Shaman. But they don't know they need it, guys. They don't know they need it. Well, I don't have another human in my hand, unfortunately. I don't have another critter. So they are playing Esper Control. I may just want to evolution this Shaman since we're out of gas. This is us being out of gas. It's awkward to play both filters. I don't really want to do that. I do need to play either the Firelit or the Stomping. I mean, I don't take any damage if I go with the Firelit. It's just it starts to get a little awkward if I have two filters. Oops, cancel. Do you think they have the other Fatal Push? That would be a reason to not... I mean, if they had it, they would have already used it, so might as well get our damage in and evolve this for a Spyro and just hope to top deck better than we are right now. Stinks to not make wow. Okay. This was a mulligan, though. Fetch for Dryad, says Moonbase. Oh yeah, Esper on 3 mana is terrifying. I mean, there's a lot of different things this could be. We're in trouble. To say the least, we're in trouble. I don't have to fetch basic planes here. I might want to anyway, because we'll probably try to set up Magus of the Moon. Rather kind of fetch this end step, though. You know what? Nah, let's just fetch for the planes. Would Magus get him? I mean, if I had access to it, yes. They have Archmage's Charm. They can just steal my Giver. Seems good. That's what I would maybe even consider. I have one card left. Take my Giver. We're losing this. I played the Esper Control matchup earlier today, and it feels so bad. It feels really bad for us. I ended up playing it in a duo queue and just got... Like, it's not even a matter of we mulligan. Like, this matchup just really isn't for us. And it's like, okay, Bruce By, can you really, is it okay to have an unwinnable matchup against them? No. Like, I wish that we had more game against this deck. And I don't know if I want to, like, we've talked about this several times, mostly when I come up against the deck, but counterspell. This is where I need the Cavern of Souls. I mean, like they're little things I've done to our deck, but like there's a Cavern, there's the Veil of Summer, there's Abolisher, there's Toski. Like there's little things we're playing. It's not enough. I feel like we need a lot more cards to commit in our main board. Like we need to be more like, instead of like although Vengevine is nice, maybe if we could set that up, that's what we want to be doing against them. But surely you counter this. Maybe not. I don't have a non-human right now. They're reading it. They don't even bother. And then we attack, and then they play Snapcaster Mage, and then we feel stupid. Give it pro red. You know, Fatal Push the Winota. I don't know. Well, they can't do that, but I imagine if what they have here isn't Esper Charm, they have Snapcaster Mage. Guile. That actually kind of helps me a little bit. We'd rather have the PZ in the bin, right? The Spyro in the bin. Obviously, I need another mana to, but I'd much rather exile Spyro than play out Kenrith. Samuel says Prelate. What do I need? Prelates? But what would I name on Prelate, though? Do I name 1 for pushes? Do I name 3 for charms and Kayas? Do I name... Like what do you name, though? That's the question. What do you name? You steal my loyalist? I mean, like, I guess I should be thankful that they're not drawing 2 cards on these, but like, it still feels bad to like lose out on a Winota trigger. It is fun, like, to play Esper and like use the charm for the mind control effect, but like, might just be better for them to be drawing cards in this situation. Like when I'm just so low on resources, it might just be better to be drawing cards. But it was a way for them to stop the trigger, so I guess we should commend them where that's due, right? Attacking doesn't really make sense because they just get to give or tap, right? I don't know if this is right. And we don't really want to draw the trample package, right? You want to pull it out of the deck with the Winota triggers, obviously. So this is just like, this is not happening. You gonna counter this? Maybe they do. They mana leak it. All right, that's fine. Attacking all because they are going to answer my Winota. Is that why we're attacking with all? So we're bouncing or answering the Winota with a Teferi. 5 mana Teferi, tuck the Winota. Is that what we're doing? Might give us a window to resolve the Kenrith, but unfortunately I don't have enough mana to play Kenrith, give himself haste, hit the Teferi. Like our best draw would be Vengevine to like punch the Teferi, right? Snap push the Winota. I mean, we'll play this out because I want the practice and the testing, but like Esper Control is like a really, really tough matchup for us. Really is. Oh, I can cast that. Just gonna get beat down by our own creatures. Ugh. Go for game 2. I don't think so. They're a minute behind me in clock. We play it out, I think. Because we have a lot more game post board, and those games can go better for us. They can go longer for us. So I don't think so. Draw a Spyro. They Vendilion click me. They Esper Charm me. Okay. Like at this point, we're just playing this out. Funny enough, the Legion Loyalist can't be blocked by creature tokens. The most common cards in the format that the can't be blocked, creature tokens can't block you. It's Kai's Guile and also Spyro tokens. So funny enough, you're getting to see when that last part of Legion Loyalist is relevant. I actually can't block with the Spyro tokens here, which is so funny. It's funny for you guys to see it because it doesn't come up all that often. But when it does, it does. I could still block with birds, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I just have to hope that they have squat and that I'd rip a Winota off the top or something. That's like every Esper Control player's dream, right? To make them discard 2 off of the charm. That's what I would dream to do. So this is a Dryad Arbor. These can't block, but birds can. I mean, there were like spots earlier in the game when I could have cracked the food and I didn't, and now it's like really hurting us that I can't. I mean, I can. It's just like I kind of need to make the Spyro tokens again, block the Snapcaster Mage. Oh no, that's not even worth it because he's gonna have first strike. Well, I guess Snapcaster's what I'm blocking with birds, right? Take 3. Yeah, no, the first strike that Loyalist gives is great. I mean, I have to block Snapcaster or I'm dead. I guess that would mean I'm not getting Dryad Arbor. We're just doing this in such a way to kind of use up their clock, really. Because we know we can't win at this point, but... Alright, let's make tokens. Block, take 3. Next turn we'll gain 3. Or I didn't math right. Oh, what am I saying? It has trample too. I forgot this gives trample too. Of course it does. Of course it does. The correct play there then was fetch for Arbor, Dryad Arbor, and eat the food. There was a spot earlier in the game I could have eaten the food that I didn't. I could have bought us one more turn with them, so that might be relevant. We'll see. So Skoos can stay. Apparition I'm not a huge fan of. It hits Jason Mind Sculptor, that's about it. Teague and Toski are great. Revoker's interesting too in this matchup because there is there's a few things even more than just Jace and Teferi to name with this, but those are the 2 major ones. So Revoker is something to consider. Ferocity stops them gaining life from Kaya's. Favor's interesting because they don't have a lot of creatures, so this usually just protects our Winotas from all the different fatal pushes and such. Glyph Weaver saves us from Damnation. They play Damnation because they're a fatal push deck. If you're wondering why they're not playing Verdict, it's just a colors thing. Abolisher's good too. So these are all considerations. Champion, I mean, it does have protection from a lot of what they're doing. Like, Remorseful also stops a Snapcaster activation. These are kind of like maybes. You don't really need the trample package against them, but we can't cut everything. I would rather have the Vengevine package than the trample package, though. So we'll cut the trample package in this matchup and keep... Gosh, what else am I going to cut? Some of my dorks? I can't cut them all. I'll cut Goose, though, first. Magus is hit or miss. Like, they do run quite a few non-basics. You can sometimes stick it and get them. The evolutions are a bit of a liability against the blue permissive decks. kind of tend to take those out, some number of them. But I think this is actually, this looks really clean. I think I'll run it like this. So let's see if the Vengevine package can make this matchup better, because the last time I played against Esper Control, I didn't have access to the Vengevine package. This hand actually doesn't look as bad as it, I mean, it is a bad hand, but it's not as bad as it looks. I could neonate the Ferocidon or the Revoker away or something and try to draw a second land that way. But it is a bit of a risky keep. You'd be keeping it because of these 2 sideboard cards, 3 sideboard cards. I don't think that's wise. I think we should mulligan for a more stable 6. This is a more stable 6. And we probably put back the Ferocidon. It's just here to stop them from gaining life from like sideboard timely reinforcements. It stops the life off of Kaya's Guile, but other than that, it doesn't really do anything. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it in. Maybe that should still be, I don't know, Kenrith. So we'll keep, and that's what I'm going to tuck. Maybe we should even lead out the Abolisher. I feel like this guy just gets toasted, though. You said food, risk it. No. Dead. Could just play Giver, though. Well, no. Let's just slam a Shaman. We have a backup Shaman. They don't stop me. I think they're going to mana leak this. That's what it looks like. I'm thinking about getting Arbor and just playing it, yes. I think that's what I'm going to do. I might convert a Winota into Dryad Arbor. Arbor was originally in the deck. Well, A, we're a Winota deck, but B, because of Ranger Captain Eveos giving him more options. So it's just like an extra land. We have 20 lands that aren't those. What do you got, opponent? I mean, I'm assuming this is that they have a counterspell here for what we're trying to do. If I play Abolisher, we can stick this other Fauna Shaman. I don't think that's what I'm supposed to do. I think I'm supposed to set up the Vengevine. I can do that over the course of a couple of turns. I think this is the spot where we try to set up Vengevine. Would it be okay if the Arbor got toasted? Not really. We get 2 for 1 if they have Kaya's. I don't think we swing. It might still be correct for me to try to resolve the Grand Abolisher. Let's just say go. It's probably steal Giver again is what they want to do. That's what they did last time. What about Gaddock Teague? Well, the thing about Esper Control is the things that we're most scared of are actually these days like on their 3s. That's where a lot of their value is. What am I ditching? Shaman number 2. I mean, I don't have enough creatures yet to get the Vengevine. We could also just get Toski. Forgot about the Toski. Let's just get Toski. They might kill my Dryad Arbor now that they've seen this, though. Do we want to get the Fauna Shaman killed to their Snapcaster Mage? Probably not. You see them snopped here? Gonna see them. Archmage, draw 2. Okay. That's really what I'm more afraid of, them using their Archmage's charms on. I get why they're taking the Givers, because they want to make sure that we can't protect ourselves, but like I'm more afraid of them drawing 2 off of these. And you're seeing it here. I mean, I don't think this is a good matchup for us. I think the axis that Esper operates on is a little tough for us, right? They can counter my... Game 1, they get to counter my Eldritch Evolutions. They have ways to remove the Winota, so, you know... Yeah, against decks that can do both of those things, it's tough for us. And there's not a ton of them in the format, actually. Most decks will just attack us on one or the other. The Esper Control attacks us on both of those angles. So it's a little difficult. Not unwinnable, but difficult. So you have the Toski. If I can stick the Abolisher, it's a different game. It's be so awkward to name Giver of Runes on Phyrexian Revoker. Toski just gets blocked by Giver, funny enough. This at least doesn't get mana leaked. I should have attacked first, though. We kind of need a second red source off of our Windswept Heath, because we have Spyros, hopefully, to draw 2. This is getting countered. This Drown in the Lock. Logic not. Esper Charm. Brutal. Actually, not so. They're setting me up for the Vengevine a turn faster, right? Or do I even want to go get Spyro for the tokens? Because I have to find specifically a Ranger or tutor to a Ranger to get the Vengevine back. Now let's tutor up the Vengevine. That's what we're here to do. Against them, that's an angle we're trying. Does this bounce my... We're mana leaking. Okay. Brutal, 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 brutal that they had both there. Gross, gross, gross. Unfortunate. I mean, we draw a card if I'm okay sacrificing the Arbor. We do draw a card guaranteed here. And I can fetch before we draw it. Maybe I shouldn't, though, because it might be something... No, that's not true. I should fetch because no matter what I draw, I'm going to want to save it for the Fauna Shaman. Just get our second red source. Yeah, you get to eat the Giant Arbor, but I draw a card. Draw the Teagster. Teagster can become... I mean, if we just have 2 creatures, that's what we'll do. We'll get this back, right? Like, we don't have to get all fancy and, like, use the Fauna to tutor up the... This is Jace the Mind Sculptor, better than all. Yep. They decide to Jace Storm instead of bounce my Toski. Okay. I mean, it'd be great if we just draw 2 creatures we can cast. I don't care if they resolve. We just get the Vengevine back, kill the Jace. That would be great. And they don't play Path these days. Oh, there's a Fatal Push, maybe. Why don't you just play Thrun? I don't know if I want to... Because, like, the cool thing is about... let's see if this resolves. The cool thing about... actually, I'm getting Giver, aren't I? I think we took out the... We've messed around with Thrun before, Sam. I really think we'd only be happy with it in this specific matchup. I don't think I'd use it for other matchups, whereas Toski can come in the other kind of mid-rangey battles, like against your Juns and stuff. I don't know if I'd really want it. Well, maybe Thrun would still be okay there. I don't know. I don't think I want a Thrun. You think it's better in this match? But, like, do I... I mean, I guess Esper's being more and more popular just, A... because people are getting hyped for it. I think I should have left open the plains because I could have activated Shaman. I think I should have. Well, no. I mean, we still get to draw a card here. They do play Path. I've seen some builds that don't play a single Path. They just play... it's fine. They just play... Do we just beat face for the draw? I think we do. Because we don't draw a card. Toski is kind of similar to swords in that if we don't hit, if we hit a planeswalker, we don't actually. Okay, so we have 2 creatures now, so we can get the Vengevine back. But it might be a little too late. I mean, they're going to get another J Storm off. We did play Thrun at some point. I've moved away from the card. And usually Toski doesn't look as bad as this, right? Like usually there's multiple creatures attacking, getting in there. So yeah, why don't we get the Vengevine back off of Bird instead of getting our Teague countered? Although maybe what I'm supposed to do is fauna into another Venge. I don't know. Maybe I am going about this wrong. Maybe we should just hold the birds, and then if they have the counter for the Teague, they have the counter for the Teague. Because we want to attack with this Shaman, right? Albeit there might be a Cryptic over there. I guess Teague forces them to pop the Cryptic now, but I mean, if they have Cryptic either way, it's tap my team. It just, in this instance, instead of drawing, they might counter the Teague and tap my team. They don't want us to draw 2, maybe 3 cards. Well, it's awkward though, right? So, well, no, they should wait for this trigger to resolve so they can tap the Vengevine too if they're thinking about Crypticing. What is this? Kai's Guile? Esper Charm? Like, there's a few, if you take a look at the meta list of Esper, I don't think all of them play Path, believe it or not. This one isn't. Not even in the sideboard. Like, this one's playing Go for the Throat, weirdly enough. Ah, Guile to exile the Venge. That'll do it. I mean, in fairness, I wasn't adding Vengevine specifically for something like Esper Control. I added it because we were playing with Fauna Shaman again, just to clarify. I have pretty much thrown this match out. I just don't know, like our vanilla, like we could play like more caverns. There's things we can do. The things we could do to the deck, but I wonder if we're just warping the deck to try to win against something that's really, really difficult. Like even with all these extra tools, right? Now this attack's not nearly as great because they have the Giver. They could kill off my Shaman actually. But if I'm not drawing cards... But yeah, don't they just double block? Giver gives protection to the Spirit, we kill the Giver, but I lose my Fauna Shaman. The problem is they have both counter magic and removal, which is tough for us. Decks that attack us on 2 angles like Jund where they have hand hate and also removal, yeah, they also have a path. I'm fine with it. I've played this matchup plenty. We could add a bunch. Like Sam, I've even played this matchup with like 3 Veil of Summer in my sideboard. I'm happy to discuss it with you. I'm really telling you, you have to kind of give up a substantial amount of like instead of Faunas, we'd have to be like on Voice of Resurgence. That was good when we were on the Voice of Resurgences. I had like 3 Veil of Summer in the sideboard. Like there are things you can do. There are things we could do to the deck to like, all right, sweet. Now we're winning more consistently, or we're actually winning at all the Esper Control matchup. But then we're going to start losing percentages against everything else. I don't think we worry about it. Now that deck does get better, right? And some of these other control derivatives get better now that they're getting things like not just Path, they're also getting the Converge spell, right? They're getting so I'm not saying I can ignore like Esper Control forever in my brews or this deck specifically, right? There's also the Converge spell to worry about. That Esper will likely play, right? That's Prismatic. So I think. Now, granted, Prismatic is really awkward to exile a Winota with. But I think this card's just going to be really good for those kinds of decks. I think they'll play this instead of the Path slot because of its flexibility. So they were also running Path. Sand looks great. Keep. Like, I'm at this point playing the deck for 3 weeks, working on the deck for 3 weeks. Of course, with my streams help. You know, I don't take credit for the deck. I think that would be foolish. We've been trying to figure out if a Naya deck can work in Modern, and we've been trying to, in the dark, I probably should go Stomping Ground. We've been trying to see if a Naya deck can work in Modern. There isn't really one that I'm aware of. We've been trying to play a Winota build that's not like Angraths, that's not Geist Honored Monk. Those are the two popular finishers for Winota. We're trying a different angle, trying to assemble these synergies instead. Oh. Burning Inquiry. Oh, there goes one of my evolutions. Kind of want to get the Scavenging Ooze going. Kind of think that's more important than anything else I could be doing next turn, right? Get the Scavenging Ooze on the table. Yeah, opponent's on something sweet. Burning Inquiry Dredge, maybe? Dredge with Burning Inquiry. Well, we have our main deck Skoos. Naturally. We didn't have to tutor for it. This is Cathartic Reunion. They do get back their amalgams before I get to exile them, though. Unfortunate. If I tap out to get my engine going, I think we just die. That's the problem, is like this is a window for me to attack with the Skoos and get a Winota trigger. I don't think that's worth it, though. Because there's a lot of relevant stuff I could shut down with the Skoos. Yeah, they're Burning Inquiry Dredge. Fascinating. I don't know if I like that. It's interesting. If we play Fauna Shaman, that gives us another creature for the Winota. And still 2 Ooze activations. Clean the Grave, no. There's really nothing to hit, though. There's no Dredger. We have to wait till their next turn. I think getting another creature is correct because I need a setup so that the Winota is relevant. We might want to keep the Skoos as a blocker because it could easily get big enough to block an amalgam. So I think we're actually not attacking. Yeah, I appreciate you, Sam. I appreciate you being participatory. I mean, this is why we have the main deck Ooze, so we can use it against Dredge, in theory. Well, I think it's too slow for Dredge. It's more like for, like, Snapcaster Mage, honestly, or, like, Tarmogoyf. I think Skoos is too slow, really, to do anything when it comes to Dredge. So do I try to fight over this loam? Might be wrong, too. I'd honestly just rather get the life from the loam than take all the lands they're getting off of it, right? Maybe this is wrong. I think I'd rather just get the life from the loam. Just go after the loam. I think so too, because they could have another Burning Inquiry here. No creatures in the bin, so I'm just gonna take this. No, and none in my bin either, actually. So we're just going to take our lumps here. Down to 10. Oh, gross. They have a Forgotten Cave. They're going to dredge it, and I don't get to do anything. All right, so there's a con flag. Like, we really needed to hit maybe even another land, right? Yeah, they had the Forgotten Cave. So I could play birds, and then we're still building up to a big Winota. I mean, like, my concern is, okay, if we play Winota, I get 2 triggers, even with the nuts, which would be, let's see. Let's just math it out. Let's say I do get the nuts, which would be a Winota. It would be like Kenrith and Blade Historian. Kenrith would deal 10, like, they would die, right? But I could spend 1 more turn setting up, which would be play a birds, have 3 Scooz activations, right? Can I actually get the Vengevine going this turn? Hang on. Dump Vengevine, play Burt, no. Yes, I could. But I wouldn't also have Winota. I could get the Vengevine on the table this turn. But it would cost me 3. Even, yeah, I don't think that's correct. Eldritch, the Winota onto Fauna. You could. That's 1 less mana. Just get the Stinkweed. I'm wondering if we should just go for it. They're only at 14. Well, no, Eldritching onto this Fauna Shaman doesn't actually help us. We're still down an attacker. But no, let's do the math. If I did hit the double striker, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then I have to hit 1 other threat. I don't think it's worth it. I think we try to set up, which would be birds and 3 Scooz activations. So let's just go ahead and grab the Imp. And, I mean, I don't have to grab Conflag yet, right? I guess I will. They have 7 cards in hand. We're swinging with Fauna Shaman, right? We're not blocking with it. Yeah, that Forgotten Cave was horrible for us. They got to get their loam back. That was a really good Forgotten Cave for them to have. Really good cycling land for them to have. So loam, and they want to get back the Forgotten Cave. So we could take the cave. And yeah, and just hope. Earlier, I think we messed up. I think they have another Forgotten Cave. Okay. We really would love to draw another land. That would be great for us. Attacking all, we just take it. Yeah, I mean, we're all in. This is it. This is our opportune. So we're going to get 3 Winota triggers, and it just has to be good enough, right? We just got to get the nuts. Let's just get the nuts. Maybe Eldritch? I don't think so. Eldritch because it's 4. Would it have been? Hold on. Eldritch, the Fauna Shaman. Fauna Shaman's gone. Attack, attack, attack. No, it doesn't change the math here, right? Because we're going to it's so that's the age-old question of should we still be playing like Geist, Strangleroot Geist would let us do that. Strangleroot lets us do that, Sam, and that's why I used to swear by the Strangleroot Geists in this archetype because it has the Undying and you get to attack with it after you Eldritch it. I do think that might be something for us to consider again. Anyways, we get 3 triggers, and let's hope that these are really good. Oh, wow, we win, maybe. Blade Historian. That's piece number 1. Yeah, that's probably lethal. Actually, let's math it. It might not be correct to take Ranger. We might want Winota to attack for 1 more point. So they're at 12. We're dealing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're very dead, actually. It doesn't really matter what I take here. Spyro. Do I want them to see the Vengevine? Not really. Ooh. Getting game 1 against Dredge, and now we get to bring in the Remorseful Cleric. Just like we drew it up, guys. Magus actually does kind of disrupt them, maybe, sometimes. Stops life from the loam. Doesn't stop a lot of else, though. Just stops life from the loam. It's maybe not worth it. Teague stops Conflag. I'm interested in that. Alright, cool. They do have Lava Axe post-board. Collector Oath turns off their 1 little mill rock. I think that's not worth it. Yeah, so there's a Revoker to... What does this stop? Never mind. Oh, sorry. Spellskite might be interesting to us. I think the Vengevine package is kind of cute. I think it's a little too... It's like, meanwhile, Dredge is paying 0 mana for their things. We have to like get this into the graveyard, and then we have to cast 2 creatures. I don't know. Rangers are weak too, but they do stop Conflag, but they're weaker in this matchup. I don't think we cut the Trample package because they certainly can block, and they can block well, reasonably well. So let's not cut any of this, but we could cut this. We could cut these. Gaddock? Yeah, Teague for sure. Glyph Weaver also stops a Conflag from wiping our board. We should play the Selfless Glyph Weaver. Other than that, there's not like a lot. Like Auric Champion blocks well and gains us a bunch of life as they do their thing. Maybe that's actually legit. Favor the Mighty, probably not. Although this pretty much guarantees Winota to have protection. I don't think I'm supposed to. Burrington also stops Conflag. We actually have a lot of ways to stop Conflag. That's good. Frost Dawn stops them from gaining life off of that 1 spell. Not worth it. Since we're cutting Vengevine, we should have shown it to them. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point. Let's just still run it. I still think I'd rather have the Vengevine package than a bunch of Rangers. I don't even know if I want any Rangers in this matchup. Granted, like, how am I going to find the Legion Loyalist then, though? So... maybe that's the price we pay, because I still... like, technically the Rangers are an extension of the Trample package because they find Loyalist consistently for us. So, and I also don't want to cut too many humans to be below the threshold. Let's see what we're at, actually. 10, 15, 16... I'm only at 16 humans. Yeah, I don't think we should cut any more humans. Let's run it like this. And it's fine if like Venges get cut often. Like maybe that's just another like, all right, maybe we shouldn't be running it kind of a thing. This hand's interesting. It needs a 3rd land. It's not gonna evolution, but it's pretty resilient to some of their sideboard stuff. Obviously, we need to see like a fetch. Fetch would be best because I can go get Stomping Ground. But I think I like this. Like give her into Auric, Glyph Weaver. Oof. All right. We are red, red, green, green, white, white deck. So this is not uncommon to. It's not uncommon for us to like have one of our colors doubled, but not the others. I mean, we have played Reflecting Pool. Well, Reflecting Pool wouldn't help us here. We're better off with a filter. They do have the axe. All right. She's down. She's dead. The hand can change, and we draw another evolution. Stinky. Okay. It's fascinating that they're a. I almost kind of want them to cast it. It's fascinating that they are playing the one drop, draw, discard at random. You rarely see that done in Dredge, but it's kind of interesting. This is probably a cathartic. Yep. There's their Ox. This card's pretty amazing for Dredge. Thank goodness we took game 1. Yeah, Burning Inquiry is hilarious. Has Dredge considered this before? I don't think it's... But maybe it is. It's a draw 3. It's a Dredge 3. Are most Dredge lists, though, playing the new spell, the one that gains you life, and is like another cathartic reunion? They're all jamming that spell these days. But maybe it's more painful on the mana base, and maybe this Dredge player is respecting that. I don't know. It is. So we get a Creeping Trill trigger. We're going to see an Amalgam. We're missing precious Auric Champion triggers. White-red is better. Yeah, I think so too. I feel like it gives you more control. Burning Inquiry doesn't give you as much control. Drew another green. Spell. Shock to play this. Hopefully it'll recoup the damage it lost. I mean, it gets to block Amalgams. So it's going to recoup quite a bit of damage for us. But just, I don't know. We have to draw a third land pretty much for this hand to work. So we'll see if we get it. And let's be specific. We don't want to draw Dryad Arbor. I'd really love to see access to a second red, obviously, because a Spyro would really get this hand going. I mean, I'm not surprised to see Axis coming in, or extra copies of Lightning X coming in. I don't know, like, we shouldn't be too results-oriented. Like, we just started playing around with introducing the Vengevines back into the deck. Let's give it a chance. It might not be great just because we've talked about this before, the Vengevine package. Hey, let me open up a new copy. Part of it is, I feel like the deck really wants to just be setting up. Strangleroot Geists would help us to set up. And I do think they help us set up better than, like, yes, Fauna Shaman gives us consistency for finding Winota. Yes, this gives us access to a lot of our silver bullets from the sideboard, our main deck silver bullets of, like, Magus, Apparition, Skoos. Like, I like this card, but maybe it's still not time for the Venges. We'll figure out what those last 3 cards are. But I wanted to give it a chance and play a league with it, and yes, yield. Did you try creature lands? There aren't really humans that are in the right colors. There's a black one. There's a black human. It's like a rogue that grows if a certain graveyard's huge. Speaking of huge graveyard, that's 2 Bloodghast, 3 Bloodghasts, another Amalgam. Oh, game's clearly over at this point. If we wanted to be better against Dredge, you gotta start running stuff like Rest in Peace and such, which we could. We don't really use our graveyard, except for like Spyro if we're gonna cut the Venge package. I'm still wondering if I want some number of Strangleroot Geists. I am wondering. It's a little hard on our mana. Auric Champion can buy us quite a bit of time against Dredge, but I fear that the whole team is here and we're busy doing fair stuff. Oh, you're talking about that one? I feel like I'd rather play... I know what card you're referring to. I don't think I've tested it yet. We've talked about it. I don't think I've tested it. Well, we got our wish. So let's ditch an evolution and the Glyph Weaver, or what? Yeah, I think so. Drew the Winota. Need a 4th land, though. $21 lands is hard. Maybe we should be playing 23. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what we should be up to. What is the name of the card again? Can you just tell me what it is, Sam? I don't remember. I can see, like, the picture of it in my mind. It's like a little, like, looks almost like a... It's going to get their Bloodghasts back, but they'll give me some life. We can block pretty easily with Spyro. Because I don't have another green source anyway, so we need another land as it stands. Like, our next turn might sadly just be play birds, play giver. You can gain a lot of life against Dredge. We're up to 20. Another Ox. Maybe they get carried away and they dredge away their whole deck. I mean, this is game 2. We did actually win game 1. We had the Scoos and we got to do the things. I mean, even still, I almost would rather just play Nest or Strangleroot or like Nest Invader gives us a similar feel. Honestly, it does. So it's the 2-drop. It gives us 2 non-humans. But also we can pump that colorless mana. Granted, it's colorless mana, but we can pump that into Winota. So we've played the Nest Invaders for a while. I don't know. I don't know what these last few slots are supposed to be. Tangled. Yeah, so we could play Nest Invaders. We could play Tangled. Yeah, this thing. Those are interesting. They're tap lands, though, but they're interesting. These are interesting. So what am I taking if I block like as aggressively as possible? The problem is with this super aggressive block is we don't have anything on the follow-up. So what is this? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But we still keep the elementals. We pretty much have to hit Runner Spyros, right? We need land, number 4. And we need Spyros. Yeah, the Tangled Florahedron is something actually I have not tested. It's a clever idea. I don't know how many we would play, though. Yeah, I mean that's more lands that are pitchable to the Fauna Shaman. I actually kind of like where your mind is at. It's kind of like we get to run more lands without having to run them. Aquam Warrior. I mean, there's the one that gains you life, too. The life-gaining land is actually interesting. I mean, I was maybe looking at it from the wrong angle. I was originally, when I was assessing these lands, these creature lands, there's the one that gains you 3 life in our colors. I would maybe play that one, actually, instead of Florahedron. I mean, although Florahedron ramping us is not 0 value. What's the name of that card? I'm trying to look for it. Tap. They're still doing things. They have found a conflag. That's terrifying. I mean, they don't really have a lot of blockers. I mean, if we could... No, we didn't. I was like, if we could. If we just could. Right, deck? Right, deck? Why play Tangled over something like Llanowar Elves? Yeah, Skyclave Cleric. Well, no, I wouldn't play it over something like Llanowar. I might still rather play Goose, though, because it flies. Skyclave. So, not Geopede. Skyclave Cleric. Yeah, this guy. It's a 2-drop, which is important for Eldritch. Actually, maybe this is what we should be doing. Hold on. Blocks well. These are all interesting ideas. I'll put these all over in the sideboard and we can talk about them afterward. All right. Man, I think we're just dead. I'm at 15, but they're gonna smash in with so much here. Oh, it's a land, never mind. Yeah, like it's a land, so like we could adjust our mana base kind of for cards like that. I would have to change what filters I'm running. I'd have to run, instead of Regular Prairie Firelit, we would have to consider. Well, no, the red filters are really important because I'm playing green and white basics, so the red filters have a purpose. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would start to change the mana base up. I mean, like, yeah, we are having some mana issues, right? So is it Nest Invader? Is it Florahedron? Is it something like even like Skyclave Cleric? Even just a 3 of this could be what we need. Because this gives us the mode of, okay, either we're going to gain the life or we play it as a land. I mean, Tangled is interesting too, though, because Tangled is, okay, either it's a land in the early or late game we play it. But if we're playing it late game, I almost would rather it was the Cleric than the Tangled. Like, how many, like, that's a lot of lands, right? Like, so, like, that's 24 lands. But is that correct for Winota? You know, we have been, even with the birds and the goose, we've been having some mana issues. So, I don't know. More 2-drops is good because of evolution. And maybe that's a really, really, really good idea, Samuel. I wonder how much life this Auriok champion has gained us over the course of this game. Probably a lot. Like, we went all the way back to 20 even at one point. Yeah, this might actually be exactly what the deck wants. Our creature count would stay high. Because, like, Nest Invader doesn't help us sometimes in that, I mean, it does. Like, it's tough, right? Because Nest Invader almost does what we're looking for the Skyclave Cleric to do. I mean, minus the gain 3 life, though. That's kind of nice. Like, Nest Invader is, it goes wide, and it also ramps us. Granted, we have to sacrifice the creature. Cleric would allow me to keep more hands. Right, I wouldn't have to mulligan as much. Granted, it's a white source, so it's like, okay. But I think it's the one I like the most. You know what? I haven't tested it yet. I'm totally down to test a new card. Obviously, it'd have to be after this league, but I'm down to test new different cards than we've tested a lot of cards, but not every single card in existence. Not every single card that could be in this deck. Right? Isn't that what keeps us coming back for more Magic? Conflag. I am dead. We like how we sideboarded, right? For Dredge. Pretty sure we do. Yeah. Lands are lands, and we do have 4 mana spells, right? 3 mana spells. Oh. If we are playing that, though, I might actually have to consider, instead of playing... That's right. Maybe instead of Firelit Thicket, although I still think Thicket's the better filter because of our red requirements and that we're playing these. But it might be nice for me to play the other white filter as we add these extra white sources. Just a thought. It might be correct to run the other filter. So that we can filter that into green. This hand is awkward. Gonna mulligan. This hand is still awkward, but better. I mean, yeah, we get trounced by... Like, if I don't keep the Glyph Weaver, then yes, the Conflag gets us again. But, I don't know, I guess I could let go of the Giver. This hand's pretty susceptible to Lightning Axe anyway. So they just kill the bird, and it's like, alright, well... Hope to draw 3rd land, filter, play Spyro. Yeah, if we play Skyclave, I may want to play the other filter land. We may want to go back to Wooded Bastion. Like, this is where we'd rather have Wooded Bastion than Firelit Thicket right here, right? This champion. Okay. I'm okay seeing that. Oh, I meant to play the Firelit even still. Whoops. I just took damage we didn't need to. That's really bad. That's really sad. Not just bad, really sad. I had the land I meant to play and I just kind of brain farted. Kind of had a brain fart, chat. Happens. Let's see if that 2-life makes the match. Was an honest mistake. Meant to play the Thicket. It's a great start for us, though, Bird into Spyro. I mean, it makes me wonder if I should just be running more stuff that lets us do that, though. Right, instead of that much Skyclave. I wonder if it should just be like another Gilded Goose. Llanowar Elves or the like doesn't really help us do the turn 2 Spyro as often. I wonder if I should just be doing that. Cathartic. And they have Dredgers. Oh boy. Narco, but no... Oh, there's a conflag, though. Well, Teague. Protect us, Teague. Teague, protect us. You will protect us, won't you, Teague? Kind of need to, like, draw our build-arounds. Kind of need to, like, do that. We didn't cut any of them, either. Like, our full tutor suite, our full... And that is the issue with Fauna. If you're like, oh, Sean, you're all on this, you know, Fauna Shaman train. It's like, yeah, like, top deck-wise, Eladamri's Call could certainly be better. Or we just win the match. What? We're 2-2. We're 2-2. We're 2-2. I mean, not as good as our modern prelim earlier today, but we're 2-2, folks. We're 2-2. We are the 2 and the 2. All right, let's try to get the 3-2. Think about Thrun. I mean, I can't tutor for Thrun and also regenerate him on the same turn, though. But I'm with you. Maybe the Tusk, maybe the Squirrel isn't as good. I don't know. I'd almost rather have like Sigarda. I don't know. Like, when else do I need Thrun though? Like, you also haven't seen us have games where the let's mulligan this. Hey, good luck and have fun. You haven't seen some of the games where we just get to. I mean, granted. Maybe that's just Magical Christmas Land. Where I'm gonna put back Bonder. Where we get to run away with the squirrel. What about Shalai? Spellskite's a lot less mana. Oh. Yeah. Playing against Titan. This hand is not very good against Titan. Very slow, very honest hand from us. That's not good. All the more reason to run more mana accelerant dorks, right? I don't know. I'm not convinced it's these, even still. Oh boy, they have an amulet draw. Did they keep a 7? Goodness me, they did keep a 7. We're probably dead. I mean, I could top deck like a... Even if I top deck a Magus of the Moon, I'm not going to get it onto the table fast enough is the problem. They don't care about Giver. This is a moot. This is a Winota trigger waiting to happen in this matchup. It does very little. We're in trouble. So I can't get Dryad Arbor and also deploy Neonate. Neonate I almost should just deploy just because we need to ditch one of these lands. Maybe I should just do it now because I could draw to a giver. I might just, I think I should just ditch this now because we could hit a second giver of runes. Oh, there's the Winota. So now I'm kind of sad I got rid of this. We're not going to get there. And like that's the thing is like the deck really does want some sort of acceleration in the early stages. So that still makes me wonder if this is maybe wrong. Like we were very, very happy with the Nest Invaders because it goes wide and it accelerates us into what we're doing. It was like really, really good. I'm sorry to cut your suggestion, Sam, but I feel like maybe this is where we should go back to doing. It's like for matchups like this, like we're just doing our thing a little bit too slowly. I mean, maybe we get lucky and they don't have the Titan, but I doubt it. Nesty, is that what you call it, Nesty? Okay, so we can Ranger. That doesn't really help us. It helps us for like Talaria West. But I kind of want to play Giver and get the Dryad though, don't I? You haven't seen Titan play black before? Oh, they do. Be very surprised if we don't see fireworks here. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Sam. Gonna go get the Dryad. Yeah, maybe we should just go back to these. You know, like I'm happy that I think we figured out the right bullets and the right package we want to be finishing with. Oh, look at that. I could have maybe stopped this if I played Ranger. Yep. I think I should have maybe played Ranger because of exactly Talaria into tutor for it. This means they don't have it this turn, though, which is huge. We might actually win. Holy cow. Let's pray they don't get Valakut. Well, no, they're going to go get Summoner's Pact. So they don't have a Titan yet. Oh, do they maybe just have enough mana anyway to do the Titan this turn? Anyway? Looks like they do. Sunhome's tapped, but these lists play a Vezuva for just this board state. I think we're just dead, actually. Oh, the promo Titan. I mean, if they don't kill us here and we can get Magus of the Moon on the table, we win, right? Maybe the, oh, sorry, not the, I was thinking this was that. This was Sunhome, so no, it wasn't the Slayer Stronghold, so no, we're just toast. We're just toast, and they're going to go get a Valakut at the end of this. Like, even blocking with Giver and then giving it protection just shouldn't do anything. Shouldn't they also attack with Dryad? It's okay. It's tough to beat Titan. We have beaten Titan before. Game 1. Earlier today, actually, we did. And I'm not going to say something like, ooh, like we beat them when it mattered. I mean, in fairness, we did. Oh, actually, I can give protection to this Giver. What are you shooting? Me, the Giver, the other Giver? Alright, so I can give this Giver pro colorless, and it stops the Valakut shot. So I'm actually not dead. So I just take this hit, right? Take this hit, play the Winota, hope to hit like absolute bonkers on these hits, right? We have to get the Magus of the Moon. Like, that just has to happen. I also have to not let them just attack me with the Dryad. I mean, I think we're just dead, right? Maybe I just shouldn't even show them our thing. Because actually, like, they can just hit me with the Dryad. They can just... Yeah. It's pretty moot, right? Like, I play the Winota, I attack with the Giver. Giver gets eaten up in a block. I get the Magus of the Moon, they attack me. I don't have enough blocks. Right, like, I'd throw Winota and the Dryad Arbor under the Titan. No, I can't. This is going to be tapped. I'd, like, block with the Magus of the Moon on the... Yeah, let's just scoop it up. It's fine. It's funny that if we'd played Ranger, we could have stopped them from tutoring for Pact. I was thinking about, maybe we should. Maybe they don't have the Titan in their hand. They have to transmute for it. Because if they have Pact, they actually don't care about the Ranger. I mean, it's fine. So we've been cutting the Vengevine package. I think we may again. Scoos goes. Apparition, I think, is too slow. Although people have been like, nah, Bruce Spire, you got to hit that amulet. Like, maybe it's fast enough on the play. Neonate goes if we're going to cut the Vengevine package. I do think we want the full Trample package because they do have relevant blockers. Most interested in Vandal. Vandal just hits amulet. Teague? No, not Teague. We don't have a lot that we bring in this matchup. It's pretty much just I want to stop like engineered explosives out of them. So like Collector Oath is interesting. Revoker names. I think that's how we boarded it earlier. Don't think any of this other stuff is useful. Nothing else really strikes my fancy. So there's the Vengevine package to consider. We can still play Venge even without the Insolent. Especially since I might be slimming on Rangers somewhat anyway. I'll just feel really dumb if I can't tutor for the thing to ditch the Vengevine. Alright. Let's give our Vengevine one last hurrah. Vengevines. This just has the Magus of the Moon. We pretty much have to keep this, right? I mean, we don't have to. It's a little slow to get the Magus on the table. But we're on the play, though. We have 2 fetches. I wonder if I should keep. What does the silence do? It literally the only interaction it has for us in this matchup is what you saw last game, Sam. When my opponent went to transmute for the Summoner's Pact, it would have been a window for me to sacrifice the Ranger, and they wouldn't have been able to do it then and there. It would have bought us the turn that we needed because we fell behind. We needed that extra turn. What's the silence do? Flip card? What flip card? I also don't want to fetch because I just need 3rd land. Is another reason not to fetch. I do wonder if we're not running enough. I really do wonder about that. Yeah, maybe even just 22nd land. I was playing a Sunbaked Canyon. The white card. Oh, I got you. You want to look at this. So we're playing, we were playing a Selfless Spirit. I switched it to Selfless Glyphweaver, just because this is human and we can hit it off of the Winota triggers. Yes, it's 1 more mana. The fact that it has 3 toughness is kind of moot because Selfless Spirit has the ability to fly, so yeah. We're playing it for Damnations, Angers, Verdicts, you name it. Conflag against Dredge, which came up earlier. Oh, please give us the 3rd land deck. That would be wonderful. And it's ideal for us to play the Magus after they've played their Dryad, too. Like, this is all coming up aces. 1 more fetch land, maybe, please. Or maybe not. Well, we tried. Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm seriously like games like this where it's just like, I mean, maybe I just shouldn't have kept the opener and should have looked for a hand that had acceleration. Yeah. It's really making me wonder. Maybe 20-second land is where it's at. I don't know, like it worked fine for the prelim, but maybe that was just a fluke, you know? I have no problem admitting that a weakness in my deck building is mana bases. Like, I'm not very good at it. I'd love for someone that is good at it to take a crack at it if they want to. It's just sad to sit there with, like, relevant, you know, well, the triple Winota draw. Oh, boy. But, I mean, like, have the Magus in hand and yet not be able to do our thing is kind of sad. I think we sideboarded fine, but yeah, maybe 20-second land, a couple of invaders. Like, maybe we don't have room for these other packages I want to test. Like, maybe we really just have room, like, the flex room really is just this, like, 6 or so. And this, and in fairness, this 2 of this is more mana. This is more creatures for the Eldritch Evolution. Yeah, we've been happy with the Nest Invaders before. I've played 2 or more copies before. They decide not to... What happened there? I don't understand. Am I missing something? Why am I not dead? Why did we not... Why did we... Oh, is the Boros... Is the Boros land in their hand? Yeah, the Garrison was in their hand, so they actually couldn't do the thing. Tap to add is poor. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing is, like, something that we've done in the past. Seriously, we actually did try a build that was Grazers. I wonder if the suggestion you had for me was the secret. That's fine. I'll still take a 2/3. I mean, it's not where we want to be, but I think we're back to the drawing board. So the suggestion that you had, I do think that the main deck ooze often isn't enough, but we'll keep it. I don't want to change a lot, but like this is the area that we could maybe change a couple things. It's really, yeah, we're really just having some mana-based issues here and there, so let's work on it. So the suggestion that you had, Sam, was interesting. I mean, so the creature lands could actually make us have the right number of lands to play Grazer. The cool thing about Grazer is its ramp is less vulnerable to the removal in the format, which we saw that come up a couple times tonight. Doesn't fix us color-wise or anything, but we have done Grazer builds. And I wonder if just Grazer and the lands you were suggesting, the creature lands, I don't know. The problem is like, okay, Bruce By, well, then you're not ramping as consistently, right? We're not ramping. But yeah, like the creatures that have to tap, they don't really have as much synergy for Winota, which is exactly true. Like Nest Invader almost has more synergy than the birds do. The birds are just nice for fixing because we have some greedy stuff going on in our mana. But I think now that we're playing more fetches than before, I have been having fewer color issues. Graze, we need a lot of lands. Right, that's what I'm saying is, like, I'm proposing 25 lands with Grazer is what I'm proposing. But they're creature lands, like the ones you were suggesting, the 2-drop. And I do think we want it to be a 2-drop because a 2-drop synergizes well with the evolutions, right? The, what is it called? And we don't feel as bad about, like, evolving Grazer as we do when it comes to, like, birds and such. Granted, Grazer doesn't have flying, but we've played it to some effect before. What was it? Skyclave something? Skyclave Cleric? So that would almost be a way for us to get around the issue of playing these creature lands, is to just play a grazer build. Now we're on 25 lands. I actually don't hate the look of that. 25 lands, 8 2-drops, this is actually closer to the number of 2-drops that most Winota builds will be playing so that they can Eldritch on time. Yeah, I actually wonder if... I don't think I would play this in a league yet. I would want to test this in like a... How many points do I have? Do we have enough that I could blow some in the... Oh, let's open our chests. I actually didn't get a chance because we were in the middle of a league. I didn't get a chance to open all our chests from the preliminary earlier today. Oh, that's kind of disappointing. This is a very disappointing set of 3 chests. A Mythos, Redain, Urza's Incubator, Flame Shadow Conjuring. Actually, this is another combo piece for Felidar Sovereign combo, actually, but nobody plays it. They just play Saheeli's. Nylia of the Hunt. Ooh, I don't know, actually. That's like pretty sweet. Oh, it's for Vanguard, though. Can you use it as your avatar? The squirrel? I already had one, though. It's for Vanguard. You always sell them? Yeah, maybe I should have. We got Crepolodon. Do I own the... Or is it for Vanguard and it doesn't count as an avatar for us? No, it does. But, like, I already had it. It's just bringing my attention to it. Squirrel. Maybe. Yeah, I'd be interested. I mean, I've liked the Grazer builds of this deck before. Yeah, maybe the deck would just be happier with the flexibility of something like one of these creature lands. And our creature count is still really high, right? For Fauna Shaman, which we want it to be high, creature count is still 35. It was 36, but we added the we added back in the Sunbaked Canyon, so 35 creatures is still probably enough for Fauna. And this is us not doing the Vengevine stuff, because I don't think we need to. I think that league reminded me of why we don't need to. I think you can't play a creature land from hand, though. Oh, off of the Grazer trigger? Shoot, maybe you're right. You may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. Does it not count as a... Hey, let's test that. I think you're right, Sam. I think you're right, actually. Sorry, in this case, I mean, I think you're right that it doesn't work the way we want it to. Mulligan. We're literally just looking for that synergy, right? This might be boring for you guys to watch, but I'm literally just looking for us. I mean, maybe I should just keep mulliganing until we see the cleric and the I do think you're right. I don't think it counts. I think that you're right that the Grazer sees it as a creature. Nope. Mulligan. Nope. There's a Grazer. Oh, perfect. Shaman. I can just go get it and we can see. "150% says Corpsey. I do think you're right. Huh. Cavern on Beast. There you go. First time for everything. All right, so let's do this. And yeah, I think you're right that it's not. Unless it's maybe like a bug on Moto. Yeah, it says no land. We predicted as such. So shoot. So it's like, oh man. Hang on. Will we do something like completely concede match? Will we do something completely like Bizarro World? I'm going to put them in my deck, and I want you to judge them harshly, folks. Oh, no, you know what we did? We didn't play a million Dried Arbors. That's what I was about to put it into our deck. I'm kidding, though. But that might actually be better for Shaman and Grazer together. I was considering playing the Colony Heart Gardens again. But the funny thing is this is the card that really only does what we want it to do. It's both a creature and a land for the Grazer and the Shaman. I mean, I think it'd be like a weird universe where this is what we would be doing, right? To try to make this card work. I think we're better off just going back to birds. Like I do think that we have I mean, these are also tap lands, it's just they're terribly vulnerable to the format, right? To the format of Modern, they are vulnerable. The land that you put in as a dork or a plant. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think this is the solution. Yeah, I do think birds is where it's at because Birds of Paradise fixes us into the green, green, white, white, red, red requirements. We've been pretty happy with birds. I don't even mind the first or second Gilded, but like the problem with Gilded Goose as more than just like a fun of for the Ranger is like it's mana consistency issues, right? It doesn't consistently pump out the right. We get one use out of it, and then after that, it's like I don't mind them, but I mean we've even just played like elves or I don't know. Do we want more turn 1 ramp or do we want to play like the Nest Invaders? Could have sworn I had some fancy ones. Like, do we want more turn 1 ramp potential? Because like we do have a ton of 3-drops that we want to cast on time. That was one of the issues with the Nest Invader, is I wasn't playing these on time. Just play Noble. The problem with Noble is it's a human. Noble's great because it gives me white or green mana, though. It might still be better than like not playing Goose or not playing like the problem with elves is elves doesn't really help Pyro or Ranger, right, or Skyclave. So that's the issue with something like elves. Yeah, I mean Noble won't give me triggers. I do have Noble Hierarchs too. Noble Hierarch won't give us Winota triggers is the biggest issue with it. You don't normally see it in Winota. But yeah, I mean this fixes us better. The Exalted can be relevant. We've also played Prince. Peregrine? What? Or are you trying to say, are you naming a card or are you saying something, Sam? I don't know if I understand. Peregrine. I see Peregrine Drake. So something that I think they even banned this in Pauper. Funny enough. Peregrine what? Been a bunch of random Peregrine cards. Peregrine Mask. Peregrine to cheaper. What? Oh, the dwarf needs mountains. Yeah, we could play like a mountain mana base and do like something weird with the dwarves. We've talked about that before, playing like a I think that'd be really tough for us though. I don't think we'd be a Magus of the Moon deck anymore, which I do really like being able to fetch that out. I think that's something really powerful, like that we can have, like protect and tutor for a Magus quickly with the mana acceleration. Green, add white. Oh no, you're talking about the isn't that a human you're thinking of? I think the first Llanowar Elves might be fine. I am worried about the sustain of Goose. I do like it as a tutor target for Ranger to like just go get the food token. Like we're really, really, really close to this Trample build being completed. So let's go back to just the Trample build. No vines necessary, just tramples. Just tramples. $22 land, 6 turn 1 dorks. I mean, I'd love for it to be even be just another bullet, another relevant bullet to the meta. I don't know what else we would play besides Scooze, Magus, and Apparition though in the main. I mean, funny enough, we're really considering this. Hang on, let's look at the meta, and I'm gonna make a card suggestion, which we have considered for the main board of this before. Shoot, where was? Here we go. I'm gonna make a suggestion. You're probably gonna judge it, but that's okay. Because a lot of the time, Magus of the Moon does exactly what this other card I'm maybe suggesting would do. We could main deck Spellskite. Spellskite's useful here, not so much here. Not so much here, nope. Yes, yes, yes. So that's a yes, yes, nope, 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 yes, yes. Oh, actually, that's not true. Helio Company has ballistas. So, very useful, decent. Nope, nope. Semi. Yes, yes. Certainly yes. No. Yes. 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 No. Yes. Yeah, I think we've main decked this. Yeah, we have main decked Spellskite before. I just need more 2-drops to evolution is why I also like. I was even considering the Teague as the other card I was suggesting. But like when I look at the meta, I think Teague's still too specific. Like nope, yes, not really. Yes, certainly. Yes for company. Yes, yes, no. Yes for conflag, but yes, certainly. Not really. Nope. Yes, certainly. Yes, definitely. No. So like Teague was the other thing I was considering. Just stick it into the main deck as a tutor target, which is one of the advantages of us not being like a company or Chord of Calling deck. What about Elvish Reclaimer and play? There's a lot of Bring to Light right now. Yeah, I think there's enough that you could consider just main decking this. We've considered it before. Teague in the main. Like it seems like a weird decision, but like it's just a silver bullet. You don't have to have it. You don't have to tutor for it. Yes, there might be some games where we draw it naturally, but like okay, what's the big deal? It's evolution food. It's an attacker for Winota. So we could do something like that. Just main deck some of these silver bullets. What about Elvish Reclaimer with... Oh, you're talking about doing Elvish with flagstones? Elvish Reclaimer and flagstones? You've played against a Yorion Eldritch Evolution, just like good stuff. It's an interesting thought. Oh, did they use Eldritch to fetch out the Yorion? That's interesting. So it wasn't that Yorion was necessarily just their companion, it was also an Eldritch target? That's cool. That's kind of neat. Is that what you mean? We freed up a couple of sideboard slots too to do it this way, and then like, okay, finally Bruce Spy, you can have like the second Veil, the first timely reinforcements. We're still very vulnerable to burn, so actually before I play timely or burn removal, I would just play non-combat damage. Like if we have space in the board, I'm probably going to play second Veil and consider the first Mark. We've played this to quite a bit of effect against the burn decks of the format. I mean, like Spellskite and Favor are more flexible, but Mark is quite nice against burn removal. And then probably second Veil because the card's just like pretty amazing. Useful at a multitude of different matchups. So this would be cutting... I'm actually considering cutting a land because I added the elves. I know we're sitting here like, Bruce Spy, please run more lands. Yeah, maybe that's wrong. I've also from time to time considered cutting the 4th Ranger Captain, by the way. Is that when are we finally going to pull the trigger on that decision? I wonder. I do wonder. I think it's great even as just a 3 of. Rangers. Been thinking about that for a while now, actually. How many humans do we have? Hope that we're still at a reasonable number. We might not be anymore, actually. Only 15. Maybe this should be a Noble Hierarch, but like Noble Hierarch is pretty useless to get off of Winota. We kind of need power instead. I mean, instead of playing Apparition, it's a much worse decision, but you could play like a Fiend Hunter effect here, and that's another human. I mean, I'm sure anything less than 15, like if we did it like this, we would almost just not be able to cut humans, because we're just... I'd much rather be on 17. I wish there was a human that was also a land that was in our colors. There is one, but it's not... Sorry, there isn't one. It's not in our colors. It's like a human rogue, I think. And it's black. And it's like, okay, we can't really support that card off. I guess what that card would be either a colorless source for us, or see if I can't find it so you guys know what I'm talking about. This card. And it would basically just be for upping our human count. Because like, I don't want us to start whiffing on Winota. We're already dangerous to the... I've considered this card before, but then it's like we almost start talking about, well, Bruce, why don't we do our black splash again, and you can play like the Beetle, you can play Plague Engineer, you could play... There's a couple of black cards that we could play again. So I don't know. It's just really, really too bad that we don't get to do this, right? Like, it's tempting to test even like a 1 or 2 of, because like even 17 humans isn't a lot of humans, but like, what do these even do? They have Menace. All right. So this probably is just a Menace 2/3, right? Like, just to make sure that we don't whiff on our Winota triggers, right? I mean, that seems kind of counterintuitive. And then this would chunk into our mana base as colorless land. I think that solution is really... I think I foresee that being a weak cop-out. And it's not like I have like filters to fix this. These would just be colorless mana sources for us in a very greedy, colored required deck. But this is something we've talked about before. If we splashed into black, it would help our Winota count. But they, by and large, if we draw them, you just play them as a land. We could test it. So this would be 22 lands and 6 dorks. I mean, I just think 15 humans is not enough. That's what I'm getting at. You also can pitch them to the Fauna Shaman. I forgot about that. They do have one more mode of usefulness. They're a creature, so you can just pitch them to... Man, are we really going to try this card? I feel like we never actually tested it because I was just so sure it would be bad, but I'm wondering if this can fix one of the issues we're running into, which is human density. I wouldn't maybe play more than 2, but... Summer... Number 2... I'm still feeling a little creative tonight. We might even run another league, but let's do some singles. Let's do some single queue. I don't know, maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. I do like that they have Menace. Sure, they often won't have the extra 3 power unless the game has gone long. I mean, there's some, like, people are playing around with, like, you know, Grixis, Thought Scour myself to set up, you know, Drown in the Lock. Like, the Drown in the Lock decks, this will probably be. But we're playing it for... It's a land that also is a human. I just wish that the mirror... What is it? There's the clone. Why couldn't they have printed that as a human, right? Why can't they have just printed that as a human? I mean, maybe it's good they didn't, because I guess modern humans would have been playing it. Maybe that's why. But it's like it's glass pool. Like, you look at the card and you're like, oh, surely that's a human, right? And it's a shapeshifter rogue, not a human. Like, this would be perfect for us, right? Well, it's also out of our colors too, but I feel like we get a lot more utility out of this. Like, we could copy like Spyros or something. I don't know. I'm willing to give it a fair shake. We never actually tested the Black Bloom rogues to kind of fix this issue that the deck has of just density. And yeah, I actually do think that 3 Rangers is more correct than 4. Anyways, let's do the Q actually. And in the meantime, I'll goldfish us. Oh, we have an opponent. Good luck and have fun to our opponent. So this is a land. Well, actually, it's a land that gives me... Hold on. Seriously, maybe we should have tested this sooner, guys. This is a land that's going to give me an elemental token on this Spyro. I can actually just totally keep this hand. Keep this hand because it's got a bird? Yeah. Bird is the word. I wonder if I misunderstood Bloom in this deck. I don't think I'll play more than 2, but like maybe we'll end up playing 3. Because like we do sometimes whiff on the Winota, or worse, it's not a whiff, it's like we just have to pick Winota. We don't mind seeing the first that much because it essentially gives her haste and indestructible. But this hand's actually great. This is, if they don't disrupt us, this is turn 1 bird, turn 2 Spyro. Ditch the Bloom. You know what? Hold on. And I'm sure you guys are like, Bruce Spy, stop being results oriented, but like, this card's looking good to me already. We're gonna make an elemental out of it, guys? I mean, obviously, like, Spyro can fix, like, oh no, they're gonna take my Spyro. Oh no, then our hand was really bad. I guess I can cast the Black Bloom off of birds. Oh boy. They're gonna take my Spyro. Black Bloom can be what I evolution. I mean, maybe I don't think we want to include though Black Source that's fetchable, right? Just for this card, I don't think we do. I think we're fine just treating it as a land, or I guess we do have a land for it. We're playing the Singleton Cavern of Souls. Gosh, I wonder if we should have been trying the Black Bloom Rogue all along, just seeing it how it's working already. Maybe Eldritch. He's gonna take Eldritch. You think so? Yeah, maybe he takes the Eldritch. I'm sure that's what he's picking between, Spyro or Eldritch. Yeah, he takes Eldritch, so we get to make a token. Lightning Bolt Garrick, bolt something, plus a couple times fetch Winota. It's a Garrick deck. Yeah, maybe. Probably not. We just want to make all of our tokens, right? I think so. Why couldn't they have just made a land that was also a human that's in our colors? Why didn't they know we were going to try to do this, Wizards? Come on. Why didn't you know? Bloodghast, sure. Oh, there's a smallpox deck. Sweet. You have a quota to meet. Yeah. Oh no, that's not good. Actually, maybe I should have played a different land. Cause like I'm sitting here thinking I'm gonna get the Arbor off of the. No, yeah, let's just go get our little hasty friend. Even though this might just get Inquisitioned. Tex. We're looking pretty good against. I mean, Smallpox has decimated us before. We've played against Smallpox decks before and just gotten decimated, but we're looking pretty good here. We're looking pretty good. Get to block their ranger. Does this take my loyalist? Alright. Alright. Sure. I'll bite. What do you got? Was that to turn on their fatal push? Is that why they did it? I imagine that's why they attack with the blood gas, to turn on their fatal push. They haven't seen this Foundry, so I'm going to play one of these instead. Spyro's a heck of a card. Hit you down to 7. Spyro is a heck of a card. Wow. Now, obviously, these are just fodder, right? These are just filler. I mean, well, no, that's not true. They're my extra lands, though, guys. All right, hold up. So they will have blockers, but maybe we don't need that package. We don't cut Blade Historian. Magus, I mean, they have plenty of basics. I'm not that high on that. I don't even know if I want the Apparition. Scoos, yes. Maybe even the Cleric might get to snag a Bloodghast or two. It might be relevant. Toski because they're grindy. Veil of Summer because they have discard. Fatal Push as well. See, we're already liking that I have 2 Veil of Summers. See, Mast, Oath. What do we want? Toski. I mean, I'm sure they have some blockers, and that this package could be good to do. Oh, let's cut Teague. Auric Champion's interesting. Favor the Mighty, we go bigger than them easily. Like, we're going to have larger creatures, so this stops Fatal Push pretty hard on Winota. Should probably play it. We're already playing Spellskite for the same reason, to stop push. Glyph Weaver also can sacrifice itself to protect the Winota, but I think that's overkill. This is pretty much just for sweepers. They might be on some form of sweeper. Sometimes you see these smallpox style of decks, like they're like Gideons and Lilianas and Damnations and such. Like, we could maybe benefit from playing this, but like, why not just also consider, maybe we just play Revoker too. Let's cut a Ranger. It's our human count if we keep the Black Blooms. Yeah, I think this might actually be the answer to one of the issues the deck has, which is our human density. We're at 15. Nope, we're at 14. That's not enough. But I think I want all these things. All right. Well, let's see if it runs happy on 14. Yeah, try to exile their graveyard. Yeah, let's play the Spirit. This hand is okay. It's obviously very disruptible, but I mean, that's the name of the game. When they're on the play, like a Veil of Summer's not going to help us anyway. Oh, they don't have it. They did not have it. Magus of the Moon is out, but we have another fetch. I'd still rather basic this Birds into play. Are we doing a league again? Yeah, we might Brave Mustache. I do need to take a break to eat something. It's 11. So it'd be like a little midnighty snack kind of a thing. I wonder if the Rogues is seriously an answer to one of the issues the deck has. Gotta take my Spyro here. Come on. Clearly that's what I'm going to do. If they don't leave the Spyro, I might play this next turn and opt to actually get rid of some number of lands. I take the Spyro. Yeah, I think that's correct. Best card in our deck. Granted, like, we still might get to make elementals out of it anyway. That's what's nuts about this card. We probably want to make our Arbor. We probably want to play our Giver. Right? Blade Historian, not the best draw in the world. Much rather see it off of a Winota trigger, but at least we can hardcast it. At least it's not an Angrass Marauder. Right? I think we go for it. We have plenty of lands in our hand. Like, if they have a removal for the Giant Arbor, so be it. So 4 mana, we could get the Winota on the table, and I could try to protect it. Not try, I think we certainly could. I don't know if I want to fetch 4 basic planes, because then I wouldn't have enough red for, like, Spyro. Might just want to cast Winota off the Horizon Canopy. What do you think of General Ferris? Is that the new human? The one that makes golems? Whoops. Yeah, let's play Winota. We've got protection for her. I rarely don't do this. I rarely try to do a lot of setting up. But I mean, I think against the Fatal Push decks, like, active Giver Winota is a totally reasonable thing for us to do. Yeah, I think he's interesting. So opponent is pushing my Giver, so are we going to lose this Winota too? Thank goodness we took game 1, right? We did, right? Yeah, we did. Cool. Thank goodness. Because this is not looking like it's going our way. But let's not speak too soon. That's ginormous. Are they really going to let me attack? Holy kaboli. This means I don't get to Spyro, though. It might be worth keeping the birds back so that I can Spyro. But I might just hit a Spyro. Let's just get our extra trigger. Yeah, or I can just cast something off of Ranger. Get like a Giver, probably. Winota gets another Winota. That might be fine to pull this out of the deck. Might silence them. They do have relevant 3-drops. And, like, they're already at 10, so I think that's a fine play. Can't cast that Liliana in their hand. Can't cast that Kai's Guile. Something in me wants Imperial Recruiter in this deck. Oh yeah, big loss. Recruiter would help us find the Historian and stuff. Giraffe's Messenger. I mean, they've just opened themselves up to I'm dead. To being dead, rather. Right? Is it worth it to get the Blade Historian? We fight to the end, says my opponent. Yes, indeed. I will not back down, they say. That's funny. Alright, I think we do put the Blade Historian on the table. Why not? I mean, they're very dead. No matter what. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Ah, yeah, the Rogue. The Rogue, we did it, and it certainly didn't have the extra power. But check out this new tech, Big Loss. We're trying. We're trying. Rogue. Haha, thanks. I haven't played in like 5 years, so I'm having a lot of fun. I would be interested in sharing lists. Want to? Your build looks fun. Let's see if they want to share their deck list with us. You guys probably want to see this smallpox build they're doing, right? Finds almost half of your team or more. What, the Imperial Recruiter? Yeah, Recruiter could be very good for this deck, actually. It would give us more copies of Season Pyromancer, which is the best card in this deck. Actually, maybe when that comes out, we'll just play a playset almost of Recruiter. Recruiter also finds Magus, finds Apparition. Yeah, I mean, maybe instead of playing Fauna, we'll play... The problem is Fauna doesn't find Winota, but it finds, like, everything else, right? Yeah, that'll be interesting. Maybe that'll take up the Ranger Knight Captain spot, but I do like the silence that it has. I don't know how to share lists. Can you just look them? Do you use Discord or Twitch TV? I have both. Okay. Yeah, I think Imperial Recruiter is definitely going to be some amount in this build, right? I don't think I'll be playing this deck though anymore after Horizon hits. Like, I'll probably put this on the back burner. It's funny that we're playing this card. Word homie will do also, but okay. Yeah, funny enough, this might actually fix a major issue the deck has. Like, we have 22 lands, but we're not running 15 humans, we're running 17 humans. I wonder. Is this ready to run back in another league? Are we ready? I think we're ready, folks. I think this is it. Oh man, Black Bloom Rogue Winota. What? Did we just figure out one of the issues? We went 2-3, but let's try to do better this time. Did we figure it out? I mean, it just seems wrong, right? Because it's black. Because it's... Oh, thanks for that follow, Bjorn McGorgan. Bjorn McGorgan. Thanks for that follow, friend. Maybe this trample build is it. Maybe this is it. And they do have Menace, okay? That could be relevant. Yeah, so we pitch them the Faunas. They're a colorless land drop. We get tokens off of them on the Spyro. Yeah, I think maybe this is it. All right, this is not a keep, right? They're playing first. They're going to begin with 7. That's scary. We can't keep this, right? It's tempting to. We can't keep this, though, right? It's basically a one-lander, right? Smulligan. This is also the same issue. I don't want to keep mulliganing to oblivion, though. We're on the draw. We are on the draw. Come on, deck. This hand's much worse, though. We basically have, like, half to draw third land. It doesn't actually do anything because the, oh, we're probably just dead. Oh, maybe not. Aether Vial. That's a really good sign. Whew, okay. We're up against another brew, perhaps. So, all right, I'm just going to stick the Arbor. No fear. No fear. No fear. Guys, no fear. No fear. They played Aether Vial. There's no Fatal Push over there. No fear. I don't know what an Overgrown Tomb Aether Vial deck is. This could be like Slivers. They're playing Yogg, you think? Yogg plays Vile? Whoa, they're playing a Yogg build that's playing Vile. Is this like the new hotness? Aether Vial and Yogg so that they can speed up? This is always an interesting matchup because I do think they're just the better Eldritch Evolution deck than us. I do. I have no problem admitting that. There's a few people that play it with Vials. That's fascinating. We did not draw a different land. I could just play Fauna Shaman, but I think I'm supposed to play my bird. Like, it's tempting to get the Fauna online because I don't have the... Yeah, gosh, they could just like have it this next turn, right? They could just Eldritch into Yogg. Yeah. Aether Vial's interesting. You said you're going to put this on the back burner. What are you going to plan on brewing? Maybe some sort of Flicker Grief deck, honestly. That sounds so dirty. Play like Ephemerate with Grief. We drew a land. Wow. We did it. Is there a different way I can filter this? No. There's really not. Do you want to keep the apparition? I don't think we can. I don't think we bother. I think we just try to find our combo. So we'll keep Fauna and Peasy and just try to find our thing. Did not find a Castable. Gosh, this is like the most awkward hand we've had all night, and it's in a spot where we don't, yeah, want to be awkward. They don't vial in the thing. Leave their vial on 2. Okay. The deck almost already exists with the Soul Herder decks. Well, you have to play the right number of black cards, though, to make Grief evocable. So you'd have to go pretty deep into the black. Speaking of which, there he is. And I should be dead. Opponent has 2 Undying Creatures. Certainly they'll kill my birds, right? Maybe also my Dryad Arbor. So killing the Arbor. They might just be doing value things with Yogg. They certainly could. That's the other funny thing about this matchup is they have relevant protection from me. Like really relevant protection. The fact that it says pro-humans, they just get to block my win conditions. So my win conditions. So this has always been kind of a funny matchup. I'm kind of sad that I got rid of the apparition because it looks like they're going on the value. Yeah, I do think you're supposed to kill my bird. Okay, and that's what they've done. Yeah, you can keep going. You've got 2 Undying Creatures. Why wouldn't you? There you go. Take the counter off that one. Go ahead and F6. Already thinking about my sideboard. Revoker, because the name's Yogg. Teague, because it stops Cord. Oh, Teague's already in, actually. Linvala also stops Yogg, so you play these 2. Rampaging also stops them from doing this. Some shenanigans. So yeah, this. Bjorn McGorgan. Were you my opponent earlier, Bjorn? Yeah, thanks for the games, man. Thanks. That was fun. Did you want my list? Definitely hop into the Discord. You can also see... You're playing the black deck? Yeah, definitely check out the list. Thanks for popping in. Hey, how's it going? That's always exciting. We're getting beaten by Yogg right now. And I do think that Yogg is like the better derivative of Eldritch than our nonsense. I mean, we get to do cool things like, you know, Magus of the Moon, but I do think that Yogg is just the better deck. Better Eldritch Evolution deck, rather. These are essentially lands. I mean, they are also hits for Winota, but they're essentially lands. We're actually testing the card. I didn't think that we would. I mean, here we are losing to Yogg. We usually do lose this matchup, though. You'll see. And they have pretty relevant blocks. Although I guess now our trample package is better than ever. I mean, better, like... This is maybe the configuration of our deck that would theoretically be best against Yogg combo, but I just think we're just not interactive enough to win it. Yeah, so like this Yogg has so many sickness. Like they did just play it this turn. We never actually would have had a window to exile it with the apparition. So that's the issue with apparition in this matchup. I just don't think it's effective enough. You'd have to like exile like a Strangleroot Geist or something along the way. Young Wolf. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep drawing cards. They're done. Oh, okay. But they killed both of my mana dorks with the Yoggs, so I don't know, what would my best draw be? Third land, play Spyro, try to draw into Winota plus land. Like, I'm assuming we're dead if we give them another turn. Well, certainly can't justify playing birds. It's too easy to kill. Maybe my turn really is just fauna. Nah, we've lost this. Oh, that is fun. That is the wrong deck. Click on this. Click on the second link. That's still not today's list, though, because we're jamming some... We're trying some different cards already. No reason to attack. This is just a loss. We maybe should have mulled to 5, honestly. I think the 6 that I kept was really sketchy. Honestly, like even if they didn't have something like Yogg to pick off our mana dorks, I do think that the yeah, I do think that I should have maybe mulliganed to a 5. And we're drawing cards till we find the Draw-Off's Messenger. They're at 4. Here they're cording up their 1-drop, right? Yep, cord for 2. Hapatra? We're going to make infinite. You need a way to gain life, though. Oh, you know what they're getting? They're getting the 2-drop creature. The Aristocrats plays. Yep. Ooh, they play Blood Artist, actually. Okay. Yeah, that works, too. So essentially that recoups them the life that they're losing as they draw through their deck, and then they draw through their deck. And part of the reason why I'm making my opponent do it, I'm sure you're sitting there like, oh, Bruce Spy, why are you going to make them do their combo kill? I kind of have to. Just because we're ahead by about 5 minutes on the clock. We've got 22 minutes and 36 seconds. They're at 17:33. And the Yogg kill does take a while to resolve, so I think we should have them go through it. Plus, it gives me some time to think about how I'm going to sideboard ahead of time. This even gives me time to go grab pizza, or the snack I needed to grab earlier. I meant to grab food before we started this league, too. Remorseful Cleric comes in, too, because you can exile the Undying creatures. So actually that comes in, too. I didn't think about this card. So we're bringing this in. We're bringing in Ferocidon. So they can't gain life. They can't go off from certain life totals. Masked Vandal's interesting because they've shown us Aether Vial, but it only hits Aether Vial. So I don't know if we want this. Revoker can name Yawgmoth. Linvala turns off Yawgmoth. So certainly 1, 2, 3. I mean, honestly, if what we're trying to turn off is Aethervile, we should just play Collector Oath, not Masked Vandal, actually. My bad. So let's play Oath, perhaps. Ferocidon. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3. Revoker also names Aethervile, but I think that's foolish. We should probably just name Yogg if we draw this card. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to sideboard about 5 cards. Counterspell's back. It is big loss. Have you been keeping up with the, have you been keeping up with... Alright, hang on. I am going to grab that snack. Be right back. Have you been keeping up with the spoilers, though? We can talk about it. Yeah, man. There's some interesting stuff in the spoilers. A little bit of banana bread. I wonder if it's also possible to misclick and mess up Yogg combo on Moto. Surely it is, right? Gives me a chance to eat my snack, too. Brainstone for Emery builds. Yeah, Brainstone could see play there. I mean, I think most people are thinking Terminus when it comes to Brainstone. Don't think we want any of this stuff. Teakster does turn off Cord. We didn't bring in any humans, did we? We can cut Magus of the Moon. Their mana's not that greedy. I mean, it is a little bit, but I don't think Magus is what we want to do. They also have mana dorks themselves. Like, I'd like to slim on Rangers if I can in this matchup, right? Maybe Goose 2 is a little awkward. And then it's like, okay, Bruce Spy, but if you're cutting all the Rangers, then how are you going to find Loyalist? That's true. We could cut Skyclave. It's not, excuse me, it's not really a great answer to Yogg. There's our first ranger. Just the sustain on Gilded Goose isn't that great, is the issue with it. Yes. So this is a mulligan. This is a 5 land hand, essentially. This hand's great. I might even tuck one of the 2 Spyros, because I really do want these cards, actually. Gosh, am I really tucking one of the best cards in the deck? I just did. Thanks for being patient so I could get a snack, folks. They do play a couple of Thoughtseize. Gonna go get Forest here since we drew the Prairie. I don't know if I want to Spyro on time because I like Linval is quite good in this matchup. I don't know if I want to give discard her. I mean, I don't know if Brainstone is what the Emery builds are going to be wanting to do, though, Big Loss. That's a good question. Yeah, I think we're okay waiting a turn. On Spyro. Like, yes, usually we want to churn through the deck, but, like, we have the goods already in our hand. We already have the Linvala and the Winota. I mean, they might have, like, a Chupacabra. Are they trying to cord? What's going to complement the Rugged Prairie better? I guess stomping? Hey, Linvala can trigger Winota. She can. Blood Artist. Okay. Evolution. Alright, let's start getting some triggers, shall we? I mean, Linvala is almost assuredly an evolution target. It's not something we normally go through the trouble of hardcasting. Spyro, sure. They do get a free block on their Yogg because he's got Pro. Oh wow, if they kill my Winota, I have a backup. Awesome. Well, they'll kill Invala before they kill Winota. Wonder what we evolved the Spyro into. Oh no, is this the Chupa? They do play stuff like that. Or like Assassin's Trophy, could be something like that. It's more likely to be evolution though. Kenrith. Interesting. Not the greatest thing to draw. We got a bunch of triggers here. I'm just trying to think if I want to evolve pre-combat is all. Yes, 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 you get a Blood Artist trigger, I know. I know. I mean, it might be smart for me to double up on our protection from the Yawgmoth. Like, to even go get, like, it's tempting to just get the Blade Historian here just to kind of guarantee that. But it might be correct to get, like, Phyrexian Revoker. It might be correct to get Ferocidon, even, to stop them from gaining life off of Blood Artist. We'll take a lot of damage, though. Like, Ferocidon would be something I would want to get after we get our Winota triggers on, not before. So that's something to think about. I mean, we could get Revoker just to make sure that the Yogg doesn't, like, if they do manage to find a way to kill Invala, Revoker might be correct to have that extra protection. Scavenging Ooze is also good in this matchup to fight over there. Like, they're going to have some really good blocks because of the way that Yogg, well, he won't work here, but, like, if they were to, like, yeah, let me use my words. If I grab Scooz here, do I have a green source? I do. If I grab Scooz here, then they don't have a good block with the Strangleroot Geist anymore. So, something else to consider. A lot of things to consider. I actually kind of like the idea of Scooz. Just get the Historian. Sweet. Actually, is this a situation where I don't really want to lose the extra Winota that's in my hand because they might kill her here? They might block Strangleroot and Yogg on Winota. Oh no, she has double strike. Who cares? I think we're actually safe to just grab Spyro, unless we really wanted the menace that the other offers. One last trigger. Alright, well we can fix that problem. We can just have her get herself and then she's indestructible and it's kind of moot. But like she has double strike, so it was already kind of moot. Although I give them a Blood Artist trigger by doing that, don't I? That was maybe silly of me. Didn't think about the Blood Artist, I should have. You always have to think about the Blood Artist, folks. My opponent has 8 minutes left, by the way. Yeah, so if they block with Strangleroot, we get to eat it. Oh, dude, you have Yogg. I would double block the Winota. She's dealing how much? She's dealing 8 damage here. I would block her, bro. Maybe they're not paying attention to the indestructible. Yeah, they're not thinking about the indestructible. This almost just straight up kills them, doesn't it? I think they're actually just dead, right? Because the double strike, this is first strike damage. Double strike damage still hasn't gone through. Alright, let's eat the Strangleroot Geist. And they go up to 8, but you're going to take another... Okay, we put them to 2. We've even considered Aether Vial for our list, by the way. I have played the Winota list several times with Aether Vials. I mean, like anything else, it needs to be in the opener to really be as effective. Right, our opponent didn't have an Aether Vial, and here we are maybe winning in part due to it. What am I missing here? What do they possibly have, right? Like, are they really waiting till after this resolves to removal spell my Winota? Maybe I should just get the Spellskite? Alright. Like, I do think that our human count is so low that we... And again, these do count as land drops. I wonder if I really should rarely cut the rogues we're testing. I mean, we're testing them, so yes, I don't want to cut them often. But like, look at our human count, right? 14. It's 14. That's really low. So it's awesome that we didn't whiff on any. Well, no, that's not true. We kind of did. We had to pick Winota. Like we saw Winota instead of like a human a couple of times. So I think that does count as whiffing, right? Because it didn't add anything new to the board. In fact, I mistakenly gave them a trigger with their Blood Artist. I don't know. There we saw they didn't even have Aether Vial, right? And like Oath is a non-bow for the Skite. Feels weird. Yeah. We do have the Givers. Let's play Oath, and let's actually also play Vandal, right? I imagine they're going to try to keep let me use my words. I imagine they're going to try to keep an Aether Vial hand. I mean, look at this. Like, our human count right now would be something more like 12 if we weren't playing the Assassins in the mana base. They don't tend to have removal for the turn 1 birds. This Fauna Shaman can turn on this Masked Vandal. I think we might even keep this. It's got a Teague. The problem with this hand is what? It's essentially 2 mana, but we're on the draw and it's doing all the things we needed to. Fauna Shaman could get the Dryad Arbor. I think we actually could theoretically keep this. I would only keep a hand like this on the draw, right? Granted, watch them just go turn on Thoughtseize. They do play a couple of Thoughtseizes, so yeah, watch us just get got here because I was greedy. Six minutes on their clock. That would be terrible if they just Thoughtseized us. That's pretty bad too, though, having the other vial. Oh wow, we drew land? Okay. Whew. Alright. Does Sacred Foundry afford me getting the basic forest? I think it does, perhaps. A basic forest, rather. We have 2 of them. Again, Teague is only useful for stopping Cord, but that is an important card for me to stop. They have a playset, usually. Alright, as a joke, I brought in a foil Roar the Worm to trade. They have it listed at $85,000. It seems like that's not true. It's probably not updated or something. Big loss. Another dork? Oh, okay, Young Wolf. Sure. Alright, so we could Foothills for Dryad Arbor and also play Teague. Or do we want to just get the Fauna Shaman going? I think the benefit of going Fauna Shaman is I can blow up their Aether Vial on the subsequent turn. I think I should go Fauna Shaman so I can set up the Masked Vandal by ditching, like, Cleric or something. But yeah, I think instead of Foundry, I want to get the Dryad Arbor, right? Set up for this Winota. Even if we do manage to blow up this vial, it will have put 2 creatures on the table, theoretically. They're in the red zone on their clock now. Any fave spoilers? Besides, like, the really powerful evoke creature cycle? Yeah, I think Recruiter will be fun to brew around. It's probably Strangleroot Geist they're putting in. Yep. Once we get if we get Remorseful Cleric on the table, then blocking these Undying creatures is feasible. Oh, is this them going to get Yogg? We might just be dead here. This is what we hope to do when we have Evolution. Yep. That might be just be the game right there, folks. Might be all she wrote. Kill my bird, make me sad. Now he really can't go get Dryad. Like I was planning. Am I picturing combo or value? Silver bullets, actually. Neither. Classic Bruce Spy response, right? Guess we fix ourselves into red before white, right? Although, No, we're not running it. Yeah, maybe I still should have had it in, because it's like, yes, it doesn't stop Yogg in the way we need to stop Yogg, but I mean, I guess I'm just going to go get... I don't have enough mana. Or no, I do. I'm going to get Revoker. Excuse me. Revoker's my plan, right? Revoker's the way out here. So we probably ditched the... well, Masked Vandal is worse than Oath for handling Vile, but he's a better blocker, which might be relevant. So actually I might favor the Masked Vandal over the Oath in this weird situation. So we'll shock. We will ditch the Oath? Really? But it's like it's better against multiple Vials. That's not true. Like we want the better blocking, and it's nice that it incidentally takes out the Vile. And this might just get pitched to our Fauna Shaman, right? So yeah. We're in a precarious position. I'm kind of thankful that his clock is as low as it is. Revoker. Play it, name Yawgmoth. He may do some stuff before this hits the table, of course. Nope, he does not. Yawgmoth, the Thran Physician. They have 3 minutes to beat us. And certainly the fair side of their deck could, right? Like, I need another land for Winota. I need to be able to block and, like, use Remorseful Cleric to exile the Undying creatures. Well, no, they've already Undyinged. Make a food token. Well, now I really wish I just kept Collector Oath, because they're just making foods. They're making the foods. Do you think that Recruiter could be good in, like, a Kiki Moon? Oh, certainly. And you play, like, maybe Aether Vial? See, I'm just taking a walloping here. I wonder if we're just going to die to the beatdown. Like, I really need to be able to put the Winota on the table this next turn. Any untapped land. Oh, yeah. So I think we do, because, like, yes, they could have something they Vile in. I don't think we have that luxury at 9-8 life. Well, maybe we should hold our horses. Hold up. Hold up. Screep. So, I do still think it's Winota, but am I attacking with both creatures? Because, like, if I don't hit I guess I just have to hit Spyros. Yeah. If I don't hit Spyros, we just lose. Probably. There's one. Card's ridiculous. We want to keep the Remorseful, right? Or no, maybe Teague for Cord? Yeah, let's keep Teague, actually. Kenrith. We might be trampling in here in a second. Watch me have just thrown this away right and they Vile in something that can block and kill Revoker. Yeah, I think I just had to play. They had only one card left. It looked like the fact that they spent their last turn just main phasing Gilded Goose, make a food. But let's see if they got us. Oh no. I do really like Eladamri's Call when you're playing Vile. That's certainly what we were doing too. They need like Chupacabra though here, right? I mean, maybe they have something different. Cavalier of Night. Cavalier of Night is a lot of mana though. I don't think I'm going to let them have another turn. Like, we're just going to smash, and we have Kenrith. I might even just go tutor for... I might evolve for the other piece of the Kenrith combo. And it is a combo of sorts. The Trample Over guy, and just guarantee that we have the combination of Kenrith plus the Trample Over dude. Where are you? Not Blade Historian. Actually, I want Wild Bonder. And haste. Here we go. Even if they block, we deal the damage. That's what this guy says. Smash. 4 more humans may be coming. Rogue or Ranger? Gonna take Ranger over Rogue. Now, granted, I don't have more red mana, so these extra Loyalists for sure. These extra creatures aren't gonna have the trample. Spyro for sure. Gonna keep the Teague. Dump these two. A Winota herself. Probably not interested. Especially since this one has the trample. This one wouldn't. So, nope. Although we could pull it out of the deck. Oh, wow. We also hit the Blade Historian. That's nuts. This is a lot of damage that they can't even block. That was the first strike damage. Puts them to -21. Games. I do really like Eladamri's Call with Aether Vial. I do think that that's really sweet. We've done that before ourselves. They also had 12 seconds. Yeah, that's very true, Bulldozer. That's very true. All right, so we're 1-0 in our league. Yes, very astute. They only had a few seconds left anyway. Sitting here thinking I kind of want more food. Of course I do. I haven't given my stomach a second to digest, right? I actually still really could use more food than that, but I need to go to the grocery store, so that should be on my to-do list for tomorrow. The blue Evoke Mimic seems good, right? At least versatile enough to try. Yeah, I think that card's great, right? Because it's like kind of like a pseudo-Venser effect when you hardcast it, right? It also flies. Like, why does it also fly? It already has flash, but yeah, card's pretty ridiculous. This is a lot of lands, but I like some of where this is at. We're also on the draw, and they mulligan to 6. I don't hate this hand. With them taking a mulligan and us on the draw, I'll actually keep. Hey. Maybe eating those words in a second. Like because we have green fetches, it's not as creature light as you'd think, because we can go Turn 1 Giver, Windswept, or actually I'd use the Wood of Foothills to get Dried Arbor. We can protect it with Giver. So we can Eldritch the Giver. Eldrazi-tron. Now I'm sad that I kept this hand. Now I'm like, this isn't fast enough. Really want to have mana acceleration against them. But hey, now we know what we're up against, so. Someone was trying to say it's unplayable. I mean, it's not as easily accessible. Like, Grief is really easy to assess. I might just scoop here. Does conceal the information. Like, they might sideboard like, I'm really concerned. They have double temple. Like, what am I doing? I'm doing nothing next turn. I'd almost rather conceal, because I know how I want to sideboard against Tron. I mean, Eldrazi Tron. That sucks, but I think it's actually correct, because, like, yeah, that hand's just not going to get there. But hey, That was the fastest round of the night, right? That's nice. Linvala stops Walking Ballista too, but it's too bad that this doesn't save us from their sweeper. Be nice if it did. I don't have a ton that I bring in against Tron. I do like Vandal okay. There's some stuff to hit. Skoos is kind of weak. Teague stays. Magus, of course, is going to stay. Skyclave can stay, but I don't have all the room in the world. I'm going to cut a ranger or two, perhaps. Going to cut a ranger or two. I don't think I should cut them entirely if I leave in Loyalist. Let's see how our human count is doing. 15. Okay. We could cut Goose. I feel like I like cutting Goose in the matchups where like the food token is not as relevant. That would give me room for the we just want to come out of the gates fast. I think it's a trap for me to consider like Linvala and such. I think this is actually what we should look like. So let's run it. Really should not overboard. I feel like I'm tempted to overboard too much. Mulligan. This hand, yeah. This is a 3-lander actually. Unless I should put the Black Bloom Rogue back. I don't think I should. Maybe I should though. I don't want to put back Faunas. Like double bird is fine. I am going to put the Rogue back, aren't I? We want the redundancy on the Shaman because they might kill the first one. Yeah, we'll keep and we'll put back the Rogue. It's fine. It's better in the deck than it is in my hand. Like a lot of our game, you know, a lot of the humans that we're trying to stitch together right for the win. And Kenrith. You guys got to see Kenrith be sweet. Quite sweet in that last match. I do like that his ability is mana efficient. We really just use his first ability. I hardly use his other abilities. I don't think we've really used the other abilities. Alright, mine. So I can go... speaking of Kenrith, I guess I was talking about him too much. He's like, get me? You want me? Alright. Bird Shaman, good. We'll probably just pitch him to get the Winota. Sand's looking good actually. We don't mind like double bird draws. I'd love to see them more often actually, because they've got, you know, built-in evasion. That singleton. I mean, maybe for that reason I shouldn't play Llanowar Elves. If I'm gonna cut one of our Turn 1 dorks. Oh, I didn't cut any. That's right, I didn't cut any. Did not cut any of them. Walking Ballista. Shoot a bird. I like the way they're playing. I think they should absolutely try to slow me down. Giver. Yeah, like now I kind of want to get Dryad, don't I? To make it my land drop. I guess I don't have to. I could just get another bird, which it has the advantage of flying. Gilded Goose is a little bit more resilient to Walking Ballista, though. But then, I mean, the mana's temporary, though. But it is more resilient. Well, if they shoot my other bird, I'm kind of in a rut anyway. Oh, you know what? I should get shoot because of the Rugged Prairie. I maybe should still consider getting Giant Arbor. Because I kind of wanted to play Giver. I think I want to play Giver instead of the Shaman, right? Yes. Whoops. In before Natural Tron, all is dust. I mean, I hope not Bulldozer. It happens. It does. They do play that card. They do have the ability to have it all. We wouldn't rebuild from it. We would just scoop and call it a day. We've actually, what's so sad is if that's really what happens here, I've been having a very good run against Eldrazi Tron lately. So it'd be really funny if they just have, yeah, Natural Tron into All is Dust. You guys get to see me rage. I don't tend to rage. That's still pretty good for them. This is a Thought Not Seer, take my fauna, and then I don't have a creature to pitch. Warping Whale, my bird. Okay. Eldritch Evolution. Yes, we go for it, right? Sure, they could have Dismember, but if they have Dismember, they can't actually stop me from getting the trigger because it's during the Declare attackers. So I could sit back and we could just try to protect the Winota and set up for next turn. Or I could be greedy and take the one trigger, try to spike like Magus of the Moon. I'm thinking they have the Dismember. They're kind of acting as if they did, but if they had the Dismember, then why did they... It's like, okay, well, Bruce, by how many triggers are you going to get next turn, though? Just the one? Are you going to hang back on the Giver forever? Maybe. I'm actually in really bad shape if they kill this Winota, so I think I am actually being a little bit defensive. They play a 2 of Dismember. Yours is mine. Thought not seer. Take my Fauna Shaman. I mean, unfortunately, now it's like you can't really play around the Dismember, can you, Bruce By? Not really. Like, if I swing with Winota into this, I have to consider using Giver. But then we draw a card? I don't know. Alright, let's get our trigger. Maybe this will be easy. Maybe we'll get something like Kenrith or... Okay, well, we definitely take Spyro over Black Bloom. That's an easy pick. So we're not out of gas now. Oh, there's the Magus of the Moon. Sweet. We just maybe win. See, now it's like I don't even know if I need to protect Winota. I almost would rather just protect the Magus of the Moon. Like, do I actually just let this go so that I can play Magus of the Moon and protect it from potential removal? We also just drew a Fauna Shaman, so I can get us back to a Winota state. I think I just want to protect the Magus of the Moon. I think this game has actually really changed. We'll draw a card. Just great. We will cut ourselves off of green for this Fauna Shaman in my hand. Oh boy. But we do have... I don't know. I committed to this line, so we're doing it, and now I'm kind of regretting it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, Magus of the Moon with protection is good. Spyro is certainly broken. Yes. Spyro is very good. Karn. Wormcoil. Oh boy. Okay. We do have outs to Wormcoil, but I kind of needed a forest. Oh, or we just draw Winota and we just win forever. Wow. Wow. I don't even know if I'm going to hold back on the Giver. Is that greedy? A little bit. A little bit greedy to not hold back on this. It's so tempting to get the second trigger, but nah, let's continue to be reasonable Magic players, right? So let's send this and this at the Karn and this space. Let's be reasonable, right? We hold back, don't we? Yeah. Oh, that's a whiff. That's disappointing. It's a little disappointing. Cataracts, huh? They must be playing Golos if they're playing Cascading Cataracts. We do have our changeling in. I could hit it off of the triggers. Or I could just draw into it with this pyro, but then I can't cast it. I don't have the right colors. Alright, so I think we're past the point of being able to protect ourselves from dismember anymore. We have to be able to swing through the worm coil, which involves me protecting. I think we want to swing through this. I don't know, maybe not. Do I just want my trigger? No. No, we want to force through the extra damage. Whatever he blocks, we can get protection from colorless. A Spyro, okay. The Teagster. They're down to 6. Giver's tapped. Kenrith down. We do have a Spyro in the bin, but I don't have enough mana. I mean, I have 12 presenting. I don't even... They need to do something else. I have 12 damage presenting. Presently. Sure. Sure. Don't really care about Chalice. Oh, there's the Mass Vandal, but I can't cast it. But we don't care. We just smash. Here's the real question. Do I show any more information? Because we have well over lethal. Right? They're at 12. 1, 2... I guess let's just be thorough. I'll grab the Blade Historian. That's not unreasonable to think about. And I don't really need anything else. I mean, we should play around... Like, what removal would it be? It would have to be Dismember, and that's already going to put them to 8. And then it's like the sum of what I have is lethal, right? I think I don't show them the Wild Bonder. I don't need to. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, like, it's well over lethal. I'm going to say no. I don't want them to see these. We're good. We can say no to a few. I guess I don't mind him seeing more Spyros, though. He's already seen that card. Already would expect that we have the playset. Don't really want them to see either Teague or Vandal, though. You would maybe expect Teague, though. Vandal's kind of spicy. Yeah, I don't really think... I mean, yes, like, I do have a bunch of 1-drops, so it's like, do I actually compensate for Chalice, or we just not care? Do we just not care? It's like I can sneak these out, at least the first 1 or 2 underneath the Chalice. I feel like our deck really just doesn't work if we're not playing these. Like, it's like, what would I be running in, like, what would I do? Run Rangers? I mean, like, the Rangers are almost kind of weak because, well, no, that's not true. They can stop a Dismember on the Winota the turn we want to go off. Yeah, that's interesting to think about. Do I really care about Chalice? Not. I mean, it looks like we should, right? Because I have a bunch of 1-drops, but we don't really care. I mean, again, Linvala stops Walking Ballista. Revoker's already in for Karn or Ballista. Spellskite's in for their removal. I think we just run it back and not worry. Let's run it back. This is not really a 2-land hand. This is probably a mulligan. They mulligan, so will we. This hand's also not the greatest. Obviously, if they have a Chalice hand, this is like actually pretty darn weak. Like, what'll I get out? I'll get the bird out. I guess I tuck the second Giver of Runes with a hand like this. We could theoretically keep this. It's a little risky. We're on the draw, though. Just hope they don't have turn 1 dismember my bird. Looks like they might. If that's what we think they have... Okay, I did draw a second land. If that's what we think they have, we should actually lead Llanowar Elves off of, like, Temple Garden. If we think they're just going to dismember my first threat, we'd rather it be the Elves. Nope, they did not. Mind Stone, okay. Would love to turn that off with Collector Oof. They have Tron, though. That's terrifying. Is it Smasher? It's actually not the worst. I mean, like, yes, it is. I'm at 16 because I've shocked, dealt 1 to myself with Canopy. Yeah, I fetch shocked. So it actually is really bad for us. I'm at 11. There's a Spyro, though. Can't cast. Could play Fauna Shaman, just try to set up for the Winota. Is that what I'm doing? So play this as a land. Don't have to take damage here off of the Horizon Canopy, and I won't. Hit you for 2, because every point matters. Another... What is this like? Attack first, maybe? It's a lot of mana. It might just have us. I mean, it's Tron. That's what they do. Karngreed Creator. Some of what they can get here is a little scary. Are they just going to go get Wormcoil? They have 6 mana. They have 2 towers. They're thinking. They get Sky Sovereign. They want to shoot the Fauna. Mycosynth is indeed banned. Ooh, or are they going to shoot the Collector Oath? They shoot my Giver? They have another removal spell? They have like a Dismember here too? No, they don't. They do attack, so that's good for us. Go to 6. Okay, so I don't actually have life gain in the deck like we used to, so that's not an out. I'll have to block the Reality Smasher to some extent. But I think every trigger matters. Well, okay, so birds is going to be my red source. I need another... Yep, so we're going to ditch the Spyro. Go get the Winota. Red. Take another pain. I mean, every point of pain I'm taking here is so relevant. I'm at 4. But let's attack the Karn Dead with what we already have on the table. I think we have to get the Karn off the table, right? Like, he'll go fetch, like, a Wormcoil after this. So we're only getting 2 Winota triggers. I really need something juicy here. Okay, Kenrith, that's pretty good. Kenrith attack player. They're going to go 13. Spyro. Don't have any cards, though. Winota is going to have to block, and if they can remove the Winota, I'm just dead. We're just dead to the boat. Oh, you know what? You're right. I forgot about that. They might not realize that, but yeah, I think crew still works even if I have collector oaf, right? They might realize that. I mean, surely if I was in their position, I would at least try to activate Sky Sovereign. No, I think oaf negates it, says Bulldozer. Maybe, maybe not. Is crew... Does it have a colon? Oh, it does. Tap any number of creatures you control with total power 3 or more, colon. Yeah. So I do have to block Winota under the bus. So we lose her. But I think... Well, it depends on what their follow-up here is. I'm at 3. Like, Kenrith can help us swing through. What is this? Thought Not Seer? Okay. They gotta actually consider taking Loyalist, right? They're at 11. I really need Winota or... Oh, you know what? We do have Winota. I have Fauna Shaman. This card's bonkers for us, potentially. In board states like this. Unless they have another Thought Not Seer, then I really just can't do nothing. We could win. If their last card isn't relevant, they can't take us off me Fauna Shamaning up a Winota. We've got the Kenrith to give the Winota herself trample and haste. I think we could actually win. Please don't have another card. Oh, they have another card. Ugh. Of course they have another relevant card. Yes, of course they have another relevant card. Of course you do. Holy crap, they didn't use it. Holy guacamole. Oh, wait, I'm at 3. I'm just dead. They just shoot me directly. I'm sitting here like, wait, we win! No, we don't. I'm dead. Maybe they forget that they can shoot me directly. Oh. And it's not like Fauna puts it directly into play, otherwise Spellskite would be an out. Oof stops it, he can't shoot you. Oh, thank you, duh. I'm sitting here like, no, we lose. No, 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 no. No, we're fine. We're fine, because Oof is an amazing magic card, and I didn't even think about it. Thank you, chat. I'm sitting here like, no! Like, cool it, Bruce Spy. Cool it. So actually, we're not going to get to activate Kenrith, though. And that's very relevant. Oh, that's the worst kind of relevant. I don't have another red source here. I needed another red source because I need to Kenrith the Winota to join the fray. I mean, if we hit the double striker, but they have relevant blocks. I can't fetch shock. Oh, man. Llanowar Elves, you let me down. You let me down. I mean, maybe we have enough to block the Reality Smasher again. Right? There's no other option. We just go for it. Maybe we don't swing the Spyro. I mean, we need to do some math here. So swinging Oaf... Well, if I swing Oaf and Oaf dies, we're just dead. Kenrith is a freebie. Llanowar Elves is kind of a freebie. We kind of have to kind of... Yeah, this is weird. Okay. We might have to do this over the course of a couple turns. We do also have the Dryad Arbor in, right? Yes. So I have another blocker. I mean, we're terrified of the fact that this tramples. Like, what are my free attacks? Kenrith? Kenrith, because even if they double block, I just kill Thought Not Seer, we draw a card. And Llanowar Elves should probably attack too. We keep back... I mean, will we trade Kenrith with Reality Smasher? I mean, I'm terrified of them also drawing more cards, but... I might just attack with the Elves. That seems bad, though. But... maybe it's correct? Get a trigger? Like, if we sit back... Ah, boy. If I smash all, what happens? They're at 11. They block the Oaf, and then they can kill me. Okay, if I smash these, what happens? They take. They go to 6. They block, but I get something out of the deck. No attacks seem better than 1. I mean, I'm just trying to figure this out. But I'm at 2, so I have to do something about the Smasher. I mean, Spyro might want to stay back. Like, Kenrith actually doesn't seem too bad to attack here. But he's also a good blocker for the Smasher. Just 1 trigger. I'm kind of sad that it was. Ooh, I have Kenrith now, but it's too late. Now I have the second red source I needed. Oh. Dang it. I maybe should have fetched this for Dryad Arbor before, because there was the chance that I get the Magus of the Moon. Like, do we have enough blocks to survive on the backswing from them, actually? This is going to get ugly. And they even have enough life to... That's fine. Wow, they don't swing. I really think they should have. I think we just won. Also, now I have access to the Spyro tokens. Well, we want to play the land, so I had the Kenrith activation. Don't we just win? They're at 11. This attack's going to give me 1, 2, 3 Winota triggers. I have Kenrith. We need to be careful, right? So okay, so is there a possibility that the damage is going to be simultaneous? So like Oath coming off the table is also the same time that they die, theoretically. How much is this? Do I have to hit the double striker? Pyro tokens with haste would have been nice. Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot. What was I thinking? I was thinking they needed to be on blocking duty, but you're right. This was wrong. I was supposed to pyro token. Yeah, I had enough mana to do that. Oh, man. I didn't see it till just now, Barwick. Do I have to fade again? Did I mess up? Or do I just swing like birds is a freebie? I think I messed up. I think you're right. Rip. We had 6, and I could have pyro and make them have haste. Ah. Do I just birds and it's a freebie? Get a free activation? What else is free, right? What else is free to attack with here? Nothing, right? If you hit Blade of Story and you win? Yeah, and there's 39. Let's see. So this is, I get to look 18 cards deep. I don't think that's worth it. I think I really punted here. I think if we'd also had those elementals, I had never seen this board state before. We could have animated, given them haste. Like, we would be seeing 30 cards, right? This is only 18 cards deep. We would be seeing 30 cards deep out of 39. I would take those odds that the Blade Historian is. And I don't even think we need it. They're at 11, and we're going to have Trample. Like, they've got 9, 10, 11 block worth, but we've got 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 plus 5, 17 presenting, plus potentially up to 3 more threats. Just YOLO. I don't know. I messed up. We could lose here now. What do they top deck to win? What do they have to top deck to win? They have to find a removal spell, right? For Winota or Oath. They have to find exactly Dismember because they don't have colorless mana. I actually think we could wait. I may have punted us. YOLO seems best. Oh, I may have punted us. There's a couple cards that they could top deck that beat us, but they don't have a lot of lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lands. Another Smasher. Another Smasher doesn't win, but we have to make some blocks we don't want to have to make. They can't cast Smasher. They don't have any colorless sources. I think I just swing birds, and I'm sorry that I misplayed. Watch us get the Blade Historian right here. Another Spyro. Okay, I'll take it. Two lands. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I mean it's a really weird board state. I did mess up though. We almost want this to die. What a peculiar game this has been. I could put counters on things. I don't have the ability to gain life. I don't... Ah, man, it's crazy that I just drew 2 lands there. Let's kick it back. Man, what a mistake. That would have most likely been worth going for it. Like, seeing 30 cards deep surely is good enough. Oh boy, they're tapping mana. Stop it. That's fine, I think. Oh, it keeps the flying. We lose. We lose. That's a hilarious way to lose. I'm not even mad. Like, I punted, right? Like, we had the win. This was a fantastic game of Magic because, like, it was such a... Like, I didn't think about the Spyro in the bin. We'll draw cards after this if it lets me. That's actually really hilarious. I'm not even disappointed. I wish I could gain life here. Like, I don't actually have a white source, so I can't gain the 5 life that Kenrith would otherwise offer. It's almost like I need Magus to die here, but then we're dead to the Ballista. Yeah, I'm not even mad. Let's draw a few cards and see. Because there's no shuffling that's happening. Alright, so we would have seen Rogue. This is the first 6. So we would have seen a Masked Vandal. Vandal could have hit the Ballista. That would have taken out a blocker. Like, already it looks like it would have been lethal. One more. In the next set of 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, we would have seen Wild Bonder, and we did have Trample. Yeah, we would have killed them. We should have just gone for it. We should have YOLO'd. But it's like, that's total hindsight. The mistake was I didn't see the synergy between Kenrith and the Peasy tokens, because I'm almost always using them sorcery speed, and not sorcery speed. I'm almost always creating those elemental tokens in the end step of my opponent's turns. So that's kind of just like one of the, like here's the thing. I'm totally okay with a loss if it's a teaching moment. Like, I never really would have thought that we'd have 6 mana, 3 red. I guess the Magus of the Moon helped us into that red, right? 3 red. We had Kenrith, we had Spyro, but yeah, and we looked at, I wasn't looking at all the extra triggers that the elementals would have given us. I was only looking, what, 12 deep or 18 deep, and I think even in our first 2 Winota triggers, we saw the Bonder and we saw the what was the other piece we saw? We saw Bonder and we saw, I guess it was a Spyro. No. We saw the sideboard card. We saw the Masked Vandal. Masked Vandal would have removed a blocker. Yeah, we should have just gone for it. I think we had enough hits that were relevant. I was just focused in on thinking about the Historian, but the Wild Bonder was also relevant because of its combo with Kenrith. Like, we would have just killed them. We would have killed them if we saw this or this, since we already had the Kenrith. That's what I'm here for, to be your conscience. Oh, it's fine. I mean, today's one of those days where it's like we're coming off the that preliminary win. I can't really get too disappointed. Did you tell them they could have attacked with it the whole time? No, I didn't. Because that's the real win. Are you sure? That loss was actually really funny. Yeah, it was. Like, for them to animate the Sky Sovereign. Yeah, I don't know. Like, so it does have a colon in the description. Or you're talking about, no, Bulldozer says no, they can't attack with it. I didn't think so. This is a 1-lander, and we're on the draw. I think we mulligan this for sure. This hand looks a little bit more stable. We could put the Bonder back in. Hey. Good luck and have fun. Yeah. So we, gosh, we totally had that. We had that. That's so funny. And like, I attacked with birds to get a freebie trigger, but if I hadn't, I actually would have been able to block their sky. Oh, that's so funny. we should like, I mean, it's, you know, it's like one of those Castle Ardenvale. Oh, there's a few different decks that could be playing that. We could sit here and agonize over my mistake. It was like, I wish I would have sat there and thought a little bit longer, because we really did have plenty of time left on that clock. I wish I'd sat there and thought a little bit more. I didn't think about the Spyro in the bin. Alright, Fauna Shaman, yes? That could get me into my desperately needed 3rd land drop. in before they mana leak it. This mana is so painful this game. I'd rather fix this towards the Spyro than the Skyclave. Man, that's disappointing. And like, again, that is... We really haven't lost a lot against Tron, or Eldrazi Tron specifically. I think normal Tron's actually scarier in some respects, for me. Because they have more stuff they can cast despite being Magus of the Moon. Whereas when it comes to Eldrazi Tron, the Magus... Like, if we can just protect the Magus of the Moon, we're pretty good against Eldrazi Tron. Gives us that buffer to set up the Winota. But that's really funny. I mean, I'm not that embarrassed. I really think that was a pretty unique board state to think about. What do we got here? Kill my giver? What are we doing? Petty theft. Okay. I mean, we're in the 1/1 bracket here, so... Brazen Borrowers and stuff. We do hit a land. Do I really want to play this Pyro, though, into what they got cooking? I don't have enough white sources since we drew Thicket and not a different white source. Like, I don't have enough white to play Teague and Giver. I don't have enough... Like, the turn might be better spent as play Giver, end step Fauna Shaman into something. Like, based on what we see from our opponent. I don't really want to attack into, like, a potential chump with Brazen Borrower. That seems bad. Yeah, I mean, playing Teague could be fine as well. The problem with playing Teague is I wouldn't have the green mana for Fauna. I mean, what am I even Fauna? What am I going to Fauna for? I guess what I would Fauna for is just... I don't know, maybe we should just slam the Pyro and make them have it. The giver line is probably more defensible, though. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I think what I want to do is actually fauna up a dork. I think I changed my mind. Brazen can't block anyways. Oh! You're right. Thank you. I might dump the... I can't cast this Skyclave. I feel like I should dump it because I can't cast it, even though I'm about to go get like a bird. I don't know. I feel like a lot of Brazen Borrower decks are going to be wanting to play stuff like 4 and up, right? Like this definitely looks like, hey, I'm trying to go long. I feel like T could shut off some stuff. So, granted, like, if they're about to stick like a Jace the Mind Sculptor, we would be sad we don't have the Skyclave. I might even just dump the Spyro. Is that nuts? That's nuts of me to think, right? I'm dump the Teague. Decision made. We did it. Let's go with birds. And then they play Spell Stutter Spray. Oh, okay. Ice Fang. They cast the Borrower. Okay. I mean, we might just have to jam through their permission. Obviously, this isn't, you know, Archmage's Charm. This is something else. Could even be like, yeah, there's a few different things this could be. Don't really have something main deck that's like efficient for me to try to break through their permission, though. I guess I could go get, I could go get, could go get Ranger. And if I get Ranger, I want to get either Giver or Loyalist. I don't have enough white to do that, though, so I guess I'm going to get the little goblin friend, right? Or do we just want more mana? Well, this is really presumptuous. This is presuming that this resolves, right? Do I want more mana, or do I want my little buddy? I guess more mana. This can't block really anyway. Oh, it could block a bird. Let's go get our little buddy. In before Mana Leak. Spell Queller. Yep. I would predict a Brazen Borrower fan to be a fan of Spell Queller. It doesn't blow my mind. Alright, that's one Spell Queller down. I don't know, we're taking 5 in the air. This is not looking the greatest. I'm having trouble breaking through. And Spell Queller is not something you can break through with Veil of Summer. It's exile. Maybe they're just some build of like spirits. Like Bant spirits. Another Spyro. Wish I could cast them both. Wish I could cast them both. I mean, we're at 7. I might just want to stick the Winota. I mean, attempt to. Show me Spellcaller number 2. Make me a sad boy. Show me... Oof. Mana Leak number 1. I guess during their turn I go get another... I mean, this is where I guess... Okay, so they are playing Leak. This is where I need, like, the Cavern of Souls. I'm only playing a Singleton Cavern, but... This is where we need it. Man, that's really sad to come off that loss. I mean, it was a funny loss, but it's also a little sad. And we're just going to lose to this, aren't we? Do I even have to consider blocking the Brazen Borrower? Because I'm at 7. I don't think it changes the math all that much. And this is, again, another board state where... Actually, no, I should have blocked because I have Giver. I should have blocked and... Giver protected. That was dumb of me. That was a freebie. Teferi, okay. Yeah, Teferi's great with Spellcrawler. Return. Yeah, I should have definitely blocked. Like this is all wrong. This is all sorts of wrong. I think I just got us straight up killed. Like, what's the best I can do? I guess I could... Fauna for... nope, Skyclave's already in the bin. I don't really think there's an out. I mean, there's Gilded Goose that blocks and gives me life. Even if I hit, like, the absolute nuts on these 2 triggers, like Double Strike and... Yeah, I just don't think it's feasible, right? There's no... Well... There's some sort of weird, quirky line of Winota attack, get the triggers, hit another bird. It's still not good enough. Yeah, we just lose. But we kind of deserve it. Like, I had a free block that I didn't take. I played a little scared when it came to the Spellcaller and the Mana Leak. I think I should have just been jamming. Show me path. Show me game. Oof. Alright, so this is like a... Yeah, like a Bant... something. Bant cards. Bant cards that I own. No, I'm kidding. It seems fine. I guess we do want Veils since we saw a leak. I don't know. Now I'm not so sure though, because this doesn't stop... we'll consider them. It doesn't stop all that we need to though. Madness of the Moon, eh. Maybe? I bet they're on Noble Hierarch, though. I don't know if I'm as... They just didn't have it that draw. I don't know if I'm interested in the moon. I think Skyclave's fine. I don't want to cut lands. If I did cut a land, it would be Goose? Elves? I mean, I wouldn't cut a land. I would cut a dork. How do we get underneath? I guess we can play Abolisher. That's about all I have. So 2 cuts. Do we really need to trample through? They only had a few threats. Ranger seems okay. Lets me sneak through their permission. Oh, the evolutions are a bit weaker against their permission. Considerably weaker. I might not want any, actually. Let me think about it. Do you think they're on, like... No, probably not. I was thinking of Aether Vial. Gosh, that's embarrassing. I should have just been jamming. It's like... I can't... Our deck doesn't really play around counter magic. We're kind of just like, we're doing things each turn, and if they have it, they have it, you know? I think that was foolhardy. I really don't want that many Eldritches. Because, like, even if I have Veil, I can't protect Eldritch if they have a Spellcaller, which really sucks. It's actually secretly a very good card against us. So is Aethergust, and like a lot of blue sideboards play that too. Yeah, do we not just want any evolutions? Nah, we'll keep in a couple, but we'll be cautious with them. Yes. Sand looks reasonable. I mean, other than like the Kenrith, but the Kenrith is fauna food. We don't really care what creature this is. Like, this 6 is reasonable. Stick the Abolisher. Force an early path. We'd love the ramp. I think this is fine. We could even... Because, like, their removal is going to... Well, they might be running Ice. That would be where I would get punished for going for Porous, but I think I'm going to. I hope they can't punish it. Still get to play Abolisher. What about Gigantomancer? It is. We've talked about that card. It kind of falls outside of the philosophy, though, of where I'm trying to take this deck, which is if we can't hardcast them, I don't think I want to be playing them. That's why the name of the deck is Winota Castables. It's Winota cards that we can cast. I guess it doesn't count as castables anymore because Black Bloom is kind of hard to cast. It's not here to be cast. It's here to keep our human count. It's such a weird card to see. Yep, there's your Noble Hierarch. Such a weird card. I could go basic planes to play the Abolisher. This seems kind of counterintuitive, though, right? Because it's like we want to be resolving non-humans leading up to the Winota, but I mean, I kind of like them not countering the Winota like they would have last game. I mean, I totally put them on like an Ice Fang. Snow, you know, like they're playing, not only are they playing Ice Fang, they're playing perhaps the Snow enchantment. And Abolisher does actually stop Spellqueller, so it's during my turn they can't cast. Also stops them from Ice Fanging us out of the blue. Stoneforge, that's what they're up to. Okay. So just Bant Stoneblade. With some spice, right? We saw a little bit of spice last game. But more or less just Bant Stoneblade. Batterskull, their equipment of choice. Eldritch, huh? Could Eldritch the Abolisher. Get a Force of Negation, get it Spell Pierced, right? I'm kidding. The problem is I don't have enough green here to do that and still attack with the bird. So I'm fine with like a turn of setup. So that would just be play the Foundry, tap, play the Shaman. I mean, we could get Winota into play, but then I'm not attacking with the Shaman. It's more important to attack with the little duders. It's kind of a free attack here, so we'll take it. I mean, do I care about their Battle Skull? Yeah, I didn't really board so much for Stoneblade, and I should have, right? I should have been thinking about Stoneblade. We could have even brought in Revoker without Pathing My Abolisher. Okay. Get second Forest. Awesome. So they do have Activate here for stone for blah, 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 blah. So we could still attack with Bird though. I say we go for it. If they have the counterspell, they have the counterspell. I assume they do. I assume they have the Mana Leak because they pathed the other guy to turn on their Mana Leak. They have mismatched Mana Leaks. It feels so bad. Why, opponent? Am I better off just tutoring though instead of attacking for 2? I might be better off just tutoring for another Winota. I mean, that means they didn't put the Battle Skull on the table, but that still feels so bad to get got there. I think I ditched the Kenrith, actually, instead of the birds. I mean, if they just have permission, like we'll never have them put the... I'm glad we're doing this through the Fauna Shaman and not the... I got playset of Winotas. Actually, I should have gotten Toski. Although Toski can get hit with... Toski can get countered by Spellcrawler, but let's go for it again. Man, I wish we had Cavern of Souls this game. It's funny, like when it comes up, it's just like so... It's so painfully like needed. The mismatched Mana Leaks for the Rubbins. I can't afford to ditch this Birds because I think it needs to be the Toski. I should have gone for Toski, and now this last one is going to be when they have the Spell Queller, right? Just my luck. So what a funny match this has been, right, folks? Oh, man. I mean, I'm glad I didn't try to go for the evolution at all yet. Ice Fang. Yep. Doing it now. Try to hit a land drop. Is that what we're doing, opponent? Which they do. I mean, they do play a bunch of leaks. They really do. Do we go for the Toski? This is a window for... Actually, every time has been a window for the Toski. I just messed up, right? I'm just sitting here thinking that Toski's not good enough against the Battle Skull that's about to happen. But I don't really have anything I can do about it. I guess I could try to Apparition the Stoneforge. But, like, they're almost a hardcast Battle Skull status anyway. So... we'll go with the Toskter. We do finally hit a knot. Well, I can cycle the Horizon Canopy. Oops. But I don't really want to attack into the Ice Fang. It doesn't have Death Touch, though. Well, I mean, it could. They have a fetch, so never mind. Man, this is like... I really should have just gone for Toski like 2 turns ago. I don't know why I try to keep jamming Winotas. That's why we're running stuff like this or Thrun, right? Then I don't have to keep brick walling. But I think we're going to get brick walled by this Batter Skull. And I didn't board accordingly. I thought there was some more like a weird Bant Spirits, but of course they weren't. They showed me Teferi. They showed me the Brazen Borrower. Like, obviously they were more like a Stoneforge build, right? That should have been obvious to me. Put in the Battle Skull, make us cry, make us sad. I mean, we can power through a Battle Skull. It's just not easy. I kind of have to have nothing over there, right? Okay, they're going to on thin ice my Toski. Looks like it. Seems tough. I mean, I think our first game was kind of just incidentally disappointing or bad. I think I should have perceived that they could possibly be like a Stoneblade variant. And I mean, it's not that it wasn't on my radar at all. That's not true. I wonder what I could have cut to fit in, like, Vandal or Revoker, right? Those are really the two things I'm really wishing I had right now, or even Oath. Alright, anyway, let's not complain. Let's try to see if there's outs here. Cool, so we can search up again. And jam this into their last counterspell. I mean, it is a little frustrating to sit behind a wall of counter magic. And that's going to be a little bit more prevalent in Modern, right, moving forward? It's going to be more of a thing. Do we just throw these under the bus for triggers? Is that what I'm doing? Seems terrible. We're pathing this. Wow, they had a lot of stuff there. I think game one, though, we could have maybe won if I was just more aggressive with jamming. Our deck is just designed to jam, right? I think I should have jammed. I should have maybe guessed that there was some variant of Stoneblade, because that's usually what you see the Spellqueller decks are anyway. Like, I predicted correctly that they were going to have Noble Hierarch and such and just be like a Bant deck, but like, what Bant would you be if you weren't Bant Stoneblade, right? 4 Caverns win. I know, right? Like, that game just like, but like, that's not... It's not really all that prevalent. I mean, like, maybe we'll see a shift and we'll see an uptick in blue decks with the release of Modern Horizons 2, and there's actual counterspell instead of mana leak. It's like, it feels terrible to be bricked on leak a few times, right? But I don't hate the direction we're headed in. I do like that our human count is up. I don't know, and this may be a deck that I drop, so this is kind of like some of the last hurrah, right, of this deck, because I've enjoyed jamming it pre-Modern Horizons 2, but I don't know if I will after Modern Horizons 2. And that's not because there might be an uptick in blue even. It's more like I just think there are other cards that I'll want to be playing around with, you know? So it's more of a, I'll probably move on to a different idea that I want to brew and iterate on and work on, just because there's a lot more cards for me to play around with coming out soon. So it's not necessarily... It's not necessarily that I won't ever play this deck again. It's just, all right, hey, good luck and have fun. It's tempting to keep these kind of openers, isn't it, where it has 2 dorks? Isn't it? Isn't it, folks? So tempting, right? Because, guys, this could be the coveted turn 2 Spyro, right? Right? This is it. It's our time to shine. Do I want to brew Shenanigans Prison? No, don't dismember my bird. Oh, they're dismembering my bird. No. That's what they're doing. No, they're playing Dice Factory. This is a terrible or great matchup for us. I'm not sure which, but we're going to Spyro. Best card in our deck. Our life total's pretty irrelevant. Might just want to shock. Ditch these 2, I think. Spyro's too important to this deck. Should I just be mulliganing till we see Spyros? Goblin Engineers. Oh man, that sounds like fun, Zamgeef. This is their multi-kicker. Yep, Chalice. Surge Node can move onto the Chalice. Yep. Yep. Oh, they're going off over there, but I'm hoping that I did not find... Alright, well, we didn't get a land, but that's okay. I can still do my thing. I mean, I guess we could take out the Everflowing Chalice. That might have been more correct, but let's get our thing going and hope they don't combo off. Hope they don't wombo off. That's a whiff. Gaddock Teague actually might be relevant in this matchup. Yeah, we can moon them. Or do we just silence them? Honestly, They're not anywhere near Tron. I might just Ranger silence them. They have a lot of mana to work with this coming turn. And we're going to get more... Yeah, okay, I'm going to go Ranger and go get our hasty little buddy. More triggers, please. Yes. We're going to silence them. I know, crazy for me to pass up Magus of the Moon against a Urza's Power Plant deck, but don't cast non-creature spells, please. They do have a couple of creatures. They play the Core Tapper or whatever. So if they have Core Tapper, they can play that. Ooh, now they almost have Tron finish. Now I'm like, maybe we should have gone with Magus. Yep, there's the Core Tapper. So that's something productive they can do with their turn. That sucks. They had it. But I think I still stand by the choice I made. I think I do. I think I'm happy with it. Let's swing. Here we go. Big swing, please. Loyalist trigger on the bottom. They could die here, depending on what I hit. Well, the Blade Historian's in my hand, so we have to hit like the full trample package. Well, we did. Sweet. More bodies, please. It still hasn't come up where we've only seen the rogue, but granted it's only a 2 of, and it's like our mana base. Fauna Shaman's a little slow at this point. Don't need the extra Winota. They won't kill this first one. They're a combo, full-blown combo deck, basically. There might be like a Dismember or something. Oh, nice. Ranger to silence them again. Yeah, we've certainly got this now. If we didn't have it before, we've definitely got it now. Let's grab the Gilded Goose. Kenrith. Holy... yeah. Yeah. Kenrith would paint everything that we had before it. That's why he's actually really sweet. He's a sweetheart, right? Actually, no, we were about to get him painted with the tramples. Either way, we were going to have the trample painting happen. Anyway, so against them, we actually don't need the trample package, though, but I can't cut all of those humans. We don't need it. They're not going to really be doing any blocking. Revoker stops some of their stuff. Collector Oath stops their whole deck. That seems good. We should probably bring that in, right? Other than that, I don't have a lot of tools for this matchup, but I like having a card that stops their whole deck, basically. Seems good. Magus of the Moon can stay. Skyclave, like, could also stay. What's our human count? Obviously, we'll keep in Blade Historian. Human count is fine. Since the silence is relevant, we're going to leave in the Rangers. I think a 3 of Rangers is actually correct. I've been really liking that change. Oh, we cut Scavenging Ooze, duh. Kenrith is the harder hitter than Wild Bonder and Loyalist. So I think we just run him because he's the heavier hitter. You're hyped for Jund Goblins? Yeah, the new Jund Hierarch, Ignoble, whatever. That'll be sweet. Yeah, Kenrith just hits harder, and we can put counters on things. I don't really need the trample package. I mean, it's nice to have Loyalist as a tutor target, though, even before I play Kenrith, just because I'm still playing all the Rangers. So I might actually prefer the Loyalist. Like, our human count isn't that bad, right? But if we could put Kenrith back in, we're at 17. Just kind of more so where I'd rather be. So, yeah, we'll run it without Loyalist. I'll still play the Givers, and maybe 4 Giver is wrong because like last game you saw they didn't have any removal. I mean, they might have some Dismembers that they bring in post board. This hand is rather slow. This hand is quite a bit better. We could put the Black Bloom back. Well, actually, I might not. So Black Bloom here represents an elemental token for the Spyro in my hand that I want to, like if I go Windswept into, yeah, I'm gonna ditch the Plains. Done. So don't dismember my Llanowar Elves, please. Don't do that. Hey guys, remember that Cavern of Souls we really needed last match? Do you remember the Cavern of Souls we really needed last match? Do you remember that Cavern of Souls that we really could have used? I do think even the first Cavern is a bit greedy on our mana, like double white. I mean, granted, it's not greedy. Oops, it's not greedy when you think about the Rangers and the Pyromancers. It is greedy when it comes to like Skyclave Apparition, right? It is greedy when it comes to the evolution. So I do think this card is really greedy, but anyway. A reasonable number of the cards in our deck are in the human tribe, right? We could even name Shaman and you get Fauna and Spyro, but most, like, I think enough of our cards, Core gives you Giver and Apparition. I mean, there's like lots of little weird you wouldn't think about. Yeah. Anyway, for the Cavern. Blast Zone. Oh, we drew the Winota. Sweet. I kept Black Bloom Rogue over a land. Isn't that nuts of me? That was maybe nuts of me. But it does represent a token, and that's what I'm trying to do. So. Core Tapper. Alright, Cavern named Human. Look at us casting Spyro despite the Llanowar Elf, right? We were worried about that a little bit. I was. Looking for a different land. An untapped land, not the Black Bloom Rogue. So we're going to pitch Black Bloom. I might even pitch the Winota that's in my hand, as crazy as it sounds. Because I'd rather, it's actually just, we get more bang for our buck if I just go to Eldritch, the Spyro. Might actually just keep the bird even. Alright, so let's just ditch those two. We don't hit a land, but we hit a Revoker, which is relevant in this matchup. I guess you might even just name Core Tapper. No, you would name whatever they're about to show here. Oh, they don't have it. So we can just revoke the Core Tapper. What do you have over there then, opponent? Are you just trying to counter my evolution? What are you doing? I mean, they can't just sit there doing nothing. Their deck is very, like a very proactive combo. So I'm fine to set up shop for a turn if they're sitting on the Eldrazi Charm counterspell. Core Tapper. Yeah. Swing. Like, I think that's what they're maybe sitting. Oh, they only have one card left. What am I saying? What are the odds that their last card is actually Warping Whale, right? It's probably not. Even if it is, it's like, alright, you got me. Like, they're kind of a density deck. They kind of need a lot more stuff. Is this Ensnaring Bridge? That's what it needs to be. This is Cornucopia, isn't it? Yeah. Gonna go grab our Dried Arbor. We love very dearly. The Teagster. Alright. I think we're okay if they want to do that trade. Alright. 2-2. But I do think that the match against Eldrazi could certainly have been a win. The Bant Stoneblade match looked terrible for us. Like, they had it. They always had it. Gosh, that match looked terrible, didn't it? Wasn't that just painful for you guys to watch? Trust me, it was more painful for me to play. The Bant Stoneblade match where they just had oh man, like. But maybe that's not even them having everything. Like, maybe that deck just has a lot of permission. I think they do, right? At least we saw those mana leaks, those mismatched mana leaks we saw quite a bit of. Yeah, and I think if I'd sequenced differently, like if I'd thought about it, if I'd gone for Toski earlier, I think it could have resulted better for us. And maybe that is another situation where Thrun is better, right? All right. Hey, Yes. Oh, wow. We want a dice roll? Hey. Good luck and have fun. Wow, this hand looks great. We won the dice roll. We have a good hand. What is this universe? The nerve. I know, right, Brian? It drove me nuts. It's like, it's not even like that promo Mana Leak is expensive. I mean, obviously, with Counterspell on the horizon, like, they shouldn't bother, like, making their Mana Leaks consistent, right? Like, what's the point? They're going to delete them from their deck soon. This hand looks great. Got all the fixing we need in the world. Probably want to make these green sources because of the Evo. Probably from a rental service. They can lend out mismatched sets. Oh, maybe. I try to take the time to make sure that my decks aren't visually offensive to you guys. Other than these Black Bloom Rogues we're trying. Obviously, that's pretty offensive. All right. I think we can afford to get a basic forest. Even though we have Rugged Prairie, I think we can. But famous last words. You're the kind of person that... Oh, that's terrible, Jade. No. My opponent's name is not Saffron Olive. They're killing my birds. Stop. No. The humanity. Oh, is this an Arbor Elf? Is this a Utopia Sprawl? No, this is Search for Tomorrow. Oh, I'm terrified. Is this like old school, like... Oh, man, this could be like a Titan deck. So what are we doing here? Fauna Giver? If I play the Rugged Prairie, we can cast both. Yes, yes, yes. We can. We can do it. If we believe in the heart of the cards. I might just Eldritch my Fauna Shaman. I mean, I guess I'll have to if I don't draw another creature. Whoa. Why are we playing that? Oh, or I just draw Winota. Is that better, though? I guess it is, because I keep the Fauna... Yeah, this is better. Let's actually keep this Windswept, because that represents... I mean, against my opponent's deck, I'm not that afraid of... like, yes, they might have a way to remove the Winota. I think I might just swing with the Giver. Let's get the show on the road. Maybe we hit a Madness of the Moon. Be sweet if we just hit one here. All right, so finally, if you guys were waiting for it, drum roll please. We finally throughout this whole league found when we're going to use the Black Bloom. We did it. Ranger. Ooh, Ranger gets to counter Search for Tomorrow. Oh, we totally do that, right? That's just the gentlemanly thing to do. All right, Loyalist. We finally got to have a Winota pile when the Black Bloom Rogue was the legits. But we'll counter this forever. No, you will not. It's always funny when you get to like counter Rift Bolts with Ranger. Guys, we did it. We figured out what the Winota deck was lacking. It was Black Bloom Rogues. We did it. All right. So they're playing a Titan deck, huh? What do we do? Why are they playing the Snowland? Can anybody predict? Are they running like a Blue Splash and they're playing Ice Fang? I have no idea. I'm so concerned. Mark of Asylum can come in. This also stops Valakut, right? I don't know if I want Favor. I do want Burrington. I don't know if I want Favor. Spellskite's already in. Teague probably doesn't... Well, Teague might stop Scape Shift. Do you guys think they're also on just straight up Shift? They're just like a Titan Shift list. Let's cut the Scoos. Let's also maybe cut Apparition. Although, every time I cut Apparition, they seem to have... what is that card? How are they doing in the blockers category? Do you think they have that many relevant blocks to make? Good blocking potential, capability? Anyone? Probably should play Glyph Weaver for Anger of the Gods. That would be smart. Do we want Auriak? No. I might want this Skyclave. They probably have Big Booty Dryad. Probably. Let's play Apparition. So I have 2 cuts to make. We could cut Goose. Not that interested in the... Goose really only ramps you that one time. It's hard to justify. It's like a tutor target for us to get the clue and make clues. I mean, make foods. I don't know if I want it, but actually no. I think we have to come out of the gates quickly. Let's cut some of the trample package here. I don't think we need the whole thing against them. We should make some choices. Maybe we choose Kenrith. Although loyalists can like come up and like be really nice for ranger. I think I'm literally running these rangers just for buying us a turn against scape shift if they have it. Really just because I like how it synergizes, how it hates their that one ramp spell they're playing. I can counter that. I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Maybe ranger's not good enough. Maybe this is wrong. Like, we do this. Let's still run the trample package. I think actually ranger's not that great, but let's not cut them all. Guys, like, I feel like we're starting to really tune this list because like, I was so sure that it was a playlist. Wow. It's not music. A play set of rangers, but I think 3 is actually happy. Because they're not always super wonderful and effective in sideboard cards, but no lands to cast them. This is a turn to Fauna, and it's really slow. And they kept a 7, didn't they? Yep, they kept a 7. I don't know. I have to keep at some point. We should maybe put back the Winota since Eldritch is faster. It's literally just because of speed. Go. Burrington, hey. Hey, buddy. Hey there. We have Rugged Prairie, so the problem is Eldritch Evolution. This is going to be a really painful Burrington Forge Tender. I mean, the Eldritch is often what is really painful for us. Our double color spells are really what's painful for us. Being pulled into 3 different... Maybe they're playing like Skred or something. I don't know why they're playing Snow Covered. It might not be any particular reason. Alright, so we can get the Fauna Shaman online. Swing for 1. This Burrington is definitely going to keep like a hopefully keep a Anger of the Gods at bay. Pillage. Yeah, I don't think Burrington can stop a pillage, right? It's not dealing damage, it's destroying. There's a difference. That's too bad. I mean, thankfully I have another land in my hand, but that's unfortunate. Oh, okay, I drew another land. Maybe we want the Spyro, right? Maybe not. I'm thinking I mash. I go get Dryad, play Cavern, hope to draw a different land. Or no. Hope to draw a different land. Nah, this can't be right. I think we're going to have to Spyro and it's fine. Whoa, they are a very different deck than we thought game 1. Holy Hera, that's a Dwarven Mine. There's some form of polymorph, gentlemen and ladies. Gents. Holy Hera, this is... Great Scott. By Jove. I'm trying to come up with more. I think I've ran out, but... Yeah, Great Scott. We need Stomping Ground because we have Evolution Spyro. Sweet. Yeah, by Jove, Great Scott. Holy Majoli. Alright, let's go. Cavern, Human. Maybe I should attack first. Right, there's a million of them, right? I think we're about to lose. Do I want to just, like, Blood Moon them or something? So they can't go get the dwarf? If I Blood Moon them, I don't have colors anymore. But maybe it doesn't matter because I have a Spyro, and we do have 4 basics. I think I should just moon them. I really think I should just moon them. We protect it with the Burrington. Like I don't want them winning off of the Valakut or the Dwarven Mine somehow. I think did we leave in the Blood Moon? Of course we did. Who's with me? Eldritch for Moon. Then we have Spyro behind it. Like we're not out of gas. We still have Spyros to do. I think we go for it. Yeah. And like if they manage to kill the Magus, okay, then we're back to doing what we were going to do in the first place. Right? This is totally a Magus of the Moon situation, right? They've shown us too much. I was thinking Magus even when I saw the Valakut. But like now that it's like they could like play another mine and play whatever the combo spell is. Alright. It's awkward to Magus of the Moon when it's going to cut off a significant portion of my hand, but I think it just cuts off their deck. So let's do it. We're committed. There's still plenty of cards in my deck that still cast off of only red mana. We have one of them. Just beat him down. Madcap. Well, that sucks. Do I have an out to that? I don't know if I do. Really, my one out is just the Vandal, isn't it? Isn't it? Well, thankfully this is game 2 and we took game 1, so we have a chance to bring this in, but that sucks. Maybe should have blocked with Spyro. Their life total can't change. Gosh, Madcap and Empyrean is such a sweet thing to be doing in Modern. I'm sad that I think we can't win. I don't know, you guys, I don't see any way we can win if we don't have the yeah, Masked Vandal is my answer to Empyrean, and I think is the only answer to Empyrean that I have. And they don't have to attack. Yeah, they can just ship it back to me. We're just going to stare at each other. I have fewer cards left in my deck, though, because I Spyro'd as much as I did. Maybe we get to see more Cyborg cards. Maybe they can finally break out of the Magus of the Moon. I would be maybe interested to see more cards from my opponent. If you're wondering why I'm not attacking, they have a Platinum Empyrean in play. We seem to be at an impasse. Can you select specific card arts with rental services? Yeah, if you use something like Card Hoarder. I don't know what rental service you're referring to, Ill Intent. But yeah, Card Hoarder lets you pick out what art you want. That's what I use. I mean, I have to act like I have outs too. It sucks that I'm a little bit behind them clockwise. I mean, most of that is probably because I'm trying to share my thoughts with you guys and streaming, which I enjoy. I mean, I'm not saying I don't enjoy that. It's just I'm trying to think about how I could possibly have, been behind them on clock. And it was F6. Like, I don't want to act as if I don't have outs. I do have outs. It's just it's in my sideboard and I didn't bring it in. I didn't predict Madcap. You can't with mana traders. It just gives you what you can. Ooh, or I'm F6 and now they can do their thing. I would have surely Burrington to protect the Magus of the Moon, wouldn't I? To prolong this. I was Wing for a while, but then he started just F6ing and I was worried that I was falling behind on clock. So, I still don't understand why they're playing Snowlands. Still, it's not just that they're not playing Snow Basics. Like they're playing like Highland Forest. I don't understand yet. I'm excited. Excited to know. Maybe they're playing. Opponent says can't tap my fetch lands. You cannot. Since you have Platinum Empyrean, your life total can't change. He was wondering why he can't crack his fetches. That's why. I mean, now we're just going to lose to the Valakut at some point, right? I don't know. Is there a way that I can make him think that I can beat him somehow? Apparition doesn't get rid of it. Mark of Asylum makes it so that my creatures won't take damage from the Valakut. Probably a good thing they killed Moon. At least we get to see what their deck does. That's very true. Especially since I don't really have a way to win, disappointingly. Maybe they get frustrated and attack and we get to block and trade most of my army for their Empyrean. I doubt it. They probably just make a second Empyrean at some point. Like, I'm behind on clock. There's just lots of things that are up here that are a bit of a problem. I don't want them to know that I don't have outs to this, though. I want to act as if I'm still playing to them, you know? And yeah, I'm interested to see more, but like it just looks like they're a polymorph Platinum Empyrean thing with pillages. I mean, I'd love to see why they're playing this. I think it's because they're playing that 2-drop, like, search for a snowland. Or search for a land or snowland or something. I don't know. Yeah, they might be playing that ramp land. Okay, they're going to Indomitable their own Platinum. I'm with you. I'm with you, opponent. Go get Emrakul. They go get Primeval Titan. Still with you, opponent. I mean, I'm at 6 life, so. Burrington can't stop the Valakut, so if they just fetch the right stuff here, Valakut me twice, seems great. Don't have an out. Yeah, so they're playing just like a Titan with Polymorph, with Madcap, with all the things with... Alright, how do we beat that? Or is the only thing I was missing Vandal? We still had Teague. Teague would have stopped both of their win... Like, this... Teague is where it's at. Magus of the Moon as well, surely, but the fact that they were still able to Madcap was unfortunate. So let's bring this in so we can answer Madcap. I think Ranger can easily go. I mean, like, yes, I stopped them from doing their woo we win for a turn. I just don't think that's a recipe forever. And if we're going to cut all of them, we also cut Loyalist because I just won't be able to find it reliably. We play something else, right? Primeval Primeval Titans, and they're doing the things. I don't know, we could play Favor. Unless they're comboing off, this is just straight up protection for our creatures. Once they combo off, obviously, it's really bad, but leading up to them doing their thing, it's good, actually. It just protects us from pretty much any removal they might have. I might actually play it. I think our human count's still fine. I can't keep this one lander. This hand has maybe too many lands. I might actually... Okay, because it's a Fauna Shaman hand, I might actually rather have the Black Blooms than... I don't know if I can afford to keep the basic forest. Okay, why would I keep that many Black Blooms? Because I want to search out things with Fauna Shaman. Okay, got it. Understood. It's a weird hand, though, I'll tell you that much. Sucks to shock, but I think I should get Temple Garden. Bolt my Giver? Yep. So we have green here, but that doesn't mean... that's tough to say. Well, you know what? No, we took out our... We don't really need to go for white. We took out the Rangers, right? So really, the only white card in my list right now is Skyclave. And maybe it shouldn't even be in, because all the stuff we were seeing was too big. Actually, this shouldn't be in right now, I think. We didn't see enough targets for it. Anyway. So I'm going to go Stomping. This might also get toasted, and we hope it doesn't. We really hope it doesn't. Black Bloom Rogue might be my better third land drop instead of Dryad Arbor. We might rather... I mean, I'm probably still going to ditch... If the Fauna Shaman lives, I'm going to ditch a Black Bloom. Is this like a braid? Yeah, so they're playing Into the North. Why are they playing Into the North? Instead of a different... Like, why not Farseek? Why is this better? They gotta have like a utility land for this or something. I mean, I like this card. I think this is a really cool card. I'm just... Now I know. Alright, anyway. Okay, what are we searching for? We're gonna go get Teague because it turns off their deck, right? We go get Teague. Yeah, we get Teague because it turns off their deck, and then we need to protect Teague. But like, I want to have Teague for this next turn because if they just have the Madcap, it's annoying. And if they answer Teague, sure, but then they Madcap, I can still go get an answer to Madcap because they didn't answer the Shaman, right? Like, we want to keep presenting things that draw the aggro away from the Fauna Shaman, correct? I mean, it might be correct to go grab Spellskite here. And then, as long as they don't polymorph, we're fine. Let's not forget that they just have Titan they can just play. Alright, shoot. We need to get something going here. I think I am going to play the Arbor as well. Well, no, if I'm getting Arbor, then I can't search for Teague. I could play Arbor if I'm searching for Giver of Runes. Oh, this is tough. I think I just get Teague. Right? Yeah, let's just do it. And Anger of the Gods. Maybe I should get Burrington. Maybe I should have started with Burrington. Gosh, they just like jam. I love my opponent's deck in a way. It's terrifying and awful and wonderful all at once. Maybe I should have gotten Burrington. Burrington actually is maybe better than... yep, they're going to go get their dude, and... do nothing. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should have gotten Burrington to protect us from Sweeper. Did we not bring in this guy? Whoops. No, we did. We brought in our other outs to anger. I think Burrington is definitely something that should be on the table right now. Instead of me, yeah. Yeah. So let's ditch the other black bloom. Let's just make sure. I mean, like, there's moon to consider. We do have a basic plains, but then I wouldn't be able to activate. I don't know, there's Glyph Weaver, but Burrington... I mean, like, Glyph Weaver is just bigger. It's just a bigger threat, so it's kind of tempting. Yeah. I don't really want to play the Dryad Arbor. We want to convert it into something else, right? If they could have swept us, they absolutely would have already. Is this risky? I don't think so. Yeah, if they could have swept up these two creatures, they absolutely would have. Okay, there's another dwarf. So let's be cautious. Let's not throw our Teague under the double dwarf block. I could go get Winota, but I don't want to swing Teague into the double dwarf block. I could just go get more protection, but it's like they're going to start just playing Titans. I need to get something going here, folks. Yeah. All right, well, let's search, and we'll figure it out as we go, right? Should tap this, actually, shouldn't I? Because we can filter into anything. What am I going to go get now? Now do we get Magus of the Moon? Like, what, is that what I'm doing now? Now we get Magus, right? I don't know. I don't think our board's strong enough, but... Okay, what are we doing? Hang on. There's Burrington to consider. I mean, I'm really enjoying the Fauna Shamans that live, because it's like really interesting to think about. Okay, you tutor for this, then you tutor for that, then you okay, what are we tutoring for? Burrington would give us even more protection. Like we're stopping a lot of what they do, except for Titan and Valakut. Really, the only way for me to stop that is Magus of the Moon, but we still haven't found another bird. We haven't found a bird, and we haven't found a so I would still have access to just raw draw Winota. I'd have access to Burrington, Kenrith, Givers. I'd have access to Spyros and Blade Historian. I just wouldn't have access to the green side of the deck, right? And there's still quite a bit of that, right? But we do have two basic forests. The second base of plains doesn't really buy us anything except the apparition, right? They wouldn't be able to even cast Titan if we got Magus. I think we just get Magus of the Moon. Like, we have more viable top deck potential. They might go get their other dwarf. They decide not to. That's great. We can attack with both. Oh boy. Okay. You know, just the tutoring for hate bears, man. Somebody was saying they just sell their chesties, but I kind of like opening the chesties for you guys. I think you enjoy that. I think it's enjoyable for you guys to see. Can we get a drum roll? Drum roll, please. We opened like a triple chesty earlier that was just terrible. Here we go. Drum roll. What do we get? Oh yeah. 5 play. I should have just sold this. That was dumb. Ah, boy. Port Town, Murderous Rider, 5 play points. Oh, yeah. But hey, on the bright side, we've got a lot of play points. A lot of QPs. How many QPs do I need to play in the... I should know the answer to this. Season 2 QP. I'll look into that. I don't have it memorized how many you need. That might be enough. I have 40. I think it's either, if it's not 40, it's 60, right? 50 or 60. Anyway, This is looking great. I'm very pleasantly surprised with the idea of playing some creature lands. Um, who'da thunk? Black Bloom Rogue. I talked about it, and I remember lamenting the fact that we're pretty sure this is a Naya build, if not just white and red. Um, I think the evolution just adds so much, though. Um, I don't mind this direction. I mean, as we do less with Ranger, it makes me wonder. I do really like Ranger, but it makes me wonder: could we conceive of a new list where there's very few white cards? I think that would ease up our mana to be a little bit less hectic. Just something to think about. Um, in the interim. I mean, I wouldn't cut Linvala because she's just very powerful. She's also turn 4, but like some of these earlier white cards are just kind of tough. It might be nice if we could make the deck double red, double green, single white. With the exception being cards like Linvala, because I just think this card's bonkers, right? Um, just something to think about. I do really like the silence that the Rangers give. I do think that gives our deck some really cool options and helps us against like both the controlling decks and the combo decks in the format. I do think that Ranger's sweet. I think we'd have to find a different way to paint our team with Trample, but I think we've already found it, right? Like we found it in, and we wouldn't have to do the weird split of like Goose and Elves. Maybe we even just play 2 Elves because the colors aren't as needed. Hey, let's open a new copy before I tear this apart. I'm wondering if it's possible for us to stop straining the mana as much as I am. And again, that's a weakness of mine, right? Like I'm not very good. I openly admit that I'm not very good at developing mana bases. So I wonder if like maybe where we should start with the next league or next modern preliminary is trying to make the deck not need like double planes and even the white filter land. Like I'd like to get away from that. I'm fine with Firelit Thicket makes perfect sense because I'm thinking this is going to be like I'm pretty sure if I had to cut one color from the deck, it would be the second white. Besides things like Skyclave, besides the bullets that really matter, like we don't need necessarily Auric Champion. We've played like Timely Reinforcements. We don't. I want to keep the Linvala, but maybe we do move away from Ranger. And if we move away from Ranger, I'm going to cut the Singleton Goose. I'm going to cut the Loyalist. And we'll find a different way to paint our team with Trample. I mean, I think Kenrith is the best way. I've been really happy with the Kenrith. If we wanted a second creature that does it, there is that 2-drop human that does give everything Trample. Yeah, I think the mana base would just be a lot healthier if we maybe even a Singleton Mountain because we take a lot of damage on the Spyro. We just do, right? We take a lot of damage there. So this is good. Play Triomes. Which one though? There isn't a Naya colored Triome that I'm aware of. Half Truth. We could play a Triome that lets me hardcast the Black Bloom Rogue, but I don't think we need to hardcast it. Is there I don't think there's a Jund colored Triome either. Because that would be ideal because our primary colors are. I mean, I think there is a Triome. We could play like the Mardu Triome. But I don't think we need to hardcast these. I haven't needed to. Like they're fodder for Seasoned, or they're a land, or they're a pitch to Fauna Shaman. I don't think we need to actually play a Black Source. Other than the Cavernous Souls. I almost rather run more Cavernous Souls, right? If the blue decks are becoming more and more and more popular, and also more than one cavern lets me name different names, right? Like in a pinch, I could name something other than human. I love Ranger here though. It did a lot of work today. Well, yeah, no, Ranger's really good. I'm just wondering though, if that's the stretch, do we need to? I mean, do we need to choose between green and white? Because as good as evolution is, I've been really liking the Fauna Shaman. I just feel like this archetype really wouldn't work with that evolution. But anyway, yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I do really like the silence. I think it's underrated. I think there's lots of games we've won because we're just like, all right, you have a sweeper, and we pull multiple Rangers out of the deck and we just silence them. Yeah, you'd be surprised. And it did tie up the trample package of Wild Bonder, and such. It giving us access to the Legion Loyalist was really sweet. If it can work better, though, I'm for it. Oh, I mean, I think that we'll be missing the Ranger in like so many matchups. I'll sit there and be like, oh man, if only we had Ranger. Oh, like here's the cool thing about Ranger. Let's go back one iteration. This is the rare, in my mind, playable human that is not just a human. It's stapled to a non-human, right? In the similar way that the Spyros are stapled to the elemental tokens, each of these Rangers is stapled to another giver, a loyalist, the Dryad Arbor, the whatever, right? We've even played weird stuff like, Bomat Courier and Walking Ballista. Not Walking Ballista. Oh, we could consider Ballista, but I was actually playing Hangerback Walker. So, yeah, the Rangers connecting us to... We wouldn't play Burrington Forge Tender anymore if we didn't have Ranger. Maybe. I might still play this card, actually. It's pretty... I might even just play 2 of this card. This card's really good in the meta. Like, a lot of the things that we're weak to, Burrington just, like, fixes us very quickly against. Anyway. I kind of like it more even than the Auric Champion, possibly. I'm not all that high on the Auric Champion. I almost would rather this was Timely Reinforcements, because Timely Reinforcements has really, really great synergy for Winota, whereas Auric Champion, I mean, it's a human, so yes, it does have synergy, but let's play the first Timely Reinforcements even in this list. So let's skip ahead to the next iteration. So that's the one change I'm making to the previous build. So yeah, as we get away, I mean, like, Abolisher and Linvala are maybe the 2 greedy white cards I want to continue to test. I mean, I think the first white gives us a lot of important stuff, right? It's not really even so much the Kenrith. There are other ways for us to give trample to everybody. That's just in red-green. The white of interest. The white cards of interest are certainly Giver, certainly Teague, Kenrith, Apparition, and out of our sideboard, let's switch interfaces. Out of our sideboard, the other things of interest are the Burringtons, if we want to run more. I might still run 1 or 2 of this card, even though it doesn't have, even though we might not be playing, let's see, Burrington. I mean, it's just a matter of... Or no, I should be playing Timely before I play an extra Burrington, actually. I think. Well, maybe not. Reinforcements is great because they're not humans. They're soldier tokens. Plain soldier tokens, and it's awesome. Maybe something here could even go into the main board. Wonder if Toski is main deckable. Maybe not. This can draw you a lot of cards, though. Which is kind of cool. Because our deck goes really wide, so it actually synergizes naturally with Toski. We don't even necessarily need it to be a sideboard card. Linvala's reasonable in the meta. Could even be main decked. I don't know, maybe we main deck the Toski. I have no idea. Yeah, Burrington has been performing really, really well. I wonder if we should just play a 2 of in the sideboard. We could main deck Toski because our deck just has a lot of natural synergy for Toski. We need to add a few more lands to our mana base, right? Cut 2. We could play the basic mountain. We could play... That would make us take a lot less damage on some of our red cards. I know it seems weird to play the basic mountain, but like where I'm at is we're taking a lot of damage off our mana base. So anything we can do to kind of minimize. We have 4 red fetches, so I don't think this is weird. I think we could play... how many lands do we have now? 20, 21, 20... Yeah, we could play like a Copperline Gorge. Or we could play even more caverns. Like, that's the thing, is like it's tempting to just like load up on caverns again, but it's like, I don't know, is the objective we want to take less damage? If the objective is we want to take less damage off our mana base, then yes, we want to play things like Copperline Gorge. I still think the Horizon Canopy's fine. So that gives us, we have 3 slots still open to us. These are tap lands, these Black Blooms, or they're fodder for the Fauna Shaman. Much like the Dryad Arbor is fodder for the Fauna Shaman. Do need a certain amount of fodder for that card. You guys do know what I mean when I say fodder, right? Yeah, I'm missing it already. I mean, like, there are other disruptive cards. Like, we could be playing that flying guy we've played before. I feel like we would need some disruption. Um, was it flying human? Yeah, we used to play that as a tutor target or a singleton just to hit off the Winotas. Like, yeah, if we're going without rangers, I kind of want some number of that card. Although we don't have any flicker for them, so it's like maybe it's not all that good. What is the name of that card? Do you guys know what I'm referring to? The oh yeah, we've played this card too in the past. Never, maybe not. Wait, quantity 0 is what I meant to do. Flying human in hand. There we go, Spellbinder. We played this before. I think it's better if we have like some number of Charming Prince, which again we could be playing Prince. What other synergy do we have for Prince? We have synergy for Prince in the form of Peasies. What else is worth bouncing? Is that about it? Spellbinder, Spyro. I mean, you can always just gain life. We've played Charming Prince to some effect. We need to get our human count up. Binder's so strong though. Yeah, I don't know if we play more than just the fun of though. I mean, maybe we do just play a bunch of Spellbinders. I don't know. Charming Princes can reuse the same Spellbinder or bounce the Spyros, draw more cards, make more tokens. We've enjoyed some number of Charming Princes before in this deck. The Scry is nice to try to find our combo. They're 2-drops, so they're 2-drops for evolution. I mean, Spellbinder, once it's done what it's done, like you could just be happy evolutioning it. It's aggressive. It gives us flying, the angle of flying, a flying attack. But yeah, I mean, like, the Spellbinders would let us tear our opponent's hand apart as we Winota. So, like, I have thought about this card for this deck before. Maybe that's what we want to do instead. We just play a bunch of Spellbinders. I mean, if what we're trying to do ultimately is we just want to make the deck need white significantly less, like, this is a form of disruption in a similar vein as the other card we were running before, right? Now, something that does concern me is we're running a lot less redundancy for the give everything trample than we were before, right? Don't get me wrong. I like that the mana's cleaner. I like that we're still testing the Black Blooms, but what's our human count? Maybe we just play a singleton Black Bloom. Like, it's just fodder. It's just filler. Granted, it's a land, but, like, maybe we've got plenty of land. We're at 22 mana sources with 6 dorks. I mean, maybe that's wrong, right? Maybe we could cut a Black Bloom. It proved its worth. I think it's relevant because of Spyro, Fauna, and Winota, right? Like, I do think the first Black Bloom is great, but if I had room for anything else, I'd consider running that other creature we researched that also paints our creatures with trample besides Kenrith. I don't think I want to just run 2 Kenriths. I think I'd rather run the guy that animates lands or gives all our creatures trample. Because I don't want to be playing the Bonder plan without... or we find a way to squeeze Toski back into the sideboard. I think it's fine even main decked. That would give us something to... Granted, it'd be hard for us to tutor for it, right, against control. But we could certainly Fauna Shaman for it, right, or against mid-range. Things that are kind of pulling us apart, like we're losing resources, like the resource battle against your Juns and etc. So, yeah, this could be sweet. And really what we're trying to do is, like, the deck is clearly stretched, right? Like, color-wise, I think it's always been stretched ever since we started introducing the... Yeah, ever since we introduced the... Don't get me wrong, I really like Ranger for this deck. Like, I think that the Kenrith... Sorry, I think that the Wild Bonder plan takes a big hit if we don't have... let's go back in iteration. If we don't have Ranger go get Loyalist, I think the Wild Bonder just might not be our plan anymore, actually. But we can see if we can keep it around. So there's a human that says Trample. Land Elemental. It's like this card. And then this card seems really unassuming. Let me defend it for a brief moment. Real quick. This is Skarg Guildmage. Say hello. Now, can I zoom, please? There we go. That's fine. So it's a little bit more expensive to give all our creatures trample. Also, it doesn't give haste. So Kenrith already certainly has him beat in that regard. Kenrith's first ability, it's just really the only ability we tend to use. All creatures gain trample and haste. That's relevant for trampling over. That's also relevant for the Wild Bonder. If you guys didn't realize, this is actually my build around card instead of the typical humans you try to kill people with. This is trample creatures you control with trample have you may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. Hello, Skarg. Yeah. So Guildmage has another potentially relevant ability. We haven't used that side of him all that much. Really, when I've played this card in the past, when we were starting to try out the Wild Bonder, I've only been using the first ability on this guy. And it is expensive. It's a green and a red. Creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. So I would want to maybe play this or Archetype or whatever. There's Archetype, right? There's some other humans that have the ability. No, this is target land you control. Never mind. There's a few other cards out there that are humans that we can paint our team with. There is the Archetype, which might just be better. Archetype. It's red colorless enchantment creature. That might just be better. Because like the thing with the Scar Guildmage is we don't always have the open mana. Like, yes, I like that it's more mana efficient to get on the table. I like that it has synergy for Winota naturally because I can just animate a land. But let's see. What do you do? Oh, no. Archetype. Let's just type it out. Archetype. And it has trample. Makes my opponent's creatures lose trample. That's not relevant, hardly. Except there is a couple. It's funny. Everybody's playing Prime Time. This is relevant against Titan, and it just lets me chump them. But really, you would be playing this over the Guildmage because, I mean, again, like it's almost like Bruce by why don't you just double up on your Kenriths? Yeah. I just don't want to be loaded up with a bunch of 5 mana duders. I think even the first one is heavy. So maybe Archetype of Aggression is better. This is a human that creatures you control have trample. Simple, right? I mean, there's also the I cut it, but there's a bunch of other cards that come back to mind from even just a previous build or so. Was the not you Kolaghan Forerunners. This is a human that has trample already on it, so it already has built-in synergy for the Wild Bonder, and this thing gets really big potentially. So it's a trample that has dash. I do like that it has dash as well. It can finish off an opponent. If we top deck it, it's not that big a deal because we can just dash it in. So like we could there are other things we could be doing. Like I'm not necessarily sold that we should play one of these bad, like paint our creatures with trample. I almost would be, if we want another slot that has to do with the Wild Bonder, I'd almost rather just play Forerunners again, to be perfectly honest. I think that actually is just better than play. Like both of these are really bad. There's a bad card. I'm trying to get us away from just playing strictly bad cards. I'm fine with playing synergistic cards, right? Like synergistic cards, it's fine. It's like, okay, Kolaghan Forerunners is bad unless it's part of the sum of the parts, part of the whole. This card's great when it's part of the whole. It just smashes them and you give it double strike and then they're just dead. I swore by this for a while, but I cut it. I trimmed it to try to make room for some other stuff, but I do kind of miss it from time to time because it's just like there are board states where you're sitting there, you're like, okay, well, I have 10 creatures. If I just had Forerunners, we win, right? So just a thought, just a thought. I'm not convinced we're running the right number of lands, right? With it's hard to predict with the 2 colorless sources from the rogues, right? So it's 21, 22 plus 6 dorks. I mean, it might be too much, right? I'd almost rather have 1 less land and like play a 3rd dork, like the first Gilded Goose or 3rd Elf. I'd almost rather just have faster mana coming out of the gates. Because like our against, you know, your Trons and your Titans and such, like speed is of the essence. Maybe we just play another Land of War, a 3rd one, or the first Goose. I mean the life gain can be relevant sometimes, but I like the consistency of elves, and our mana base still doesn't function off of Arbor Elf, right? Like we don't have enough of the. I don't have enough forests. I'm not fetching into these enough. We're playing a lot of different weird utility kind of utilitarian lands, so you know, it's not really an Arbor Elf mana base. Arbor Elf is actually pretty common typically for the Winota, Naya Winota kind of shenanigans. Maybe just 2 Spellbinder. Again, when we've played this card in the past, it's just been a tutor target. That's our human count. I think our human count's actually pretty good. Should we consider how we are handling heavy removal decks with the dorks? We'll get mana screwed quick, though. Yeah, that's very true. Like, if I cut too many lands, yes, I will get screwed. I do think also the black blooms make me want us to be less colorful. I think if we're gonna really play these and keep them, some number of this card, I think not needing white often is good. So maybe being more like a red green single white deck is anyway. Yeah, I mean against the removal heavy decks, yeah, it's youch, right? Yeah, what is our human count? Let's actually calculate that real quick. 18, not minus Toski, sorry. And what's our non-human count? 21. It's a pretty nice split. Once you get below, 16 or so, like we could cut a rogue. I think we're at a happy number. I think even 16 could work. It's a little low for human count, like. Because like the thing is, once you start getting down to 16 or even 15, there's a reasonable chance that your Winota trigger just sees another Winota, and that's not what you want. You want to be pulling things that aren't her, right? You could even do this. You could say, well, I don't really count her herself, right? Like if you do that, like, okay, maybe the first Winota is okay because she essentially gives herself haste and indestructible, but really you shouldn't be counting all of these Winotas towards your human count, right? Because you really can't afford to just keep seeing Winotas. You need to see unique humans. We need to see this stuff, right? I don't know. I'm erring on the side of greed, which would be we figure out which fetch is the weaker fetch. I think it's Arid Mesa. Very clearly it's Arid Mesa, actually, after we are moving away from our white requirements and we were just playing Singleton Plains. I think Foothills is still better as the 2 of because of Dryad Arbor. So let's get these missing cards and let's give this new version perhaps a whirl. All right, Burrington, you did so well that we're just gonna straight up play 2 copies of you, without even being able to tutor for you, because you've been doing some work. Elite Spellbinder, a little bit of disruption. The promotional one is just the same price as the regular, basically. It's kind of fun. Do you like the full art ones? It's kind of cool. All right, check out. So we're not going to play Skarg. We are going to just play Forerunners. Yeah, it is. It's cool to see like is that the issue that the deck is really running into, is that like we just need to make the mana cleaner. I really do wonder. I love that we're maybe main decking the Toski. I don't know. There's nothing else in my sideboard that really strikes me as a main deckable card. Like clearly a sideboard card, clearly sideboard. Like everything here looks like a sideboard card to me. So I think it's cool to like see if Toski can really be main deck quality. We are a go wide deck. I think Toski could be a fine tutor target, and it's going to make our control matchup, mid range, removal heavy matchups a little bit better. You like main Toski as well? Yeah, I think this will be cool. I do actually think this, I hate to say it, I think this is a better direction for the deck because as much as I really like, yeah, these are cool, aren't they? I do really like Ranger, and I've really enjoyed Ranger. I really have. I wonder if us just not needing white nearly as much will be. We have 3 white cards now, right? Grand Abolisher, because I kind of want to keep testing it. Linvala for sure has to stay, and then the Singleton Apparition. But the Apparition's is a silver bullet, right? This is a, and like this lifts the burden off of us playing something like Elves, right? Our mana doesn't really function on the Arbor Elf level. I know you're like, but Bruce, by Arbor Elf is still better sometimes. It is. I don't always have draws that have a forest. Let me explain. So let me show you a few draws we could have that don't actually have the forest. It's rare, right? Like it's rare that we're not going to have even a Singleton forest. But it's like, okay, but if all I have is basic forest, then the Arbor Elf isn't doing anything anyway, right? So if I don't have this 12, like Arbor Elf can untap Arbor. So let's look at this. Let's analyze this. This is like kind of the last little preliminary check I want to do before I put us into an event. So there's 6 lands, and granted, these 2 we shouldn't even count, right? These are 4 lands that would cast Arbor Elf that Arbor Elf wouldn't be able to interact with, and then we do have theoretically 13 lands that Arbor Elf would interact with, and Arbor Elf could occasionally, right, with Temple Garden, with Stomping Ground, could fix us into colors, right? Could fix us into red or fix us into white for the Spyro, for the couple of white cards we have. So this still might be an Arbor Elf deck, right? But I'm a little wary to do that just because of these 6 lands, right? Not to mention the fact that some of our lands are just these colorless sources, essentially. So I'm a little wary if we're going to play Copperline, even Cavern, because we could name Druid, or I guess we'd name Elf. Sorry, we wouldn't name Druid, we would name Elf, because faunas are also elves. Yeah, in a pinch, that's something we could do. Yeah. Like, Canopy could cast elves, Gorge could cast elves, even Cavern of Souls in a pinch could cast elves. So I think we should play elves. I mean, we could just play Gilded Goose, right? But I'm a little worried about the sustain of Gilded Goose. I feel like we haven't really enjoyed... We kind of want to be making mana off of our mana dorks more than once. And Gilded Goose just doesn't do that for us. It's not like we're like a control-y kind of deck where we want to sit back and make food. Arbor seems like a liability. Yeah, I think I've belabored that. I think I've drilled that into the ground. So let's play some more games, shall we? Let's do a quick 2-person queue if we can get one. There's somebody already waiting for us. Fluffy Burrito. Will you be mine? As in my opponent. Could you be mine? Did I accidentally queue for something else? Exit. Hey there. Good luck and have fun. Hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. It's been fun to iterate on. This really has been a pretty interesting deck. Yorion, but I have Double Bird. I have Double Bird, guys, and we're on the draw. Deck already looks cleaner, right? Like, already, deck is looking cleaner. Think about it. We have a basic mountain we can fetch and not take 1,000,000. Actually, I'm a little less high on the basic mountain, though, now that we only have 3 red fetches. Maybe this is wrong. Maybe this is supposed to be second Copperline Gorge. I don't know. Let's just test it as is. Do you think I should just be playing Copperlines? I feel like that would make us take so much less damage. Maybe the mountain is stupid of me. I only have 3 red fetch. Maybe this is wrong. Yeah, maybe it should be 2 Copperlines. I mean, I don't want to fix us overload. I mean, I don't want to overload us into red-green sources, and then it's like, oh, but Bruce by we don't have our white reliably. How many white sources am I playing if we count birds? This many? 16? I was hiding behind my mic. Sorry, guys. All right. Need to draw land. That would be great. I mean, certainly if we're playing Copperline Gorges, we want to play a dork that's like Llanowar. It doesn't have to be Llanowar. It could be Elvish Mystic, right? Could be, you know. We could still even consider the first Goose for utility, but it's not like I have a lot of... I mean, I guess I could tutor for it, right? And that could come up. And like Yogg does that. They play a Singleton Gilded Goose because it is something they can chord for. Playing another Stoneblade list. If I draw land, I could Eldritch the Stoneforge away. Is that what we want to do? They revealed Batterskull. I don't know. If we draw land, I might consider... Oh, okay. Well, now I might just consider Dork. Guess we don't get to consider it at all. We did not draw our land, and we'll have to overpower a Batterskull now, which is not easy, but we can. We kind of need to set up our trample synergy thing. Ketria. Whoa. 4-color Stoneblade. Alright. You guys thinking what I'm thinking? Giver, fauna? I don't know, maybe I should have just Spyroed. Unfortunately, Skyclave can't stop Batterskull. Can't stop, won't stop. I mean, my Givers will start to mitigate some of the Batterskull's damage. Coiling Oracle, huh? Okay. So this gotta be like a, what is that 3-drop? So it's gotta be like some sort of wonderful 4-colory iteration of, what is that 3-drop? I can't think of it. Come on, it's got a whole archetype named after it now. What is it called? I bet this is them tutoring for it, the card that I just can't think of. It's a spirit. It blinks things. Anyone? Bueller? It's just not coming to me. Oh, okay, they just go get a Skyclave. They're going to Skyclave my Fauna Shaman. It's fine. Yeah, is that what I'm thinking of? That sounds correct, Idle Cloud. Soul Herder. Oh, they are just going to exile my Shaman now. Okay, I think we're okay with that. It's a Skyclave that's not hitting my Winota. I mean, I'm not really ready to Winota, though. I almost have to take a turn to Spyro. We don't play this Plains out because I want to keep the evolution, right? So, red. Spyro. I think we want to keep the evolution, right? I mean, we're all in. Here we go. Just go wide. That's what we're trying to do, right? This is probably the widest I've seen us go. Well, granted, we had a one-lander, right? Well, we've seen Dryad and Plains. They're kind of Certainly we did end up seeing 2 like actual lands. Hey, there it is. Called it. We were right in our assessment. It's so wide. Their Aether Vial went up to 4. I'm terrified. Why are you going up to 4? What are you doing it for? The germ is black, so we will be protecting ourselves from black. We are very wide. Hope they don't have Venser off of this Aether Vial. That would be unfortunate. They're going to try to grab my Giver. The Giver that's untapped. Because I stopped the Batterskull. Was that greedy? They can grab this Giver. That was maybe greedy of me. Yep. So maybe I should have just taken the Batterskull damage. Yeah. Thanks for the illusion. I will use it wisely. Alright, we just need a smash here. We need to tutor our whole deck and just kill them, right? We need red mana for Kenrith, so I will do that as well. Us having the single red for Kenrith is more... Should we hit Kenrith is more important than me having 1 less trigger, I think, right? Like, that's how we're getting there, right? Like, there's no other way. We have to see, like, Kenrith, Bonder, Historian, and Forerunners, right? We're going to get a million triggers, so I think we can do it. Guess Foundry. Alright, Evolve. Dryad Arbor has attack damage, though. Hang on. I think we should tap the things that aren't going to actually be dealing damage, right? Because we're doing the thing... Yeah, yeah, we'll use the birds to pay for this evolution, because... Yeah, we want to attack with... Yeah, because we're trying to sneak under the opponent, right? I mean, we're only getting so many triggers, though, here, folks. But I think we have to hope for the best. I mean, we're not going to win this board state. Please don't show me Venser. I don't know why they put their Aether Vial up to 4. I imagine it's like a... It could be like a Restoration Angel. I'm trying to think why this is on 4. I don't have the answers, folks. Oh, shoot. Stab it. Path my Giver. Okay. Give my 2-power illusion protection from black? I don't know. Well, this sucks that they had a path. Pro black, right? This is white, this is green, this is white, this is white. It's kind of irrelevant. That sucks that they had a path. You think they're going 5-color because of Yorion? They maybe. They do have a Yorion, but I don't know what the... Might rather just get the mountain, actually. There you go, the mountain came up. I don't think we're going to be able to smash through this. They have the literal Venser. Holy cajoles. I was sitting there like, please don't have the Venser. I guess they could because they have an Eladamri's Call. Holy majolies. Oh. Oh, that was gross. Thank goodness this isn't like a tournament. I'm glad we're just in the queue. Ugh. Alright, well, we stop Aether Vial. It's their best card in their deck, clearly, from the way that it looked like things shaped up. They have Eladamri's Call, so they're trying to do the whole Eladamri's Call Aether Vial thing, which I love. I've considered it for this deck as well. We're not doing it, though, but I've considered it. Abolisher actually stops them from doing some of their shenanigans, too, funny enough. I think that's what we want. I don't really want anything else I can think of. That was very sad to see happen. I called it. Yes, I did, Brave Mustache. I'm very sad. I mean, like, if they have it, they have it. Like, you know. I don't know if this is a Toski kind of fight, actually. I don't know about these cards. Yes, their mana's greedy, but they showed us Noble Hierarch. They showed us... let me see what my human count is if I do all that. Spellskite's overkill. That's wrong. Didn't mean to bring it in. Ooze can go. So we're going to bring in some of those creatures. Some of these are going to come back. Give me a second. I don't know. What are they doing? Like yeah, they got Yorion. Oaf. Teague, what does Teague stop? Teague doesn't stop unless they're playing like Chord or something. I don't think they are. I think they're just playing Vile and Value and Bouncy Castle. They probably have Ephemerate. Yeah, they probably have Ephemerate. I should think about that. Let's get these binders back in. Maybe I am still playing Toski. I'm trying to think if any of these other cards are relevant here. I don't think so. I mean, Timely might go wider than us. No, we're going to go wider probably. Look at us. We'll probably go wider, so it's not like they're burn. We don't really want this. I guess we do play the Toski. I mean, this can turn into kind of a mid-range fight of sorts. This is making me wish I still had my anthems. I don't. I'm not running them right now. We're not running the... I used to run Maja. We've played... this is actually a 3-lander. Could theoretically keep. It needs to see a... and we could lead the Bog. This really does want to see, though, red and white mana. Like the Fauna Shaman almost has to get like a bird or something, right? Like this for this hand to work, it's going to need to see a little bit more. Like one more color, maybe? I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. Let's play the Bog. They do nothing. Okay. No Aether Vial for you. Another evolution? Okay. We might just be evolving our Fauna Shaman. They show us like a sideboard Aether Gust. Counter my evolution. Maybe they just path my Shaman. You don't really want to pass Shaman though here, right, opponent? Give me that tasty plains I kind of need. I might seriously just go get a Spyro. I imagine they're going to have a proactive play. Yeah, maybe they're splashing blue for that Warden card, the blue hideaway card. It's pretty good. Wall of Blossoms, sure. I mean, just think. I could go get... I could go get something instead. We just drew a Spyro. Okay. Just thinking what's in. Yeah, they didn't have Aether Vial this draw. Could go get a bird. Bird actually seems like it'd be really smart to get. Like, ditch one of the Winotas. Go get a bird. Play a bird. What am I doing if not? I'm not doing that. If I evolve the Eldritch, I can, like, kind of clean this hand up, though, and set up for the Winota. I might just want to Eldritch the Shaman. I feel like, yeah, made up my mind. Like, there's some cards to consider, but let's just get the Spyro going. And I am gonna pitch the Spyro and a Winota, because I mean, look at our mana, right? Oh, look at all this hate. Because, like, the next phase probably is just evolution for Winota. Wow, our mana was awkward, but it's seemingly working out. I hope they don't have, like, a spell skite. I mean, a spell queller or something. They might have a singleton spell queller as, like, a tutor target, but they might just incidentally have it in hand. My opponent's deck looks like really fun to play. Obviously, if you're a Yorion deck, it's like you're trading some consistency for the consistency of having a companion. That's kind of like the catch-22 is like people argue, okay, playing Yorion makes you... Gosh, I'm a little worried to just play into this potential... Nah, let's just jam it. Like, if they have it, they have it. If they have permission, if they have a counterspell here, they have it. If they don't, this is great. You have it? They have it. Okay. Spellcaller. The Exacxi is what I was hoping you don't have. Could also just be Gust. That's also bad for us. I have to bottom this now. I guess it was more likely to be Gust than it would be like a Spellcrawler. I think we're still supposed to jam, right? If they don't have it, it's great for us. If they do, what am I doing with my turn instead? Playing Revoker? Playing Oof? Like, is that what my turn was? Ephemerate, wow. Draw lots of cards. Nah, they had it. I think we got a jam there. I don't know. I could try to wait until they like play out some of their threats. That did come to mind. And I'm sure they're hoping, obviously, if they have a Gust in their hand, they're hoping I just jam it. I think I have to No Fear there, but I could be wrong. The problem was, like, if the turn I was taking... Oh, now they're fine to tap out. Yeah, of course you are. Like, if the turn... I mean, we would love to see a white source. If the turn they were taking was a little bit more... I don't know. I think in retrospect... Like, I'm sorry, for us, if our turn was more impactful... Like, our turn just wasn't going to be that impactful. So it kind of felt like we were priced into not just sitting here, twiddling our thumbs, playing a 2-2? I don't know. I feel like I still make that play. And just hope they don't have something like Gust or whatever. But yeah, I do like these kind of fun value Yorion kind of decks. They're sweet. The axis that they operate on, obviously, is that they hope that their opponents are also playing fair magic. I'll say that much. But it's certainly fine and has it. Thank you, opponent. Wow, that's huge for us. Do we want to take the mountain here? No. We have Giver in hand. Let's go Plains. Thank you, opponent. We're just a red source away. Yeah, the literal Venser. Oh, that was so sauce. I mean, like, it's not like they tutored for it either. They just naturally had the Singleton Venser in their hand in their 80-card deck. Ugh. Sometimes trading resources is best. Still sucks, though. Yeah. Oh, it really did. I mean, it would stink if they have another Aether Gust here. That would be just the pits for us, right? Well, maybe not. Well, yeah, even if I try to cast Toski into it, they actually can still tuck the Toski. I wonder if we're just not going to draw land again, and it's going to be... Okay, so we draw the... Let's just jam it. If they have it, they have it. If they don't... I know when I said that earlier, we got punished, but it's like... We just got to jam. We're going to lose if we let them get more and more and more value. Just don't have it, opponent. Just don't have another Gust. You're an 80-card deck. Come on. 80-card deck, double Aether Gust? You're kidding me. That's right, you don't have it. You have Path instead. That's what you have instead, Path. You don't have it, opponent. You don't. Stop it. No. Top. My goodness. Double Aether Gust, 80-card deck. Must be nice. Ugh, must be nice. Okay, we can only attack with the Oath here. No, we can't. They have Blossoms. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Like, how many Gusts do they have to draw the two of, right? Playset? I'm just joking with them, but I'll say it in the chat. Playset? They have to, right? It's probably just a 2 of, and I'm just being goofy. What's the red for? What, are we going to bring to light here? Oh, man. This is great. This is probably the most original deck I've played against all day. I'm excited. Yes. Now we're talking. Opponent is literally playing my kind of a deck, like Aether Vial, Eladamri's Call, tutor for the perfect cards for all the different perfect situations. Oh, man. Third Aether Gust coming up. Watch. It's going to happen. I used to play a Glendalindred Archmage deck where we did some weird stuff with the Persist on this card, and you got to keep using it. All right, let's jam it again. But now it's like... what are we even getting out of the triggers anymore? Show me Path this time. Didn't have it. Sweet. All right, so we're losing the Oath to the... I mean, we just need the triggers. This is 3 Winota triggers looking 18 cards deep. Well, there's the rogue coming up again. It's funny. We would have otherwise maybe missed there. We do miss on the second one, though. It's a shame. Holy Hera. Alright, well, alright. I guess this just isn't our time. Yep, they get to eat up 2 of my dudes. You have to block with 2 creatures if you want to block that. It's got menace. Like, ouch. To look 18 cards deep and see only 1 human, and it's the new human we've put into our mana base. I mean, I wonder if 17 just isn't enough, right? Like, you see that happen. I mean, like, yes, you're like, no, Bruce Spy, don't be results-oriented, right? Actually, we have 18 humans now, don't we? Did I miscalculate? No, Skyclave is not a human. There we go. It's 17. But did we cut some? Why did we cut Magus of the Moon? They're 4-color, 5-color nonsense, right? That was wrong. That should have still been in. It's just luck. Yeah. I mean, granted, those are all on the bottom now unless they shuffle me somehow with Field of Ruin. The tough luck indeed. Tough luck indeed. Does this put Yorion into hand? Yep. Skyclave. My Winota. Oh, man. The Aether Gust on the... is what just killed us, right? The first Aether Gust just like really set us back on the Eldritch Evolution. It's just like we never came back from that, I think. You also said we don't really count Winota as a human. Yeah, we really shouldn't. I wonder if we maybe just can't run the Toski and like that needs to be another human. Man. Let's not panic. This is kind of panic mode, though. Stoneforge. I love it. I mean, there's just a lot of value over there. They happen to have the relevant interaction. They've also just gained a lot of advantage off of the... I think I'm ready to maybe scoop it up. We'll play another game. Maybe make a couple more modifications. Yeah, I think we're too human light. And I would like redundancy for the trample. I don't know if the Forerunners is the way to do it. Like I would love to just give the whole team trample. And one of those other creatures we were looking into does do that for us. Speaking of Forerunners, it's pretty bad when we're behind. Yeah, we're not going to win this. That's okay. We'll move on with our lives. At least it wasn't a league and giving up a match. That just felt so bad. Like I'm wondering, like, could I have done something different? Yeah. I'm wondering if maybe I could have sideboarded differently. I think the Magus of the Moon should have stayed in for sure. Upon looking upon what was actually happening. I guess I didn't want to because they showed us Aether Vial and they showed us Noble, but they're a Yorion deck, so they're not always going to have those. So I think actually we should have left in Magus of the Moon. So these tests are 4, exactly. And I wanted something more competitive than us just jamming in the tournament practice room. I know you're like, but Bruce Spy, we just played against a non-deck. That's fine. They're a non-deck that looks like they're trying to be like we are, like mindful of the rest of the meta. Just because you're brewing doesn't mean you don't have to brew mindfully. So do we... I think maybe one more human. That was a lot of whiffs. That felt really bad. I do kind of prefer the Guildmage to... I don't know. I think the Forerunners gives us some more punch and lets us kill a little bit more quickly or consistently. And it's hard, right, when we're not playing the Marauders, when we're not playing the Geist-Honored Monks. I mean, maybe our list just wants the first Geist-Honored Monk, too. I've talked about that before. We've thought about that before. I don't know. I kind of want to make sure that we turn on the Wild Bonder, though, and I'm not sure that we will without the help of... Loyalist. So maybe we will play the Guildmage. What about Huntmaster? I do like Huntmaster. We've played Huntmaster in this deck before. It's kind of a little late to the party oftentimes, I'll admit. I like Huntmaster. We also typically, we're not letting it flip oftentimes. Because there's just more things to be playing to cast. Let's try it. Let's give the Guildmage a shot. I think Archetype might be better, but the fact that this is less mana, the fact that this is able to make a creature. I mean, it's until end of turn though, but I can make a creature for Winota triggering, and it's a substantial one. I mean, it's a 4/4. It's not like it's a little shrimpy, but it is a non-human for Winota. It's an elemental. Let's try it. I think that's the only change I want to make. We'll queue here, and I'll. I don't know. I'm kind of tournamented out today. It is early now. It's 2 in the morning. So, gosh, that was a beautiful deck. I wish I was brave enough to play it. I find that I don't. You'd think that I would gravitate towards like Yorion. That's maybe the coolest Yorion deck I've seen. That definitely like tickles my kind of preferences. If you guys didn't know this, you can goldfish on Magic Online. You do it like this. Or did we just get up against somebody? No, we're still waiting. Okay, cool. This opener looks fine. I would probably keep this. If you're wondering why we just drew a card, it's almost like it treats you. It almost treats you like. Okay, I need green here, so I actually am gonna shock to cast the ouch. This is gonna hurt the giver. I thought the point was we were trying to take less damage off our mana. I thought that was the point, guys. I thought that was the goal. All right, let's play Shaman. And again, the goal is when we're just goldfishing like this, is so I just try to see the quicker line. That's the idea. Probably protect the Fauna Shaman there, maybe. Spellbinder. So we could Eldritch the Fauna. I don't think that's the most defensible line. I think we're better off either playing Teague or Skoos, depending on the matchup, and then searching for Winota, hoping for 4th land. And if we don't get there, let's put a stop on there. Oops. I know it's weird. This is our own end step. Oh, we have an opponent. Sweet. And these are terrible EV, but I just want a more competitive setting. Hey, what's up, Equinox? But yeah, Cat in the Furnace, Huntmaster is certainly on my radar. We've played with it. It's great because it's a human that makes a non-human, right? Like it seems like it goes in the deck, but the problem is it's a little bit mana intensive. This hand's fine. We're up against Zerda. That's sweet. Opponent's got a really cool deck if they're playing Zerda. Like Stoneforge. Opponent's deck is probably super cool if they're playing Zerda. I can't put Zerda in my Winota deck, but I'm excited to see what they're doing. I wonder if they're like the Umbra Mantle combo. Noble Hierarch. It's a very pretty one. Yeah, I wonder what they're up to. And again, we're not playing Noble because we want a non-human in the early stages. You're going to bolt my elf? Sure. Ooh, I don't know how I feel about that Plains, though. I feel like it's not even really a Plains. So yeah, they're just like Naya. Speaking of like Naya decks that we don't think exist, look at this. They're playing a Naya Stoneblade and Zerda. And then we Blood Moon them, right? Kidding. This really set us back. The bolt really set us back. Didn't set us packing, but it set us back. Bunch of 3-drops in my hand. You could play the new Jund Noble. He's a goblin. Ooh, that's going to be so good for us. Gosh, somebody even mentioned that, and I forgot about that. It just slots straight into this deck, doesn't it? Holy cow. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Wow, that's going to make us a lot better, I think. It gives us red for... yeah, it's going to give us red for... yes. Yes. Guys, we found our card for our Winota deck. Our Winota deck. Clearly, we're going to upgrade. Well, this is sad. Because we have Firelit, I think we get Temple Garden. This is sad what's happening here. I mean, they were on the play, and they had the bolt for the elves. This is just... And I don't have the I don't mind this forest, but I don't know about this plains. It just seems like it's so far away from what a plains is supposed to be, you know? These don't really seem like lands. Kind of distracting. Anyway, let's see. But some people like them. Our opponent is one of them. Binder the Batterskull, they're going to put it into play in response. That's not how this card works. This doesn't have flash. If it had flash, I could do this in response to them activating Stoneforge. I just need to set up for Winota best I can. Is that Windswept Fauna? Get Arbor? Is that what I can do? Yeah, I think I just need to try to set up for this. I mean, we can overpower a Batterskull. I'm not giving up. We can. But I need to be a lot wider than I am. Than 2 creatures wide. No, it's been on the table the whole turn already. Lands with Swamp Camo, yeah. Opponent's just trying to play nothing but promo cards their entire deck. For no reason. No, it's pretty. It is pretty. It's cool. Tarmogoyf. Renin 6. Get back Foothills. I like a lot of what I'm seeing out of my opponent's deck. And yeah, each permanent card that's a non-land, yeah, indeed allows for the Zerta. Are we putting Zerta in hand? Nice. Making the companion relevant. Making the companion relevant. Does it and like Zerta does do some cool stuff when it comes to equipment. You know? Making that stuff cost less, making creatures block. Like there's some neat stuff going on here, folks. Now, if I do go get the Dryad Arbor, it's vulnerable to the Renin 6, but we have Winota. But they have a Batterskull. But I mean we're just gonna lose, so whatever. It's not like I'm even attacking with. Oh, let's not play the Copper Line because we already have 3 creatures. It would be a misplay. So what is this Winota even doing, right? I'm just attacking with my Fauna Shaman into the Germ. That seems bad. I don't even think I'm supposed to play the Winota, but all my hand is just humans. I almost feel like instead of just throwing this away, I should just say go. I think my turn was actually supposed to be evolve or search for Spyro and play Spyro. I shouldn't have played the Winota yet. That was actually really dumb. Because, like, what am I doing? Am I really going to... You know what? Please just find me a Spyro off the top. We did. Sweet. Now, does this also work when it comes to Planeswalkers? Yeah, I could get the Renin 6 off the table with the Wild Bonder. But then I'm not setting up well for next turn. But then they're just killing my Dryad Arbor. I mean, they're definitely eating up this Fauna Shaman. The Wild Bonder can get through the Renin 6 and kill the Renin 6. Yeah. I think that's what I'm doing, actually. We almost kind of hope that their whole turn is play Zerta, right? So they realize what's going on. Good. Get rid of the Planeswalker, but we lose the Fauna Shaman in the process. I have 1 Winota trigger. Oh boy. Gavany Township. Hey, that's not a promo. I mean, neither was Renin 6, but Renin 6... Like, Planeswalkers are just naturally a really beautiful looking card. Got kind of that full art feel to them. Gavany Township. Oh, they're playing the Zerta. 3 cards in their hand. What could they be? What do we got here? Spyro? Card's so good. Can't not play Spyro, right? If you're in Naya colors. They ditch a Fulminator Mage. What? I like it. I really like the shape. Like, here's the thing. Maybe my opponent's trying to do what we've been trying to do, which is make a viable humans deck, right? I mean, not human, sorry, Naya deck. Go down to 7. And it's can't block, right? Yes. We draw a Spyro. It's kind of late, though. I think I should have sequenced different. I think if I'd sequenced Spyro last turn, then Winota this turn, we actually could have perhaps done something. As it stands, I can't really attack into this. I almost have to spend a turn or two building up, you know? I mean, Spyro is the beginning of it, right? I almost feel like maybe I should keep the Magus because it turns off the Gavany. Well, no, they're going to Gavany next turn. We're probably just dead anyway. Maybe keep the Eldritch because I can tutor for... might just even just play Copperline tapped instead of playing this and taking any damage. I don't know, maybe we do want our Dryad Arbor trigger, but... Like, what am I hoping to hit, right? I'm just giving them free life off the germ. Next turn, we can swing in with a few more triggers, and I can Eldritch up one of our other pieces to the Wild Bonder Wombo. But it's like, I just think we're falling further and further and further behind. But it's awesome to see a Naya deck. It's really exciting to see a Naya deck on the other side of the table. Because that's part of the stipulation with this brew even is I don't really think that they're viable Naya decks in the format. And I say that with all the respect in the world against what my opponent's doing, right? And I'm not saying like Winota is that answer, but I've been trying to see if it is. Yeah, I mean like the Gavany Township's great here, right? I have to like block pretty aggressively. I guess we could lose the Spyro, but I was hoping to evolve it. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to the... Yeah, we're not going to have a board after this Gavany activation. This is awesome. The Bolt really set the tone for the whole match, though, as it sometimes can. Just like turn off their stuff. Seems good. Seems great, actually. We have a few relevant things to come in. We get to play Mark. It looks like their removal spell of choice is Bolt. We could play the Burringtons. Burrington is faster to protect us than Giver is, so that's something to consider. Granted, it has to spend itself. Like, even if we just had a few Givers, that game could have been different too. We could have stopped the Batterskull damage. So I don't think that we should just give up hope. The Trample package I kind of want to keep in. The Hand Disruption it doesn't seem like that's the angle, and Magus can go too. They have Noble Hierarch and such. Skarg is going to go before the other goes. I might just cut the Ooze, though, and Teague. Teague seems worthless, too. Spellskite's kind of awkward because, like, yes, it does stop Bolt, but I kind of want to have Oath in as well for their equipment. I don't know. But that gives us room for the first Burrington. Yeah, I don't really want to cut our Trample package at all. Right? Well, Blade Historian isn't really part of the Trample package. It's just incidentally good. It synergizes with it, but it's just incidentally good in the deck. Let's see. Yeah, Dryad Arbor is a little bit weak to run. Every time I cut it, I'm like, why did I cut it, though? But maybe I will cut it for the second Burrington. It's just, against the Bolt decks, it's kind of a liability. Wow, I'm only on 18 land. Well, no, that's not true. I have 2 Black Bloom Rogues. Yes. I always thought the Ren and 6 art was dope. You could look into it. Alright, so this hand isn't as land light as it looks on the surface, but it is color. It is in the color issue category. Go ahead and mulligan. This hand has issues too, right? But I'm going to keep it. This isn't a great Eldritch Evolution hand, but I need so much mana to get to the Winota that I might rather keep Eldritch. And yeah, we just hope that they don't have Runner Bolt. All the bolts. They also mulliganed. Alright, deck. Let's do our thing. Drop the Giver. Maybe dropping Giver was correct, actually. Instead of Winota. Bolt the Bird? they decide not to. I mean, I would assume the player that's playing Fulminator Mage is certainly going to try to bolt these birds. Did not hit that land. Forgotten Cave. Is this just Stoneforge? Ooh, Wrenn and 6 kill a bird. That's pretty horrific for us. Land, please. Giver's now ready to protect us from the Wrenn. I think I play Fauna instead of Giver, right? Playing second Giver is maybe a good idea, though, now that I'm like fighting for my life on this birds. Yeah, maybe I should do that instead of playing the Fauna. Because what am I doing with Fauna? Go get Dryad Arbor? That seems bad, too. It's tempting to just punch the Wrenn and 6. No, we have to protect this bird. This is really bad, folks. Down tick Wrenn with another Wrenn, they can take out the bird. Down tick Wrenn, bolt, they can take out the bird. Okay, that's not what they want to do, though. They're grabbing a cave. Then they play their Stoneforge. I don't know, this is a mulligan and maybe just not a wise decision against a Wrenn and 6 deck to think that we're going to be able to protect the bird. Oh, thank goodness. All right. Does this set even really do what we need? It's almost like I'm playing Shaman, playing Foundry tapped, right? I think that's the turn. We're having a tough go of it, chaps, folks. That's what one of my roommates from college, he was a British exchange student, actually. Cycle the cave, cycle the cave. I love what my opponent's up to, though. Seriously, like, I commend them for, like, really, really trying to make, like, they're white for Stoneforge, they're red for Pyro, green for Noble Hierarch. It seems, like, honestly, on the surface, you're like, all right, well, maybe this is the Naya deck of the format, right? But it's not. And I'm not saying ours is either. I just think it's like, yeah, but we could be Jund right now. Or, like, and we could have that argument all day, right? Like, I really like that they're being creative. Like, and look at it. Like, they do get to play a companion. Drawing a bunch of cards off this Wrenn and 6. Another Stoneforge. All right, Sword of Fire and Ice. Okay. They already grabbed Batterskull. So. So is the line just Evolution the Fauna Shaman? I think so. Bird is a free attack. Free-ish attack. Again, the flying is just huge. And we can keep both of our givers back. I mean, we kind of have to with Wrenn and 6 and such. And then they countered this somehow. Is this a path? They're floating? I mean, that means they're not putting the Batterskull in. I'm assuming this is put Batterskull in, though. Yeah. Sure. I guess this is worth them doing before I start tutoring. Like, I'm not going to not do my Winota trigger, right? And then, like, whatever I get, though, they get to eat up the... oh, shoot. It sucks that we're going to lose the Wild Bonder. Because we kind of need that to overpower the Batterskull. I mean, the Double Striker and the other Trampler we have, like, yeah, they just get to get some free life, basically, there. But I think I'm still supposed to do that. I don't know. I could have used Giver to give this protection from black. But I thought I wanted both my givers up because, like, I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. I mean, they have a million cards. They've drawn a lot of cards off this Wrenn and 6, folks. Kind of think I'm supposed to leave both givers open. I don't know. I wonder if they're playing Giver, actually. They could, in a Zerta deck, play Giver. Yeah, a lot of cards. A lot of extra cards they've drawn this game. Renin 6. Okay. That down tick is suspicious. I mean, there should be another removal spell here, if that's what they're doing. Helix. Oh, okay, that's what they're doing. I see. Yeah, I mean, Sword is awkward because everything that I could block with it is red. So I almost have to chump the Germ with my other Giver. That's really bad news. I almost have to consider this. I think we're just losing this one, folks. Like, Mark of Asylum coming down stops the Renin 6 from being able to toast my dudes, but it's maybe a little too late. It's a Llanowar Elf. Oh, that could also block the Germ. Hang on, maybe I'm giving up too quickly. Did we cut the Arbor? I think we did. I did. It just doesn't get anything. I mean, does get things. It's just not. All right, Mark. Again, Birds is kind of free, but kind of not, because they get to... like, the thing is they have black and white, so I can't really get the... Well, I don't care about the Renin 6 as much anymore. I mean, I do care that it's drawing them a card every turn, though. Ugh. Do I... make the Winota have pro black, and then they have to lose their Stoneforge? Have to consider losing their Stoneforge? Here's a Spyro. So what we got going at the Renin 6 so far? So Winota is... and they got 2 blockers. They can block Winota, but we can protect it. They can trump something or block this elemental token. They're taking 2 from the Spyro. Yeah, I guess we're sending another Spyro at it. One more trigger. Let's hit, please. We added more humans for a raisin. All right, so here's an interesting decision point. I don't actually have another red fetchable on this Windswept, do I? So maybe I should have cracked this first because Kenrith was something we could have hit. I think that was in the back of my mind, but I just didn't perform it. The guy you're reversing is a salty person, are they? All right, let's see. I think I have to take Blade Historian because Kenrith, I can't activate his ability here. So let's take Blade Historian. Does this also have to go after the Renin 6? Hang on. Is there a way that they could block that I don't kill the Renin 6 here? This is going at Renin 6. This is and they have double strike now too. I think this doesn't need to go at the Renin 6, right? Because they'll block even. Yeah, as long as I have 2 attackers on the Renin 6, it's dead. And this is going there. This is, yeah, they're all, yeah. So we can go player finally. But I do think that was a misstep. I think I was supposed to fetch this and leave open a red source for because Kenrith would have been better, I think. All right, versed him in a previous prelim. Yeah, he's all about the prizes. If he's all about the prizes, then what's he doing here? What's he doing in the 1v1 queue? What's he doing in the queue? What's he doing playing Naya? If he's all about the prizes too. What's he doing playing like a brew like we might be playing? I don't know. Black Death, how's your let's change the subject. Black Death, how's your this is gonna be a really painful germ attack. I hope that I get to block it with the Llanowar Elves. Ooh, Gavany Township. He was playing Abzen. Oof, Sword of Feast, so he can get around. Gross. I still think we could maybe overpower him though if we hit the right stuff on our Winota triggers. I do. You're like, there's no way, Bruce. But look, he's got a freaking huge Batterskull Pro, all of my colors at this point except for white. Like, yeah, like we could chump it with a giver. I hear ya. I hear ya. Make me discard my Spellskite. They untap. They do all this stuff. Shoot something. Maybe they're gonna shoot the giver finally. Oh, they just dealt it to me. Oh, okay. I could still maybe get through. As long as I can blank the block from the germ. We have our double striker. I need the Culligans guy. And we did shuffle, so we might have shuffled Kenrith back in too. What do you got here, opponent? Ren in 6, but you can't remove anything because of Mark of Asylum. Yeah, how's your Slivers deck coming, Black Duff? Looking for like Path, I think. Path the Winota. Maybe they found it. Yep, kind of just have to swing through and protect. Drew Black Plume. It's a dead card. I mean, it's not completely dead. We can Fauna Shaman it. We could pitch it to Spyros. All right, have I ever played Elementals in Modern with Pyre of Heroes? Might even be a card that could fit in this deck. We've tried Aether Vial before. I don't hate Aether Vial. So I think we swing out and just pray that we hit the right stuff, right? Like, we don't swing with the giver though, because we need to fade. We need to stop the life gain on the germ. We need to stop. So we need to give whatever the germ blocks pro black. But yeah, I think we just swing out and hope we hit the stuffs, right? We're being down the Wild Bonder though, kind of makes it really tough though to break through. But anyway. Yeah, 50 quality points. QP, got the deck posted, waiting for the challenge. Nice. I think this has to stay back, right? We need to blank the germ damage. 4 triggers. We're going to look 24 cards deep. Do we find Kenrith? Do we find... That's another Winota. I might honestly want the other Winota because it'll be painted with double strike. Player... Keep this one. Oh no, we're seeing all of it clumped, clustered. So we got to take the Forerunners, right? It's a 9-3 Trampler, 10-3 Trampler, double striker. Actually, maybe we just win if I give that pro black, don't we? I might just win if this had pro black. Gosh, the rogue is coming up again. The Black Bloom rogue. All right, Kenrith, maybe? Kenrith. Holy crap, we hit the Kenrith. Holy cajoli. Or I could Vandal the Sword of something. I don't think I bother. I think I just take Kenrith. That way the Stoneforge block isn't all that relevant either, right? Like if we can just paint our whole team with Trample, doesn't the Kenrith just... Yeah, I think this just makes it lethal potentially. It's also a 5 power creature, which is relevant with the double strike. I could also use this one ability, the put a counter on something, which is relevant. Yeah, so we're going to blank the germ damage. I see how he blocks first, right, before I do anything else, correct? What happened if he had spread out his equipment? I almost feel like he should block my Colligans. Forerunner, right? He is. If I give this pro black, what happens? Do I still have to allocate damage to the germ? But I can't because it's got protection. Wait for blocks, then trample, pump something. Pump or pro black, whatever is blocked. Yeah, I wonder... And they're blocking, trying to block Kenrith. Okay, so we have to give her you for black. Well, if he blocks, you still have to assign the damage. Uh-oh, they have something. Purge. Purge my historian. Yep. That happens. So we lose the double strike. I think we just lose here now. Black Death says no, it goes over. Yeah, but I think I don't have enough damage. Let's go ahead and give everybody trample. So we haven't done that yet. So everybody that didn't have trample has trample, which is relevant just for this block. What do I put the counter on? Nobody has double strike anymore. Guess I could put the counter on like a random bird. Yeah, us not having double strike now sucks. Really stinks. So they're only taking... Like, even though it's got protection, you're saying I still need to allocate the 8 damage to the germ? Try to gain life with Ken? Is that really better? It might be. Us gaining 5 life might be better. I'm just trying to see if the +1/+1 counter actually would make it lethal. So we're trampling over 3 damage here, 2 damage there. So I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, it's not nearly enough. You're right, I have to just gain the life. That stinks that they killed my double striker with the purge. Yep, I have to, yep. Man. They go to 13. Go. What a game this has been. This has been interesting. It stinks that we lost the Wild Bonder earlier to a Spyro trigger. Like, the game would have been over right there, even though we lost our double striker. Target us, gain a bunch of life. Actually, I'm still dead, aren't I? Oh, Mark of Asylum. Oh, it's creatures, though. No, we're just dead. I'm dead. They can sword shoot me. I should have maybe left something back. We're actually just dead. Interesting games. We were dead even without the Gavany Township or anything. We're dead because sword fire nice. They just have a bolt? No? Maybe going damage would have been better. I didn't do the math. No, we needed either our Wild Bonder not to be discarded naturally by us, which does happen sometimes with Seasoned. We just needed to either keep our Historian or the Wild Bonder, and we won there. So it's okay. Happens. Like that's the thing, is it's like, okay, Bruce Spiral, why not just play Angrass Marauders builds? Why not just play? Because like Angrass Marauders builds can really, really overkill a board state like that. It's not a question, right? It's like they can certainly overpower a Batterskull. I don't want to play like a play set of the 7 mana humans. We've been trying to jam on this idea for a while, and we've been trying to not play like the traditional Winotas, the Geist Honored Monks. Let's run it back. I feel like we're still testing here. I can't really say. I don't think I make any changes. Like, we're trying to go for a different angle, which is these synergies instead. No, I do think that Geist Honored Monk is great, though. Like, you know, in the same way that Huntmaster is great, I think Geist Honored Monk is great, right? It's just overall, it's just solid, right? Like, it's growing much like Forerunners does. It grows, it just gets big, makes tokens. You could have used Giver on the Historian. Oh, yeah, maybe I used the Giver too early, right? Maybe I should have just been like, all right, well, that happens. But I feel like them gaining the life was too much. All right, so Black Bloom pitches to the Shaman. That's a good thing. This hand actually isn't as bad as it looks like, as I think it might be. Actually going to keep it. It's a little awkward. A little more awkward now that we see them have Scalding Tarn. Good luck and have fun. Yep, our hand is a lot more awkward. Look at us not taking that damage, guys. Look at that Copperline Gorge. It's gorgeous, right? Get it? Gorgeous? It's a Copperline Gorgeous. All right, oh yeah, we're in trouble. Kill my bird. Yep, make me a sad boy. They're using half a card to kill my Bird of Paradise. Oof. Yeah, now we play Fauna. This dies 2 to their Lightning Bolt. It's just how we drew it up. Yeah, Prowess is tough. I have to bring in quite a few cards for this matchup. Metamorphose. Cast Birdie? Expressive Iteration. Oh man, if they don't kill my Fauna Shaman, that would be sweet. But I don't know what I'm going to get, though. Like, do I get a Dork? Do I get... No. No, I get... Oh, Spellskite's main deck now. This matchup isn't as bad. We go get Spellskite. I forgot that it's main decked now. Which we've done in the past. We've main decked this. These are lands, basically. Oh, Vapor Snag. Okay. Well, so much for the go get. And like I can't really afford to go get the Dried Arbor, can I? Ooh, Spyro. Never mind. We have a game. We should keep the Fauna Shaman. I don't really need the Kenrith, so we're going to ditch these two to make tokens. Really liking these rogues. I didn't think we could support them, but like we're upping our human count, we're upping our creature count all at the same time. That was not great to draw into, right? I guess we play the Fauna and we don't play the bird because we may need the bird to pitch to Fauna to go get Winota. Just like we drew it up, right, chat? The dragon. May need to chump the mage. It's another Metamorphose. Yep. Probably have to try to block the Soul Scar here. The thing about Prowess, right? I kind of have to like block each. They have plenty of land, so they're probably going to dart one of my elementals, actually. Serum Visions, yep. Yeah, probably have to chump the Soul Scar. It's not an option anymore. They have a bolt. We block, right? Yeah, we kind of have to. And that's the Prowess matchup for you folks. What you're seeing here, you've seen it here. You've seen it first. I can't. I think I just have to top deck a creature. I have to also get the birds on the table, don't I? Yeah. Let's just top deck a creature. Most of our deck is creatures, right? It's just top deck a creature. It's easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. You just ask for the deck to let you, draw the perfect card, and you just do. Yeah, and like that lifelink, by the way, makes me almost wish we still had champion. Like some of these matchups we had tonight, like especially this matchup right in front of us, I kind of still wish we had Heron's Grace champion. It's a little bit unassuming looking because it only paints our humans, but the Heron's Grace champion is actually pretty sweet. Oh, I didn't realize they had a full art one. That's kind of goofy looking. Look at that hat. That's goofy. The Heron's Grace has been solid in the past. We've cut it in more recent builds, but just to make room for more stuff for the Trample package. But the life link is actually really, really nice in certain matchups. It's nice to gain that buffer of life. But anyway, what are we darting? My bird? Yep, I would expect that. I suspect you would. They have another dart they're going to get to play. Oh, man. Dart, 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 dart. If you're wondering why this matchup is tough, it's this card. It's the same reason why Obosh is tough. Obosh is also tough because they're also a lava dart deck, and it's just hard. These Bird of Paradise lists are just so weak to this card. I appreciate your thoughts, Equinox. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, even looking at, like, so I hear what you're saying. I do. But like I don't think we're doing it necessarily any worse than the other Winota decks are. Are you just saying that just in general? You just talking about the archetype in general, or are you talking about, let me see, my take on the deck? Not that I need to defend it. I don't need to. I don't feel that way about it. Here's a Yorion build. That's kind of also just attacks this list. Wow, they have main deck Revoker. That's sweet for like Heliod. Here's it's a 3/1, but it's something. This is them using Strangleroot. I do like Strangleroot because of the speed. And they're a Marauder's Bolt build. Copters, that's cool. Playing Smuggler's Copter. Here's another. Here's a 5/0. Also a Marauder build. Is there anything we've seen from Modern Masters 2? I'm not sure if it's a problem with the archetype or your build. It's probably the archetype. But yes, we're just very dead to a solid draw from Prowess. But also my hand is a bunch of lands, so. So funny enough, our creatures curve bigger except for I don't think we should play it. Let's play the Burringtons. We're out of the second one. Let's play the Mark. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine to exhaust it and move on, right? Timely comes in. I think that's all I want. Favor's interesting. So Favor can work. The problem is, let's cut the Spellbinders because the disruption is laughable here. I wonder if these should even just be in the sideboard. But anyway. No, we want a few speed bumps. Skoos can go. Teague can go. One cut to make. I think even Skyclave is a little slow. Oh, Magus of the Moon is weak. We cut that first. What about Worship? Yeah, Worship's interesting. I haven't considered Worship, no. I mean, you just saw my opponent literally kill every single creature I had, though. So how good would Worship be when I don't have... I mean, like, Worship's maybe fine because of the Givers, perhaps, right? But anyway, we do want to trample over. Let's not cut any of the trample package. We're trying to test the trample package here, right? So Forerunners, Scar, Bonder, Kenrith. It's not cutting into that. I mean, they do have Vapor Snag, but like Spellskite also can get targeted. So, I mean, in addition to Mark, we could play Favor. Favor's better for like Fatal Push decks, though. If we ran Favor, I just don't know. I think it's too much. Could cut like the Dryad Arbor. I'm not going to fetch for it in this matchup. That's true. All right, let's just run it like this. Like Favor, they might have the, you know, they might have a draw that oh wow, we have the Mark. Sweet, keep. I might not even play my bird. This card is that significant. I might not even play out the first bird just to get toasted. We might just want to wait. I don't know. Like, maybe it's fine, but it's like, but we have the protection. Like, why not? Why not wait? Alright, has Pyromancer ever been up for discussion? Oh, we're not cutting the Pyromancer Equinox. I'm not sure if you know what we're trying to do. This deck doesn't feel... That's not why we're playing Pyromancer. Pyromancer's the best deck... Sorry, the best card in our deck, actually. I'm going to be greedy here and just get basic planes. Pyromancer is the best card in the deck. For not just because it's the best card or the most expensive card. This sets up the Winota the best out of any 3-drop we could possibly play. And the flashback too. I mean, it gives us even more tokens. I don't know if we're on the same planet anymore, Equinox. And I'm saying this lovingly. I'm still listening to everything else you said. Though I think the lesson I'm taking from this yada yada clunky and yes, it is clunky and slow, and we're trying to do something creative, not necessarily something better. I don't even know if you and I are on the same planet together anymore. And I am saying that lovingly, and I did read your full comment, but this is the best card in the deck, right? I don't feel like there's a question. And I hope I'm saying that with the right gentleness and respect, and I hope you're receiving that. Like I hope you are. I don't know. I feel like people can get angry about anything on the internet, but I'm receiving your constructive criticism from your long comments, but I'm also telling you that I do think you're wrong about the most recent comment of, has the Pyromancer been up for discussion? Oh no, they have the entity. So they are going to get in with the Sprite Dragon, but we do get to block the Swift Spear for freebies off of the Burrington. This card. Geist is the best way to set up Winota because it has the best synergy for Eldritch. It's even arguably better than playing. It's even arguably better than playing. Yeah, it's better than most 2-drops we could play because it has Undying. If we evolution this for Winota, we actually get to immediately swing with the Strangleroot. So like your best openers are like Acceleration into Geist into, and then maybe also fetch out the Arbor when you do that, and then you still turn 3 the evolution, but you turn 3 the evolution on the Geist, get Winota, you get to attack with the Undying Geist. Yeah, like Strangleroot Geist is really one of the best 2-drops for the deck, actually. It's a free block. I'll take. Okay, so we did not hit land, but Spyro might help us to hit land, so we're going to do that. Spyro away the 2 birds. Yes? Maybe not. Maybe I should Spyro away the Winota. I mean, they might have soft permission. Their deck sometimes do. I mean, Winota's a little safer. Mark of Asylum is just insane in this matchup. I wish we could justify playing more than the Singleton. I don't think we should play more than one, but it's really good. I mean, it might just be better than Burrington at doing what Burrington's doing for us against things like Anger. This also answers Anger. This answers all the burn in the world, right? Anyway, I think I might still pitch these 2 birds. We did draw land. Excellent. Okay. Now I'm kind of wishing I kept 1 bird, though. I would have played it for sure. It's fine. And I appreciate you asking the tough questions, Equinox, right? You're saying, but Brew Spy, seasoned is clunky and slow. Yes, it is. But it's also, it's setup, and it's also something juicy to get off the Winota triggers itself. All right, I'm looking more at the problems certain cards have, not how important they are. We have to take all this. Why not play voice? We could be. Like the Fauna Shaman slot, let's see. So these were in the sideboard. Let me open a new copy. It's fun. I like getting more, voices in here, and we're talking. I mean, Burrington is a lot weaker if we're not going to play Ranger. And I think I'm moving away from Ranger because I'm trying to make the deck less white mana. Like, there's still a few cards that I feel like we still need that are white. So the Trample package, the pieces that I really don't want to cut is obviously Historian, Bonder, and that's it. Really, you could get away with just these 3 pieces. So we don't necessarily need Guildmage. We don't necessarily even need Forerunners. But we do need a certain number of humans. Or the deck just doesn't work. The black the black blooms have been helping us in that regard. We're testing out spellbinders because the disruption that Ranger was giving us, we kind of still wanted to have some of that kind of disruption. This kind of tries to do that same thing, sort of, kind of. I have like the shamans giving us the ability to tutor up the Winotas or the bullets, so I'd like to keep running those. I mean, we might be able to squeeze in a couple of Strangleroot Geists there. Cut 3 givers. Cut 3 fauna. Really? I mean, we could try to tackle it like we see some of these other builds of, well, this is, granted this is a Marauder's build, but like Copter. The problem is Copter would want us to play maybe not birds even. I don't know if I like the 2 of Copter with, well, maybe it's fine. I do really like Copter, actually. I've thought about playing this card even though I'm not like this version of it. Random Huntmaster, okay. We have played Clothies. I have tried a lot of these same sideboard cards that they're playing here. I mean, I don't mind using ideas from other folks' lists at all. I think it'd be dumb for us not to. Will this deck benefit from new Hierarch? Yes. It most assuredly will. Take a point of damage here. I think that's okay. I like your Blade Historian take and the more toolbox style with cool targets. But like, yeah, I think you're right that it just needs more meat. I mean, like, Strangleroot's really hard to get away from. Like, this is very good for the archetype because of its synergy with Winota and Evolution. It's hard to get away from this card. And again, like, these bullets, all of them could still be in the sideboard, theoretically. I think we'd be a fool not to play main deck Moon, but like there's still a lot of card slots that are up for debate, right? There just are. And like you see this list, they're just like playset, right? I mean, like we could up the number. Like again, like we just need to come out of the gates fast, right? So like maybe I am wrong, and but anyway, this is Vapor Snag my Winota, and then we lose, probably. It's fine. We lose to this card here. I mean, it's not fine. It sucks, but they've got lethal in the air most likely next turn. I mean, I guess that's not true. I have birds. I could block, and then we play this again. We get a lot less triggered. And again, like this is a board state where, or no, I play the other bird. What am I doing? No, don't attack. Second main, I play second bird. We can block one of their prowess flyers. We're not actually done here yet. If they have another Vapor Snag, maybe we are just done, though. I mean, they could just aim their burn at my face as well, but we could exchange the Burrington with it. This game's not over. I mean, if this card really can't get us there, I mean, granted the Vapor Snag maybe overpowers even what this is doing for us. Does this just bolt my face? Bolt my face? No, it's a Metamorphose. It's not over yet, maybe, folks. Not a fan of the fauna. It's really clunky. Voice seems great. Yeah, it is good with Evolution. I mean, like, we could try to just... Like, I do love the consistency of having more than just the 4 tutors and the 4 Winotas, and that is a criticism I have. But, I mean, this list does have the draw that Pyromancer gives. This list is even playing Copters, right, to try to draw. I mean, we've tried Elvish Visionary as well. I'm not... I like the Faunas, but I'm not sold on them, right? It is slow. It is clunky. We've played Elvish Visionary. I haven't played the... Smuggler's Copters as much. You have to animate them and then evolution them, but I think that's fine. Certainly with all these Llanowars we're considering maybe playing, or Givers. I don't think we cut the Givers. I mean, I would want to make sure that we can draw to the combo, to the Winotas, I mean, and the Evolutions. Yeah, we have played Elvish before. I mean, maybe this is better. I mean, it's 1/3 of a Pyro, right? Kind of. So maybe not Faunas. Maybe Visionary Geist. Some number of... Voice would make us better against, like, the blue decks of the format. I mean, like as you can see, I'm flexible. I'm up for maybe tweaking the list. Maybe Black Bloom we can get away with just playing one, but like now our human count is like really starting to suffer, right? Two Black Blooms. How many lands are we playing? 18, 19 land. This is 23. We have 22. So maybe we even play one more Black Bloom. I don't know. All right, well, let's finish this game. So I think I have to exchange my Burrington with this Bolt, right? Yeah, I have to, or I'm just dead. I mean, the thing of it is I think we're just dead, actually, because it's like they smash in also with their ground troops, and I have to make some blocks I don't want to have to make. Oh, yeah, we were just definitely dead. Good games. Stern Dismissal's sweet. Prowess is tough. We'd have to maybe run even more tech. So yeah, maybe Visionary. I don't know. The deck really doesn't do the thing if we can't find the Winota. I mean, much like Yaw Combo or other decks that are built around like a singleton, legendary creature. Like we're built around this card. If we can't find it, we most likely lose. So yeah, moving away from the faunas. Okay, I'm with you. It's still kind of like Apparition as a bullet and Skoos. Teague doesn't need to be main. Spellbinders are kind of cute. Maybe we just don't bother with the disruption trying to replicate the disruption that. Maybe we shouldn't bother trying to replicate the disruption that what's his face gave us. I don't know. I'm not that excited about the Visionaries actually. I think this is just too fillery. You cut them. One more elves. It's getting closer. It is. Like, what's the human count, right? It's still too small, maybe. I mean, if you want to run the numbers, you can observe like the human count. Well, granted, they're not so they're different than us in that they're not trying to piece something together. They just need to hit one or more Marauders is the Marauder build philosophy. But human count is 12, 13. And you're like, wait, what, Bruce Spy? Yeah, it's 13. But like Winota is just a cheat in and tutor for Marauders, right? Like we'd have to observe more like a Boros Winota maybe. Well, this is a Yorion build though. You see if I can find one that's not a Yorion build. This one isn't. What's our human count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I mean maybe I'm just like salty about all the whiffs that I've been experiencing. I still think that 14 is too low, especially since I'm trying to stitch together this Wombo. Where's the Blade Historian? Oh, there it is. I missed it. I think Kenrith is clearly the strongest piece to synergize with the Wellbonder that we've been happy with. The Black Blooms let us kind of run fewer lands, kind of. They lose some of their synergy because they're literally just now a land or something for Winota to hit or something for Spyro to ditch, right? They're losing the synergy that they had in the deck prior, which was you could also pitch them to Fauna Shaman. Why didn't you prevent the Sprite Dragon with Forge Tender? Let's see. So we stop Sprite Dragon with the Forge Tender. We block Bird. I mean, they also had the bounce for Bird though. But you're right, Lucky Dice. Yeah, let the Bolt go and try to spend the Burrington on the... Yeah, that's true. You can choose like creature sources. That's true. It's any source. It's true. Yeah, so we have room for about 3 cards. I think some of them should be humans. But yeah, I think the first... I do think the first... what are we seeing from our friends playing? Smuggler's Copter? That's a pretty common card for this archetype. Maybe we're shooting ourselves in the foot not to play the first copy of Copter. I do think Copter's a lot better if we have this playset of elves and givers and such. Might even want 2. I mean, maybe we should just play a bunch of copters. Like this list even was playing 3. This does let us filter through the deck to find the Winota, but it's also a 2-drop creature. If we animate it for evolution, it's flying, which is certainly relevant in the meta. Yeah, I do wonder if copter's where it's at, but I don't know. This is a pretty low human count though. So we could just play 2-Blade Historian also, by the way. I have doubled up on that card before, and I've been fine with doing so. We could go back to playing the Singleton Maja. Maja has good synergy for Historian. I'm already playing 5-drops, so it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm trying to do the whole make sure that Favor always protects Winota. It's kind of moot now. Could go back to playing the Singleton Maja. It's an Anthem in our colors that also grows the birds to actually have an attack power, and then they're benefiting from the Blade Historian damage. They're benefiting from the Wild Bonder. We've played Maja back and forth. So maybe that's our last human. Play Maja. It makes creatures, it's too bad it's making humans instead of... you know what, there have been too many times where I've been like, man, if we just had herons, we could get back into this. Let's just play the herons again. Oh, wrong one. Is this actually attractive? I feel like this is kind of ugly art compared to... I mean, I know it's full art. That hat's kind of silly. I mean, it's cool to know that it has a full art frame. I don't know. It's kind of an ugly card, isn't it? Do we like it? Do we like it? All right. All right, we'll give Copter a try. I feel like we have enough 1-drops that can crew it. Give it a try. We'll go back to playing Grace. There's been a lot of games where I kind of wished we had it still. Promotion version of it is cheap. Of course it is. Maja, Smugglers, Copter. Human count is closer. I mean, like, maybe we don't even need that many black blooms anymore if we have this many humans. So let's see. Let's do the math. 16. And this is a Strangleroot build, so it's going to have the best synergy possible for evolution. This isn't me bothering with the more grindy cards such as Voice. I just don't think we bother. Maybe we do once Counterspell comes out. We do like a split or something where Voice is like where we want to be. But I think that the haste of Strangleroot is relevant because we can get, as we draw them, we can get more triggers out of the Winota. But mostly we're playing it because of its synergy with... and again, maybe we don't main deck the Teague, right? That could be the first Voice in the main board. But I do feel like there's enough decks that we actually are fine with. Like, the problem is the same decks that Teague does stuff to, Magus of the Moon probably already did. Just thinking out loud with you folks. Like... seriously, like, when it comes to Magus of the Moon, Magus shuts off a lot of the same stuff that Teague does, but Teague is something that I can evolve the Arbor and get, but that's usually we have a 1-drop, so that's kind of a moot point. We're a little bit worse of a Magus of the Moon deck just because we're not playing second planes and the same number of fetches we were before, but I think it's still fine. A lot of our deck is still castable. So just something to chew on, to think about, think on. But yes, Boss Rush. New Hierarch will probably replace the Llanowars, and then we'll cut the Copter. I don't know why we ever cut Grace. It's just like, I cut it and then I'm like, because that's the thing, like, we're not like the Angraths, like trying to tutor out Angrath's Marauders build. We're not. We're trying to put together these synergies and have these, we have a few more bullet targets than they have. That's really it. That's really the difference. And I'm not saying that's necessarily better. We're just trying to, tackle this deck from a different angle a little bit. But yeah, I think the Strangleroot Geist build is better, perhaps. Dried Arbor can crew the copter, so you can go fetch for this, and then I think you can immediately crew the copter. Yeah. We may find that we want more copters. And again, now I'm fading into, you know, now I have a couple of 5 mana, you know, humans. So, all right. It might just be an unsolvable puzzle, right? I mean, it just might never be a thing. It's also very possible. This is still trample. This is no fauna. I may mention that. Yeah, we're just... Yeah. I'm just... Man, we're not going to see it as often. Kind of lamenting that. I mean, the more copters we play, the more filtering we'll have. Teague is the most specific card that is in right now. I don't think we have enough tools for the yeah, I feel like, hang on, no offense to Burrington, but I feel like the Mark of Asylum though was really the thing that was doing the work, the heavy lifting. Maybe we don't bother with these since we can't tutor for the Burringtons anymore with the let's find a different way. Let's find a different card perhaps. But anyway, that would let's just put the Teague in the board, and then I get to play another copter. Maybe there's some sideboard cards that we could borrow from some of our friends or our Boros friends. I mean, Thalia seems popular. Thalia is also kind of, well, sort of effective against the prowess list, but not really, but isn't. It's a human that's a hate piece. My problem is we're not like doing the rest of the thing. We're not synergizing with Thalia in the other ways that this deck is, right? Like they're playing arbiters and such. So they've, like, the cool thing about, I will say the really, really cool thing, and it was a 5-0 list. The really cool thing about this take on the Winota shell is they're just playing the Taxus plan, right? Like they've got their disruption. They're doing the things. Like they've got plan A, which is I'm a Taxus deck. Plan B, Winota, I'm going to pull out these Geists. I'm going to pull out these Spyros. I'm going to just make tons and tons of value. Granted, they don't see their Winota as nearly as often as we can because we're also playing the tutor, but I will say an advantage to that take on the deck, whereas they're less explosive, they're far more interactive than we are, right? So there's a give and a take there. I think our human count's fine, and I might cut down to just a 1 of rogue and continue to test it, but I might cut down a rogue and play a different land, actually. Right, because our human... Is it still just 16? That's still really low. You know what? I'm going to still play the rogues. At worst, it's a tap land or food for Pyromancer. Best, it's something I pull off the Winota when there's nothing else to pull or relevant to pull. It's just part of the mana base. Let's just ignore it. It's part of the mana base. I'm running 21 lands, kinda, which I've been happy with. And even that's kind of low, right? I mean, like, look at some of these other builds, right? Not 20, they're 23 lands, right? So I think we're a little greedy. But like the London Mulligan rule, all these birds, I think it lets us get away with it. These, of course, I think will upgrade to the Jund creature. But then we're not probably doing Copter anymore. We'll do something else. Try to draw to this a different way. I mean, like, maybe you're right that we should still play the first Fauna Shaman or some number of shamans, even still. Like, yes, they're slow and clunky. Maybe not. No. I don't know. I almost like them. I think I'll play some number of faunas after we're not playing elves anymore for Copter, right? I don't know. I feel like the design philosophy behind our take on the deck, though, really is more of a Fauna Shaman deck. Because we have all these singletons, these bullets. I get I get what you guys are saying, that it's awkward, but I think we should still play some number of it. Like, I'm fine with maxing out on the Strangle Roots. It's the card, it's the 2-drop that has the most synergy for evolution. I'm fine with that decision. We've done that in the past. It feels really good when you just draw this and that, right? And go get this and get a trigger. It feels great. But I don't know, as much as I want to test Copter, I feel like our deck wants to be able to more consistently search out the bullets. Yeah, maybe if the playset of Fauna was heavy, maybe let's not do Copter at all. And maybe we still play the first. Burrington was a good tutor target also for the Shaman itself, because you don't always have enough mana to search with Shaman and also get Spellskite, right? Or I don't have enough mana to search with Shaman and go get the Glyph Weaver to fight over the... I mean, like, maybe I should just play a split of Glyph Weaver and... instead of bothering with Burringtons, I could just play Selfless Spirit in addition. Because mass sweeper removal is what just, like, rocks us. Might be nice to have a redundant piece for that. And in a pinch, they're also a protection spell. They just do both for us. Like, they protect us from both anger. We can trade them with a removal spell. We can trade them with a damnation. Maybe I should just be loaded up on that, actually. So we've really liked the first Glyph Weaver. And Burrington, what it's doing is, of course, well, A, it's being pro-red, and it's trying to protect us from, like, Anger of the Gods and such. You can also, you know, exchange it with a lightning bolt, but I wonder if we should just go back to playing the Selfless Spirit. I do like that it has its own built-in evasion. So let's go back to our main deck targets being the other than Winota being Magus, Ooze, Apparition, Skite. I mean, even Skite could be sideboard. Maybe we'd rather have Teak. I don't know. Nah, let's mainboard the Skite. Yawgmoth mainboard Skite, but I think the reason they do has to do more with the fact that they're a core deck. So let's play 2 Shamans. So we're playing play sets of the quote unquote the stronger Eldritch synergy, Geist Eldritch, the fastest synergy for the card. We'll play that again. Because I think really the appeal to the deck, my take on the deck, is the silver bullet. So let's have some more tutors. And the issue I had with Eladamri's Call is we're not playing Aethervial. Fauna Shaman is a creature to attack and get the Winota trigger. We did like it. I think a 2-of might be fine. But maybe it's just too heavy as a playset, right? I think you're right that we were finding that. Okay, cool. Let's jam. We'll do another queued list match, even though it's almost 4 in the morning. This got to be the last game. Folks, help me stay accountable to that this is the last one. All right, Strangleroot Geist build. Yes. So this opener isn't great for several different reasons. We can cast the Black Bloom. I have Cavern, but this hand needs a lot of help, kind of. Yeah. I mean, it depends on what they're doing. I mean, this hand is basically just, it doesn't really result in what we need it to result in. This hand is quite a bit better. I don't know if the Spellskite's going to be effective against them. It's a little bit matchup specific. I mean, there's a lot of decks where it's great, but I think we'll bin that. And look, we're not taking a lot of damage here. Look, we drew the Copper Line. Sweet. So yeah, in the end, we're not testing the. I mean, we are gonna shock here, fetch shock if they don't kill the Llanowar or try to cast the PZ. Hope to keep the Winota. Oh, this is a great hand if they're Tron, which it looks like they are. It's just a very straightforward hand. Don't really need the Giver. Not interested. Let's get our Sacred Foundry on, shall we? Spyro keeping Winota. Do we keep the other Spyro, or do we want to keep Giver? Oh, sorry, there's no decision to be made. It's just pitch both of these, keep the Winota, actually. Not really a decision to make. So we're kind of set up. Can we find our way? Oh, that sucks for our poor Tron opponent. They did mulligan as well, it looks like. We don't feel bad for them. They're Tron. Watch us just draw the Magus. Okay, wow, we drew land. That's fantastical. Fantastique. We have all of the relevant colors, really. Like, there's really only... See, that's the thing. Like, there's only a couple cards, Maja and the Skyclave, that really want us to fetch shock here. I don't think I need to. Well... Yeah, I don't think we need to. We can get the forest. There are a couple cards that would like us to have that second white source, but it's... Yeah, I mean, now that we're off playing... we're not playing... oops. Yeah, I think the mana's a lot happier now that we're only red, red, green, green, single white. Double white for a couple of cards, but here we go. Get some triggers. What if we find the Magus of the Moon in the top 12? That'd be sweet. We don't. We find Grace or Maja. Probably take Maja here. I mean, we could have taken the Spyro, but it's going to give us a little more punch. And I'll take the Rogue. Oh, this card's coming up again. So they pretty much have to have the Tron Sweeper, the 7 mana tribal here, right? Maja soups up our team quite a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's not lethal, though. I don't think it would have been lethal if that was a Blade Historian, right? Blade Historian would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. Blade Historian even wouldn't have been lethal there. Now, just to point out... That's fine. Yes, show me that you're a Drowsytron, please. In fairness, the Angras Marauder build, like if you only found one Marauder there, also wouldn't have been lethal. Let's find the rest of our Wombo, shall we? Okay. Or we don't have to show them more cards. Awesome. Okay. These are lands. Let's not think about cutting them. Against Eldrazi-tron, I really only have a few things. We cut the Ooze. You could keep in Apparition. We certainly want to bring in Collector Oath, but I don't really like the non-bow of the Spellskite. I mean, Spellskite does have some relevant things it stops, but a lot of the same stuff. It's not like they're a Lightning Bolt deck, so that's where this really can shine. The Givers can certainly... I mean, like, the Spellskite's also a sweet thing for us to tutor against, like Infect and such. Not that it's all that popular, but it does exist. Gaddock Teeg does shut off some of the stuff that's important to shut off in this matchup. This could be a thing. Masked Vandal, removing some artifacts, could also be a thing. Nothing out of here I'm really interested in. Unfortunately, the Eldrazi Sweeper is so nutso because it is... We have to... yeah, Collector Oath also shuts off Walking Ballista. Linvala does do that too, but she's just a bit too expensive, I think. But yeah, unfortunately, the Selfless and or Glyph Weaver, they don't stop the Eldrazi Sweeper, the Eldrazi Tribal Sweeper. I don't think we want any of this. Favor, certainly not. Timely's interesting, but no. Neither of these Veils. I think we just want the Teagster. Like Vandal's fun to think about, and Revoker certainly we could like preemptively name Ballista because Ballista can really ruin us. But there are other things that Revoker can name that's relevant. Actually, let's play Revoker. And I think the Maja is filler. Like, we actually might want the life gain boost that Heron's Grace offers. Maja's just a filler card for us, right? It's just it's good. I don't know, like what is Skyclave gonna answer? Skyclave is gonna exile a Karn, 4-mana Karn, I mean. It's gonna exile a I don't know, I'd almost rather just play Vandal. And let's go. This opener is interesting. Has Oath, can protect Oath. Needs second red source. I think we'll keep this. Maybe I should have ditched the Maja. I mean, of course, it's easy to say that since it's in this opener. But, yeah, turn 1 Giver, turn 2 Oath. Seems great against Eldrazi-Tron. I know they have Chalice, and they do leave Chalice in against us. And we do care about Chalice to some extent, but I don't think we cut any of our 1-drops just because they're a Chalice deck. And that is the reason to bring in the other 2-drop. I brought in the Vandal. Vandal can hit Chalice of the Void. As long as it's not set to 2, of course. Ooh, we drew another Copperline Gorge. That's actually really nice to see the 2 of them with the Spyro. It's kind of nice. I'm only playing 2 Copperlines in the current build, though. Now, this is not a nice draw for Magus of the Moon, though, right? Because like we're going to be cutting ourselves on colors pretty hard. Dismember my Giver. No. Okay. Giver being able to protect us from colorless is so relevant for matchups like this. It's hilarious. It's very quite relevant. I'm not going to play Llanowar. I think I'd rather just get the Oath on the table. I think. Yeah, I think we would rather get this going. I'll still prioritize Spyro over pretty much anything else I could do. In fact, unless they Thought Not Seer me, and they'll take Pyro for sure. If I get to Spyro, we're going to Spyro away Maja and Elves. We're going to keep the Strangleroot Geist. This looks like Thought Not Seer. They're doing nothing still. What? What is this life? Really? Let's actually Spyro away the second Giver. I'm going to keep the Llanowar Elves now, I think, and Geist instead. Might be wrong. Might be better to have Giver than a random Elves. Like, look how our mana's developed. It might be better to have Giver, actually. No, that's not true. We want to be able to play our 4th mana source if we don't... Yeah. What am I kidding? Like, there's a good chance we draw the land, which we do draw the land, but... Get to attack. It's pretty safe to attack. Chalice on 1. Sure. Okay. They're not doing a whole lot over there, folks. I think we're going to win. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, we're not running the... I was about to say, like, oh, I might actually consider getting the mountain here. No. Deck seems to be flowing better. Deck does seem to be flowing better. Let's leave the Giver back. I think we are plenty ahead that we can keep the protection going. We're going to see 3 triggers. Can't be Maja. We can give the Winota herself haste. We're okay seeing the first Winota. We're giving her haste. We want to see... oh, boy. I may have wanted to take that out of our deck, actually, because we might shuffle. Vandal. Hit the Chalice. I mean, again, the Taxus builds of Winota, like the Winota triggers they're doing, they're just value. They're just good value. We didn't get the most value here, but we can just flash in the Heron's Grace next turn. It's just game. All right, we get there. All right. I did say keep me accountable to that being the last match. Thank you guys for doing that. Right? You're going to keep me accountable to that? This might be a good direction, honestly. Like we're maxing out on the cards that we know for sure play properly when it comes to Winota. Play like the best Winota game, which is Pyro, which is Geist is the piece that's going to play a faster and better Eldritch Evolution plan. So, yeah, I think sure we're not still settled on like which humans but like as far as like the finishers are concerned, and this is a lot, right? I mean, like they're playing 4 Angraths, and meanwhile I'm playing like this set of like maybe even 5, right, Humies. But we've tested these 5, so I think we're okay with them. They do serve different purposes, but I think Maja is the most fillery of the group. Whereas Heron's Grace we've already tested and been happy with Heron's Grace. I don't know. The Black Blooms have actually been really sweet. I'm pleasantly surprised. Yeah, and this deck probably just gets better after we get to play the new Jund-colored Hierarch, right? Noble's awkward because it's a human, and we want to be playing non-humans in the early stages of this strategy. It's kind of cool to see this deck is getting a couple cards from Modern Horizons. I don't know if I'll dump the archetype entirely, but I might want to start moving into a different archetype. Play something else. But this is sweet. I actually really like the direction this deck is going. I never thought we'd actually just play the Black Blooms. I wish it was an on-color human, but I guess with the Goblin Hierarch coming out, there'll be even less of a burden. I mean, like we just don't hardcast these hardly ever. But yeah, thanks for coming, folks. This was fun. Why don't I host us over to a different Magic stream? Thanks for staying, guys. This was fun. Thanks for hanging out. Let me refresh this. I'm looking for, on the other screen, I'm looking for another stream to send you guys to. Have you guys say hi for me. All right, Modern Land Destruction. I'm with you. Does that sound sweet? Does that sound like something you guys want? Cherryman's playing a green-white land destruction. Let's look at these together briefly, and I'll send you their way. Vintage Cube, okay. I'm probably sending you this way. Pioneer, Arcanist, okay. What else we got going on? Vintage Cube. Lorehold Turns. That sounds sweet. Modern Sultai. Luris Control. I don't know. I kind of want to see the Take All the Turns deck, don't you guys? Isn't this what we want to see? The Velo build? Yeah, and you take all the turns. That seems sweet. All right, Phoenix. Let's raid on over there. That's definitely a fun deck. All right, guys. I'll see you. We're going to go raid our friend Phoenix. He was in here earlier. Yeah, later, Half-Truth. Thanks for the laters. Of course, Brave. I'm glad you liked the stream. All right, I'll see you guys. I'll see you on the next Bruce by the Magic Guy. Have a nice night. We're going to raid over to Phoenix. Hit that button. Say yes. It says this channel is intended for mature audiences. That's fine. Can I host it? Let's see if that host worked. All right, folks. I think it worked. And if not, I can link his stream in the chat. All right, you guys. I'll see you guys on the next stream.